에로.
뭐야 죽겠는데 저거?
에로.
집에 빨리 가기 위해서 잡힌 것 같기도 하고요.
예.
아, 죽으면 안 돼. 이거.
아마.
와. 야, KD에 떨어져서 호소는 아닌가? 아, 이걸로 빨리 가야지. 풀로 달리기 썼어 그냥.
이거는 전멸이 없어요, 카르마.
네. 부메랑.
한 번으로 빼자. 한 번으로 빼자.
저 부메랑이
싸움에 대한
아, 내가 맞아주고 싶어.
와.
원래 그래서 저렇게 단문을 뛰잖아요.
예.
먼저
네.
타면 안 돼요.
나이스. 나이스. 이걸 타네?
빼면 안 돼. 우리 이거 좀. 야, 이게 지금 다 깨고 있어 이거.
더 가죠.
엑시
더 가죠.
엑시 이거 어떻게 해?
네.
자,
마법 수정자 그거를 그냥 다 죽어도
백도.
백도를 끝내겠다. 서로 장로 드래곤과 바론을 먹는 장면도 나왔었단 말이에요. 바론이 저희는 훨씬 더 좋다라고 평가를 하는데
이거 우리가 하나 거기 선택해야 되거든?
근데 바로는 더 좋을 것 같은데.
장로 먹으면 좋아. 우리 장로 좀 돌자.
우리 상용이야.
싸운다면 무조건 이겨.
박국이가나요? 롱주가 선택한 겁니다.
예.
박국이를 롱주가 선택한 건데
와 이러면 우리가 이때기 얘네 용 있어도 우리 못 밀잖아.
몸이야 돼.
이거는 그래서 이 장로 드래곤 타이밍 때 롱주가 하는 액션이 역시나 중요해요.
예.
그렇죠. 당연히
계속하고 있습니다.
싸우려고 할 텐데 카비차로 가는 것 같죠?
네.
카비차 쪽 가서
그렇죠.
교전주도 지금 빨리 근질근질하거든요
네.
지금.
가자. 우리 빨라. 봐봐. 두 번만 가면 돼.
타이거즈는 축구에게 백패스하면서 시간 공만 돌려도 되는 거예요.
친구이 말을 하면 돼.
무조건 많아 무조건.
단어 하나하나 언급하는 이 시간도 1초 1초
네.
계속 가고 있는 거거든요.
이번에 오영이야.
11시야.
이번 웨이브가 우리 용 마지막이야.
마지막 웨이브
네.
여기서 뭔가 들어가는 게 마지막 시도인데
그만큼만 조심하자. 이제 금방 끝나.
저희가
이제 마지막.
저지예요. 저지가
네.
됐어요. 저지 됐습니다.
살아난다 얘.
끝났어요.
야, 니네 벌써 빠졌냐?
이제 끝났어.
자, 그럼 서로 배짱싸움인가요?
기지박부자 별동대를 파견하고 있죠?
얘네 러블공으로 막을 생각이야. 싸워요. 애시 없어.
오케이.
블라디 땄어요 지금.
갖다 잘해야 될 것 같아요.
네. 이거 결국 2대 2차인데.
서로 좀 봐야 됩니다.
근데 우리 웨이브 없으면 막아야 될 것 같은데. 이제.
무궁이야. 이거 한번 빼. 한번 빼.
야 미안.
봐야겠죠?
이거
나머지
한번 그냥 걸자 이거.
아 이거 위험한데?
한명 미리 줄게. 우리가 맞을게.
미션 치다.
야, 이게 지금 다 깨고 있어 이거.
네,
더 가죠. 더 가죠. 이거 어떻게 해?
네,
자,
마법 수정자 계속
기안으로 치는 거야. 기안으로 치는 거야.
자, 루시아도 끊겼어요.
자, 이거 롱주 어떨 겁니까?
드르륵.
나 끌고 내가 끌고 있거든.
아다 끊었어.
배터리 있긴 한데.
탭 하는지.
어차피 백도예요. 럼블백.
이거 그냥 다 죽어도
럼블백도.
백도를 끝내겠다. 백도 성공.
아 마이 갓.
바론과 장로를 나눠 갖는 순간부터 시작된 시나리오
네.
스토리입니다. 이제 롱주가 장로 드래곤 쪽으로 막 달려가는 모습이 보여서 이제 발언을 먹고 그랬는데 그때 어떤 콜들이 오갔나요 혹시?
아이고 2분만 1분 30만 버티면 우리가 이득이라고. 우리가
예, 완전 이득이다.
이거 재밌다.
매 매치업이 모두 다 스토리가 있습니다.
뭐니 하냐? 그리고 블레스까지 죽으면.
터뜨렸어요. 아름다운 배치기였습니다.
스토리의 반격.
역시 일방류 빠졌습니다. 함께하는 저희의 첫 합방이죠. 합방이요? 노래를 저도 모르겠어요.
풍성한 주 6일째 온라인과 온에어로 즐기는 롤챔스 코리아 썸머.
생방송에 묘미가 있네요 지금. 짜장면 최고 몇 개? 영광입니다. 굴비. 네.
매주 각각의 매력 있는 중계와 함께 즐기세요. 2016 코카콜라 제로 롤챔스 론챔스 코리아 썸머.
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. KT Rolster. Jin-Air Green Wings. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Hey, OGN Legion, thanks for joining us for another rousing day of LCK Summer Split. I'm Achilles, with me is Monte Cristo, and we do have a very fun one for you tonight. It's KT Rolster versus Jin-Air Green Wings. KT on the cusp of getting first place.
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting matchup because of where these teams started in the season. KT, stop it, music. I'm done with you. All right, that's right. Calm down there.
Get your hands out of the air.
That's right. Get your hands out of the air. KT starting this season 2-2, so not looking too strong. But then, of course, we saw a return to more of a top lane focused meta that has actually empowered KT, and they're currently on a 4-match win streak. Meanwhile, the opposite side of the coin, Jin-Air did start 5-1. And they beat SK Telecom in a 2-1 series, but since that point, they've lost to both MVP and Rox. They've been 0-2 in their last 2, so it has been a bit of a decline. And we do see this. Jin-Air typically has been a very mid-focused team, especially when they started bringing back Kuzan. Less about the AD carry, less about the top laner in Trace. And Trace has honestly been struggling in this new meta. His Aurelia hasn't looked good. He's gone back to post-nerf Echo and Gangplank, and it hasn't been spectacular.
Yeah, and not only just Trace, but the team as a whole seems like they're having some issues, especially in the pick and ban. I will always harp on that ban against MVP in Game 2, not taking or banning the Shen, and then just completely getting bodied by ADD from the top lane. But Trace has been making some really weird decisions, opting to go for the Echo in the top lane after the significant nerfs that have come through. The GP coming out. None of these picks that he is just like, this will work. It's just not working out for Jin-Air, and they're really suffering because of it.
Yeah, it feels like they're trying to turn back the clock a little bit on those top lane picks, and as you say, it hasn't been working out. The GP was pretty thoroughly shut down by the Aurelia coming in from Smeb in their last match, and I agree with you. I think the Shen against MVP was an issue, and I think that Rox, when they played against Jin-Air, were smart to ban the Shen themselves. They said, this is the pick that Jin-Air could really use as a crutch to get away with not playing a lot of these powerful top laners, to play into an Aurelia matchup with the dodge field that you get. So it is a tougher lane for Aurelia, just taken out, and I expect KT to do the same thing tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, at the same time, we take a look at KT. The synergy on this team has been phenomenal lately, especially in the top lane and the jungle with Score and Someday coming out. And Someday has just been having a field day since the 6.11 changes have come out. His pick pool has gone up, especially with the addition of Aurelia. We've seen Fiora have a return to success. So he's just been running away with these matches so far.
Yeah, I agree, and I think you can really see that in the statistics too, because we take a look as we'll talk about that in a minute. Let's take a look at our rankings, because this could propel KT into first place tonight.
Yeah, any win for KT Rolster will knock them up, whether it's a 2-1 or a 2-0. They will bump up ahead of Rox Tigers, at least for a moment. SK Telecom has one less game played, and as long as they don't get 0-2'd, they will maintain first place after they play again. But Jin Air definitely struggling as of late and just playing way differently than they did in the series against SK Telecom. We didn't see any aggression from them. They started playing very laid back and like just sitting back, being safe, and even then, they're just making odd mistakes. Trace especially, it comes to mind him recalling on top of a ward in the middle of the lane when he has a perfectly good tower 10 feet behind him and just getting killed by Someday
10
over and over.
Teemos behind him. That's the actual unit of measurement.
Yeah, we need to extend that. But KT Rolster coming in. Of course, it's Someday in the top. Score in the jungle. Fly, who's been really aggressive as of late in the mid lane. And then Arrow and Hachani, who have been a pretty damn good bot lane. Hachani still making a couple of those Hachani-esque mistakes, walking into the brushes, fix checking and getting killed. But overall performance has been really strong this split.
Yeah, I agree with you. Jin Air on the other side here. They will be playing with Kuzan instead of Blanc today. So we get to see some more of probable, let's say, Vladimir picks. Kuzan has not played Victor, and that is Fly's most played champion.
Yes.
So I do think that Jin Air is going to just remove that from the pool as a safety measure when we get into the ban phase of this particular best of 3.
Well, of course, I mean, you have to expect that it's going to be 2 mid lane bans then, because Zilean has been a constant against KT Rolster, and that could really hurt Jin Air coming into this, already having to dedicate 2 of those bans over to Fly.
Yeah, and I do think that when we take a look at both of the statistics of these teams, we really do see that KT has a very firm grasp on the current metagame. We look at First Bloods, and right now, Score is way up there, contributing to 63% of the First Bloods that happen in KT's games, among the highest in the league. And Someday, as a top laner, has a 42% statistic, which is very high for a solo laner in League of Legends. So it shows that so much of this team getting rolling early has been about giving Someday and Score those First Bloods and allowing them to snowball off of that. And if we look at the other side, Jin Air, Winged is only at 22% of First Bloods right now as a jungler, which is exceptionally low for a jungler player. And yes, Wing does make up for it in later game, because we remember that a lot of his big jungle performances this season have come off of Thunderlord's Graves and some champions that do require a bit more farm. But Jin Air just lacks teeth in the early game, and you can't have that in a meta where the top laner getting ahead is so crucially important to your success.
Yeah, going to see if Winged can step up, because as we were talking about, Score has been having a really good time so far this split. Winged has looked good mechanically. He's been, having some good roams as well, answering, with counter ganks, but overall just not enough to really propel Jin Air forward to success. Overall, just been really struggling as a whole.
Yeah, and again, I go back to how important Kuzan is. If Kuzan goes off, he is the big carry on Jin Air, because gold will go to Pilot, but Pilot does not turn that gold into damage very efficiently.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Arrow.
Yeah, Arrow, yeah, absolutely. He has the lowest percentage of team gold as an AD carry, but he's in the middle of the pack in terms of damage per minute, and he's actually higher than Pilot in those absolute fields, and he's higher as a percentage of team damage. So Arrow's actually been doing a lot of work as a low economy AD carry. And what's really fascinating to me about KT as a team is throughout all of 2016, if we look at the spring season, we look at this season to date, basically Someday, Fly, and Arrow all do approximately equal percentages of their team's damage. There isn't really a clear-cut big carry on this team, which I think says a lot about their success, because as a result, I feel that KT is one of the more meta-immune teams, but they also don't excel in specific metas at the same time either. Now, I think they're best in the top lane meta with Someday, who would be their star player, but it's also, when it does tip to, let's say, a mid lane or an AD carry focus meta, they don't necessarily collapse, right?
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing a different side of Jin Air, where as we moved away from a more mid lane focus into a more top lane focus meta over the course of this summer, that has been a major factor in them sort of running out of gas.
Yeah, and KT has been pulling out picks that we don't really expect to see in this meta. Aurelion Sol was the big one.
It's been banned.
That came out. Yeah, it's actually been banned. But Fly bringing that in the mid lane when everybody pretty much assumed that Aurelion Sol was going to be taken out of competitive play after the nerfs that he received. Hell, we got Sunday's Renekton coming back in, having a victory on that. So they've just been experimenting with all these picks that we haven't seen in quite some time and finding success with it. The Fiora is like the big Cinderella story there.
Yeah, Someday actually hasn't played the Renekton yet. We expect him
I
to.
thought he
Yeah,
did.
Smeb was the one who
sorry, yeah, it was
great on that Renekton. But yes,
wrong top laner.
I do think we will see the Renekton pick from him at a certain point, right? But again, the Aurelia's been big for him. The Trundle, he's had that huge carry Fiora game. Did lose with Fiora against CJ in their last match, but
which was a weird one. But.
It was a weird one. It was a weird one. But what's most impressed me about KT is their ability to make picks with Jhin, because Jhin has been so core to this team's success, and Arrow has been doing an awesome job of setting up long-distance kills. The Aurelion Soul that you mentioned is part of that, where the Aurelion Soul can just fly in, you open up with a curtain call with the armor pen build of the Youmuu's Duskblade onto Jhin, and then they just dive turrets, and they fight you in the laning phase, and it can be very surprising because they can engage from such a long distance away.
Yeah, and Jin's just been really coming out as one of the most prevalent AD carries right now. Sivir is still up there, but Caitlyn, one of those ones that's starting to really lack, and Lucian especially, something that we don't really see as much of these days, even with the Black Cleaver build into the Youmuu's Ghostblade still being very strong. Just not a pick that people go to, and it's really been that Jhin. And if we take a look at yesterday's match, Longzhu, Fury played a really excellent Jhin, just unfortunately could not 1v9 to carry that team to success, because he had some really great engagements, hitting almost all of his shots in every curtain call. It was just a really wonderful performance. If you guys didn't see that match, definitely go back and watch it, if anything, just for a highlight reel of Fury's play. But it's getting more and more popular. It's sticking up there. I mean, Prey, of course, one of the big other Jhin players out there, and it's just spreading around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And KT was really the first team that we saw using the Jhin for these sort of pick-poke compositions effectively, which I think is probably the most ideal way to use Jhin at the current time. I'm curious if we're going to see that come out again. One other interesting thing about Arrow is that he's actually number 2 in the league in terms of kills, so he may not have the highest damage, but to me, what this says about Jhin Air, or about KT, is that he may not be outputting a lot of damage as an absolute value or in percentage of his team, middle of the road as an AD carry, but when he does output damage, it results in kills. And KT has been very decisive about where they're going on the map, and you mentioned it earlier. It's the team play element about KT that really does make this team elite, and it does make them special. And I think you can see that when you take a more broad look at how they've been doing this season and how they've adapted well, because we saw Someday start out Maokai, which is the most played champion of all time. Great on that champion. And then you see that switch over. Okay, now we're just going to prioritize this Aurelia, and these have become his 2 most played champions this season.
Well, now I hope that we do see the Renekton from him.
I really hope so.
That'd be great. I mean, you think Renekton, I just think Someday, so that's why I had that little mix-up. But it would be awesome to see him bring that one back out. Looks like we're just waiting for KT to get into the lobby. Jhin Air is all present.
That's right.
But just some days in there. He might just be looking to 1v5.
Hey, we don't know. We can't scroll down. There may be some people in the observer slots waiting for Score. What we do know is that Score is not in the lobby.
Yeah,
That's
he is, in fact, not in the lobby. So.
Because otherwise he would be right there in the middle, ready to go.
So might be having a Skype issue. I don't really know.
Who knows?
Could be.
We got a piggyback broadcast here.
So we're in the dark, but
actually we're in the lights right now, Achilles.
Well, when it's a piggyback broadcast, everything's enveloped in darkness, really.
We're metaphorically in the dark. Okay.
No number of lights will pierce the veil.
Okay. It would be actually an even more boring piggyback broadcast if we were in the dark.
That would be. That might actually be entertaining, but no. But going back, I mean, you're talking about Arrow's damage share not being high. Again, Fly, somebody that's the inadvertent rhyme, somebody that has really kind of pivoted very heavily, taking a look at him from round 2 of spring to now, going super aggressive, like shockingly aggressive with champions like the Victor, but then even Aurelion Sol coming out into this one and just getting up into everybody's face, and his damage has just shot up.
Yeah, he's still in the mid-range of mid laners, but coming from a place where he was pretty much towards the bottom of the pool of mid laners, which you expect considering his emphasis on a lot of these utility mages, but he's been topping out damage charts even with Aurelion Sol after the game when it comes to damage to champions. But I think maybe there is a point of weakness here. Like I said, you ban out the Zilean, which he's only played once this season, but has been banned a gajillion times.
Yeah.
And you take away the Victor, and I don't really know how effective Fly is going to be after those 2 picks are gone, because he's been able to abuse people with the Victor and show a proficiency on that champion that I don't know if he possesses on very many picks.
a good point. Well, we'll see if they're able to ban him out, but already Jin Air has to dedicate a number of mid lane bans to Fly. Then that just opens up the world for Someday in the top lane, and even Score in the jungle, especially if he can get his hands on something like a Nidalee, something that could be super aggressive on. Could be really bad, because when Score gets ahead, KT wins, basically.
I think if you're Jin Air, you're praying that you can get an early pick of the Shen. But considering you're on red side this game, that would mean that it's not banned, and KT is not going to first pick it. Someday, obviously, a competent Shen player, so shouldn't have an issue on that one. And then you just sort of try and ride out counter picks for the rest of the draft, and then hope that your mobility will really pay off in the late game, because Jin Air, at the very least, has been a team willing to stall out games to make the right shot call. And I think that's what's important to remember. So I talk about the low damage from Jin Air, from their carries, from Pilot. But when we look at those damage numbers, it's also important to consider how much the team is actually fighting. And the answer is very little. They are towards the bottom of the league.
They've been playing so safely.
Yeah, they don't fight. So you're not going to do damage when you're not fighting and you're running around the map trying to manipulate minion waves. So there is a little bit of an asterisk there by Jin Air saying, okay, well, yeah, they don't have a lot of total damage permitted as a team, but they also have an incredibly lowest in the league combined kills per minute, because they will not fight. Even teams like when we've seen them play the Rocks Tigers and KT, who's number 2 in that statistics, meaning the total number of kills that occur in a game, they're sort of dragged down to Jin Air's level, where we only see 0.37 kills per minute between both teams.
Yeah.
So they're very good at eluding team fights and waiting for the opportune moment to strike, in which the one team fight where they're very sure they want to take will win them the game.
Yeah, but that's the biggest issue, though, is that they haven't been able to find that. It's sort of like CJ Entus, they are that similar team that basically wants to hang back, wait till the late game, get all of their items in, and then go and fight, but they haven't been able to find those openings, and they're really just struggling because of that.
Yeah, and I do think that method of League of Legends is overly dependent right now on Drake RNG, because you can get super punished if there are a couple Infernal or Mountain Drakes early, and you end up falling behind. Even Ocean Drakes, if you're running a poke composition and your opponent gets those, can screw you. So if you do get maybe a couple Cloud Drakes early, that style of play becomes much more attractive. But if you have teams that can play more aggressively early, that are drafting well-rounded compositions that will scale well into the late game, but who have more aggressive tendencies, that's when teams like Jin Air and CJ can get screwed.
Yeah. Well, Score is still missing in action.
That's right.
Along with the other 4 members of KT Rolster. So not sure what's causing the delay, but it's all right.
No, Chani's in the game, so they're chatting.
Oh yeah, he's in the lobby. But I don't know. It looks like they just have some sort of computer issue with one or many of the players. Score is the most likely, I suppose, at this point, since they do have to be in top to bottom order. But
they are talking about going to the next computer or something like that right now in chat. So maybe they are swapping out a PC.
PC swap. All right, well, that's fine. The last time that I cast with you, we had a 30-minute delay.
I know, it was great.
We're just cursed. We should just never cast together.
Oh, I'd miss you.
Oh, I would somewhat.
It's all right, you can have Papa. It's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are just waiting for this. It does seem like there may be an issue with Score's computer based on, like I said, what the players are talking about in chat. So that's about it. That's what I got.
All right. Well, this is where we just start dumping Game of Thrones spoilers into the stream, right? I can't.
No, I wouldn't want chat to explode. Might be a little bit vitriolic.
That would be bad.
Yeah, cause a lot of destruction. So we're just not going to go there.
And then, you don't want to destroy the OGN Legion.
No, not at all.
They're very dedicated.
They are.
You have to reward them for their dedication. So
yeah, I don't like antagonizing chat. Lighting them on fire, not really my thing. So.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that you're not a psychopath and also a pyromaniac. So that's a very good thing to keep track of and know that I don't have to sleep in fear in my home one night.
You know what they say about protesting too much, though. So
that's true.
Just throw a little Shakespeare in there for you.
I'm sure they don't catch it.
It's all right.
But
You should watch some Shakespeare, guys, not just Game of Thrones.
Shakespeare's
if
great.
if you like Game of Thrones, you probably like Shakespeare.
I mean, I'm trying to think what the easiest thing to ease your way into Shakespeare would be, because you can't just like dive into any old thing like Midsummer Night's Dream.
Yeah, that one's pretty easy.
I think that would
Mi-
probably be
Midsummer
the
Night's
easiest
Dream
one.
is probably pretty easy. There's some decent film versions of that too.
You can watch the Romeo and Juliet with
Oh,
Leonardo
no.
DiCaprio.
No, you can't do that. I actually hate that play. So
It's I don't know. It's like the overhyped thing. Everybody has like an overhyped piece of work, and that's Shakespeare's. Is Romeo and Juliet.
it's not even a good play.
Like, I don't know. Like people think I'm trying to think of an example. Like Spielberg, and everyone's like, "Oh, E.T. is amazing." I'm just like, it's okay.
Yeah,
And that's Romeo and Juliet is Shakespeare's E.T. is what I'm saying. They're very similar in plot.
Okay, it is very similar. It is overhyped. Shakespeare wrote some hot garbage too, though. Titus Andronicus is
Yes,
absolutely awful.
but he balances it out well. He
By
makes
the
up
way-
for it.
By the way, Ojin Legion, if you enjoyed the last episode of Game of Thrones, you probably also would enjoy a scene in Titus Andronicus, which was directly stolen for the latest episode of Game of Thrones. I was like watching this. I was like, what? This is literally Titus Andronicus.
People stealing from classic literature? That doesn't happen. Come on. It's like now you're gonna tell me that like mythology has been ripped off a million times. That's just people don't do that.
It was really blatant, though. I was quite surprised.
Well, HBO's just like whatever. We got the money. Who's gonna sue us? Shakespeare, you're dead. Haha. All of your stuff is just free reign.
Well, I just think it's funny because they borrowed from one of, in my opinion, the cheesiest, tackiest scenes in Shakespeare too. It wasn't even. It's from Titus, which is terrible.
Yeah.
But which is really, really bad.
Well, I haven't watched
Shout
it.
outs
So
to everybody who knows what the scene I'm talking about.
I haven't
which
watched
is probably
the,
like one person.
I haven't watched Game of Thrones, so I can't take a stab as to which scene that would be. So.
If you know Titus, you could probably guess, but let's not
Well,
spoil anything.
Yeah, I won't speak out on that one.
You know what was really good though? Well, I won't abuse the words really good. It was good. Was Michael Fassbender's latest version of
Oh,
Macbeth?
Macbeth, yeah. Cinematically,
The
that thing is-
cinematography was gorgeous. And even though they didn't stick to the script and I had some issues with how they used the witches, watching that movie was great. The
Yeah.
performances were really good. And I thought they did some innovative things with the text that I really liked.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think it was pretty good. I mean, I'm a big fan of Michael Fassbender. I think
I
he's
think I am
a
too.
wonderful actor. But
I love Michael Fassbender.
yeah, I mean, that was. I remember Macbeth seeing the trailer for that a little bit after I watched Skyfall, I think, and I was just like, "Damn, British cinematographers just killing it right now." Because Skyfall is like the most gorgeous-looking Bond movie
Yeah, it's great.
that's ever been made. It's one of the most gorgeous movies that's been made, actually. And
Plot's
then I
a
saw
little,
Macbeth.
plot's a little shaky, but it's made up for
it's
by
okay.
Javier Bardem being
It's
great.
Yeah, it's better than Spectre. So
You know what, Achilles? I'm wrestling with Spectre because I haven't seen it, and you know how I am about not seeing crap movies, but I have seen every other James Bond movie that's ever been made. So.
But the other problem, it's Christoph Waltz.
I know, and it's the other
He's
problem.
so good, and somehow
that's
they
the
just
other
like
problem.
they don't take full advantage of this. Like everybody since Christoph Waltz came out in Inglourious Bastards has said like, oh, he would be a great Bond villain. Like, you know, he needs to be in a Bond movie. And lo and behold, we get one, and it's just not that good anymore.
I was so excited when I heard about
It's still okay. It's
Christoph
not.
Waltz being Inspector.
It's
And
not.
then-
It's not a terrible movie, but when you come from Skyfall, which is like pretty high up there,
yeah, pretty good.
and then Spectre, it's just a pretty steep drop off. And you're just
Oh,
like,
God.
man, how did
I
they
can't
let
do
this
it.
happen?
All right, I can't do it. I've
Ah.
decided I can't do it.
I think since you're already in so deep, like how many Bond films are there? 20-something Bond films?
Most
Like,
of them are really bad.
well, yeah, I mean, because you're going back to like those '80s films. You have like Thunderball and like
Hey, Thunderball is good. The Sean Connery ones are great.
there's some moments in that movie
The,
that are.
the Roger Moore ones. Once you get to like Moonraker and
Yeah.
he's on a moon space station with lasers, that's like the true darkness of Bond.
Well, that's when Austin Powers was just like the writers of that
that's
movie.
true.
They saw their moment. They're like, okay, we could do something with this. It's already hilarious because it's so awful. So let's just make it purposefully like just satirical on how terrible that movie is, and then we'll just have a field day. And The first 2 movies of Austin Powers are okay. Third one's not, but
Yeah, I did enjoy the first 2 Austin Power movies, but oh man, the Pierce Brosnan ones besides GoldenEye were also really bad.
yeah, Tomorrow Never Dies.
Die Another Day, I think was the.
That's the one with
the-
Halle Berry, right?
Yeah, isn't that the one with the diamond satellites that they're like carving up the Arctic
They're in like
shelf?
they're like
the
in
ice hotel.
They're in an ice
Well,
hotel.
by the way, the diamond satellite idea, what's so dumb about that is not only diamond satellites, but that literally is also the plot of Diamonds Are Forever. So
Yeah.
they stole a ridiculous idea from another Bond movie and then can't you if you're going to diamond satellite lasers, if you're going to that extreme of science fiction, can't you just come up with something else besides doing diamond satellite lasers again?
Nope. Can't do it. It's not in the it's not in the budget. I'm sorry. We can't hire an original writer to come up with a different idea. So gonna have to say no to that one. But
I just don't understand. It's like lightning hitting the same place twice. To come up with that idea and then reuse it in a different Bond movie.
hey, I don't know. I'm sure that they'll do something similar in the future again. It'll just be something really stupid. But no, now you talk about it, yeah. Sean Connery, those were the days from Russia with Love.
Yeah, that one's great. Goldfinger's great.
You know, the big problem though is that for whatever reason, like I forget what year From Russia with Love came out in, they decided to make a video game for that like 10 years ago or like 9 years ago.
Oh, interesting.
Like really bizarre, like on PlayStation 2 or something and Xbox.
Was it good?
No. I don't know why they thought like, it's going to really resonate with the kids these days. That movie from years ago that none of them have seen. Let's go ahead and do it. And they made this like really weird video game based on it. Because all of the other ones, like I remember there was a Tomorrow Never Dies video game for PlayStation 1 that I played that was pretty bad. But it at least came out within the same year. And for whatever reason, they were just like, okay, we're going to do this. It was around the time that they made a Warriors video game too.
Oh my god, I love that movie.
Yeah, so they're just like rehashing all of these like classic films into like really crappy video games.
Oh man, I'm embarrassing myself. I can't remember the Greek story that Warriors was based off.
This is out of my realm. I haven't studied Greek,
Greek
anything
history
for a while.
So there was there's an old historical account from ancient Greece where there were these Greek soldiers that were trapped behind the Persian lines, and they had to make their way back to Greece, which is where the concept of warriors comes from.
Okay.
The Anabaxis?
I can't
I'm
give you
trying to remember.
confirmation. I studied like Greek theater. That's what I got. If it's Greek history, I'm out. I guess.
So I can talk Oresteia to you, but I can't talk.
Yes.
Okay. But in any case, yeah, Warriors. If you guys haven't seen that movie, that is a great movie.
Yeah, but not a good video game. So don't go to that local Blockbuster that's somehow still in business and rent that game because you'll just regret it.
Also, apparently, a surprisingly accurate version of 1980s New York from people who lived in 1980s New York at the time told me when things were not so safe in New York City.
Yeah. It's like Gangs of New York. It's 100% accurate.
Oh my god. No, I hate that.
I know. I said that just to tilt you. We've had conversations about that one, but it's got Daniel Day-Lewis in it.
Okay, I love Daniel Day-Lewis, but I can't handle like anything Scorsese's done in the last 20 years.
I can't even think back to when that cutoff would be. 20 years.
96. I feel like it's probably a pretty good cutoff.
I can't think of what his like last movie at that point would have been. I don't know. I like The Departed. Come on.
I mean, you haven't seen Infernal Affairs. Have you?
No, but
okay, but that's like the actual good version of The Departed.
Okay. Sure.
I mean, Departed was fine.
But Departed was a good movie.
It was fine.
I mean, the ending is just wonderful.
It's better in Infernal
I love
Affairs.
that.
It's better than Infernal Affairs. That's
All
a
right, well,
Hong Kong movie you guys can go
I will
watch.
have to tack that onto my list over here and check that one out. But I need to watch more Korean films because I have seen a couple and I really like them. I mean, Snowpiercer is technically a Korean film. It's a Korean director and a lot of Korean actors, but it is it's like an Americanized Korean film.
Sure.
But if you guys haven't seen that one and you want to feel really uncomfortable, you can see Snowpiercer because it's really
I like
good.
Snowpiercer.
But then The Good, the Bad, and the Weird is a Korean Western film.
I
which
still haven't seen that.
Those two words don't usually jive up, Korean and Western, and it's actually an amazing combination of just things that you never thought would blend.
I
So,
still need to see that. You told me.
I need to expand my horizons in Korean cinema.
I'm trying to figure out what is going on here. There's a problem with the computer mics,
Okay, that could be an issue.
according to the players.
Well, time to just cart him over to the OGNE Stadium.
Is that how it works?
Sure, whatever. We just got to go downstairs, move out of our
move out of our tiny box.
box, our shoe box.
Casting box. Yeah, well, I don't know how long this is gonna be.
Yep. See, at least like when we were in game, we had a timer to look at. This one, we have nothing.
Nope.
Nothing to count down. I could set a timer on my phone. You can see how long this goes.
We have a clock here.
Oh yeah.
It's already been 30 minutes since this broadcast started.
Awesome.
Great.
We're gonna break the
Great
the
times.
record.
Great times. Achilles and Monty talk about movies.
I can only hope. I can only hope that this doesn't get progressively longer each time we cast together. Where it's just like this one was 30, this one's 40 minutes, and now we get to like 70 minutes.
Oh, nice. We're gonna listen to some music. I wonder if you guys could hear that. Oh, yes.
All right.
어디로 가야 하오?
내가 무슨 짓을 하고 있는 거예요?
And there you have.
There you have it.
Cloud Templar doing his Lee Sin impersonation. That happened 2 or 3 years ago.
That was a while.
It was
like
a while ago.
Season 3-ish?
Yeah, and he actually did in the studio during the World Championship do his Lee Sin impersonation while saying Lee Sin quotes in Korean. I'm not sure what brought that up. I assume that they're as bored as we are in the Korean, and so they just started talking about it.
Yeah.
And that was the result. So but it is a bit of a non sequitur on our side.
I mean, we'll just. Wait, we got more.
Oh, it's just a Mumu cosplay. This was recent.
안녕하세요 여러분. 크리템의 야한방에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 1화가 마지막 방송이 될 줄 알았지만 이렇게 2화까지 가게 될 줄 저도 정말 몰랐습니다. 일단 안경이 눈이 안 보이는 관계로 살짝 안경을 먼저 쓰도록 하겠습니다. 제가 지금 어떤 복장인지 정말 끔찍하군요. 자, 일단 1화 때 여러분과 약속을 하지 않았습니까? 실검을 1위 하면 코스프레 하기로. 그래서 제가 아무무를 야심차게 준비했는데 사실.
And there's Cloud Templar cosplaying a Mumu. You know, I guess this is like the top hits of Cloud Templar cosplaying on Korean television.
I don't even know.
Where's my shed?
Yeah, why don't we see that one? Dang. Well, you're just getting robbed.
I am getting robbed.
But oh well. Well, Cloud Templar. I don't think he has
my WTF 2 Shens cosplay. Not cool enough for this break apparently.
It's the Cloud Templar show. It's not the Monte Cristo show. He's the son of OGN.
That's true. I want to see him cosplay as Skarner now.
How would you even pull that one off?
You have like a skateboard underneath you, and you just lie on it.
You just lie on it.
See, problem solved.
You just get like a pipe cleaner tail or something that just like sticks up behind you. That would be interesting, I suppose. I've seen some pretty intricate cosplays at various conventions that I've gone to, so that would be an interesting one to see. I haven't seen any Skarner, but I have seen Cassiopeia before with like a 6-foot-long tail that got let off. Yeah, carrying that thing onto the stage must have really sucked because it weighed a lot from what I could tell, and they had to like bring it up onto the stage because it was at the Riot booth at PAX East. So they're like doing the whole costume contest. So there's like a 4-minute break while they like bring her up on stage, and then she just like waves, and then they have to carry it back off the stage, and then it's just like a regular flood of people coming out. So it's you get some cool ones in there.
I saw a Sejuani one time where the girl made her boyfriend dress up as the boar.
See, like that's That's a good one because most of the ones that you see when they're couples is like Annie and Tibbers, which is weird. But that's
Really,
just like the most
making your
common one.
boyfriend dress up as a boar is not weird.
Okay, sure, that is also very bizarre, but they're both interesting. You could do like a kindred, like lamb and wolf one, I guess. Now, that's the only other.
That's true.
That's the only other one that I could think of that has like two people going on that I haven't.
The wolf levitation might be a little bit difficult.
That would be a little tricky, but I don't know. I've seen some weird stuff. I saw a guy he had a working Mercury hammer for Jace, and he just had a button on the grip that he would hit, and it would transform from melee to ranged form. It was actually really cool. I was like, "How long did it take you to do that?" And he was like, "Oh, like a week." I was like, "Are you kidding me?" I think he was like an engineer, like RIT or something like that. So, I guess when you have a good engineering school like that, or a tech school like that, you can just put stuff together at a whim. That would take me literally infinity. Because it just would never happen. I wouldn't know how to build something that complex.
You have to learn the basics first. Well, the players have exited and re-entered the game. I still don't see score.
Except for KT side, it's just been someday.
Yeah, everybody is back in now, though, except for score. So I don't know what's going on with score at all. That's what I got. I don't know what's going on with the sound mic issues that it looked like they were having.
I don't know what happens if this is like unfixable.
I guess you just delay the match.
That's all, folks. I'm just like skedaddle off the camera.
Just
I don't know.
three best of threes tomorrow instead.
Yeah. Ooh, that would be fun. Thank God I'm not on for tomorrow, but
well, you would be in that case, Achilles.
Yeah,
hate to break it for you, to you.
I wouldn't. I would not make Doa suffer through 3 best of 3s. Nobody deserves that hell.
3 in a row, yeah. It's a little bit difficult as a caster to do that.
Very, very difficult. But I don't know. Could come down to that at this point because we're 37 minutes in.
Nice.
So, boy, only 7 minutes went by. That felt like a rift in just eternity that transpired.
I'm just sad we don't have any more amazing Cloud Templar.
Yeah. Okay. So we just need to. What we should do after this is just get a bunch of stuff and then bang out a couple more videos of the Cloud Templar cosplay. So the next time that there's a pause on the piggyback, we can just watch all of those new ones, and we'll have like 5 more to fill the void.
I'll fight Cloud Templar in my Shen cosplay if he wears a Zed cosplay.
I think that would be very popular. A lot of people would actually really enjoy watching that, as well as myself. So, Shen, what is it going to be? Shen versus Lee Sin or
Zed.
the Amumu? Zed?
Yeah, he has to dress up as Zed.
Zed.
That way it's
so the
more
ninjas.
appropriate.
Okay. Because, yes. God
okay.
forbid.
I know I'll win because there was a True Lol show at one point where you guys may not know this, but the head coach of Jin Air is a former kickboxing champion here in Korea, and he kicked Cloud Templar.
He kicked Cloud Templar.
Yeah.
Like, where?
In the leg.
Okay. Like full on?
Yeah, he asked him to do it.
Why?
Wanted to see how hard he could kick, I guess.
Okay, Cloud Templar.
So you can watch Cloud Templar get kicked if you watch that show.
I'm glad it was just a leg. I was like, in his face, like was he holding up like the block for him to break it, and then it like ends up like hitting him in the face or something like that?
No, he survived.
Okay, well, good. Glad to know that's not just Robo Cloud Templar down there.
That's why Jin Air has a very strict schedule because the effects of you thought that some coaches were strict or had methods of punishing you. Jin Air's coach has very unique methods.
Beat the crap out of you. No, but okay. Well, he needs to teach them how to be more aggressive. Then take that.
You don't know what his style was. Maybe his kickboxing style was very defensive.
That's very true. That would make now it all makes sense. He's just the guy that takes all the hits. I get it.
He just dodges everything.
Yeah, he just wears them down and then he comes in.
He dodges everything and he waits for the proper hit, right?
The uppercut to end it all.
The kick to the dome that's gonna seal the match.
Well, Jin Air's just not been able to do that, so he needs to teach them more.
Hey, they're still 5-2 this season. They're 5-3. They're not doing too badly.
Yeah, last couple games is really just the only thing besmirching the record.
Yeah.
But
so Jin Air's fun story is that Jin Air's other coach is Sweet, their strategy coach,
Oh, okay, yeah.
who is a Warcraft 3 pro that I used to cast like 10 years ago when I cast Warcraft 3. So
Nice.
it's fun to see him
Did he,
still hanging around.
Did he like know you from your
No,
commentary
no,
at all?
no,
or?
no. I would have been doing this online, so he would
Oh,
never
okay.
have
Well, I
known
wasn't
that
sure if it was
stuff.
one of those things. Like maybe you wanted to review a game that he did. And that kinda thing.
Maybe I talked to him once or twice. I don't even remember. It was so long ago at this point. But yes, he was a very, very good undead player in Warcraft 3.
Okay.
Won a few titles for himself, so stick it around. In the scene, some of these older Warcraft 3 pros, which was
They still have tournaments for that every now and then.
especially in China.
Yeah, I remember watching one just a couple months ago, and it was like $100,000 or something.
Yeah, Twitch is actually, I think, going to be doing some here in Korea at some point in the future,
Nice.
so it's exciting.
I'm hoping that they can take the HD remake that team has been working on in the StarCraft 2 engine, and then just have Warcraft 3 tournaments via StarCraft 2 in the custom maps.
That would be really fun. I think Warcraft 3 as a game, I love that game, but it was really hard to balance 4 races, maybe impossible, and
Plus all of the heroes that come with it.
yeah, then the neutral heroes. So there were always some pretty severe, I would say, balance issues between the games where some matchups really were pretty terrible.
Yeah.
Also, the map pool never changed, which did make the game kind of boring because at least in StarCraft 1 and Brood War, the maps were constantly changing, even though the game itself wasn't patched for like the last 10 consecutive years of professional play. The balance was all done through the map makers, which is pretty ingenious actually, and also just the pro players figuring stuff out over time and changing the meta more organically, which is and I think that's one of the strongest cases for very minimal balancing, interestingly enough, or changing the balancing on one set of factors as opposed to going for both like the maps and the game itself. So
I could say it's definitely the best balancing that Blizzard has ever done in their lives. Because everything else has been very close to nightmarish, coming from a 12-year-long WoW player.
I don't think that's fair. Heroes of the Storm has actually been okay.
Okay, I don't.
Because I started playing that game in alpha and it was a mess, and it got a lot better. So
well, I'm just glad that they finally implemented the rank system that they came out with in StarCraft 2, and I was amazed. Like, why would you not start your game with the same rank system that has been so successful in StarCraft 2 that a bunch of other games have copied? Why not just take that and put this into your new title? And they just didn't do it. So I'm glad that they finally implemented it. That certainly could shake things up. But yeah, my knowledge of Heroes of the Storm is definitely my weakest, I guess, as far as Blizzard games goes. But World of Warcraft, balancing in that game is not so hot. I mean, hell, even Diablo 3, they were going to do the 3v3 and 5v5 arena system, or the 2v2 and 3v3 arena system in Diablo 3. Yeah, there was planned like competitive arenas in Diablo, and they said we're not going to balance anything after release, and everybody's just like, okay, hopefully you're putting a lot of thought into this and how everything's going to be structured. And then that's when it hit where they were just like, oh well, PvP's getting pushed back, PvP's putting Reaper's Souls is out. Okay, here you go. It's one map, and you can all go kill each other. You don't collect anything. You don't lose anything. Have fun.
Whatever. Diablo PvP is. I mean, I played Diablo 2 PvP.
It's like
Diablo
nostalgically
1 PvP.
good.
Yeah, but
I really did want to see how they would approach arena.
Terrible.
I wanted to see how they were going to approach like an arena style for that game, but we never saw. I guess it was probably just that bad that they're just like, well, we need to can it.
Yeah,
So
I mean, my experience with Diablo PvP has not been a good one over the years. So
murder everybody, take their gold, and they cry for the rest of their lives. And they just can't get to their body because
Diablo 1 was the best for that.
I'm just a Frost Orb sorceress, and I'm just spamming the entire screen, and you can never res.
Yeah.
So
quality.
Diablo 2 is great.
It is great, but not for PvP.
Yeah, definitely not. But, I mean, if you like killing Bale thousands of times, it's amazing. It did have one of the best, like, repetitive runs in my opinion, because the maps always did really change. Like, you felt like they were very different, whereas in Diablo 3 like they somewhat change, but they're usually pretty much the same. Like, the whole structure of the map doesn't change, but it's like, oh well, now the exit's over there, whereas in Diablo 2 it's like everything just changes completely. which was really cool. And actually, you don't see that too much in games these days.
I was watching some speed runs of Diablo 2 the other day, which was really fun to watch. Because I've never seen anybody do that, and especially with the
They do it
RNG,
really fast.
the RNG element of the game. It does make it pretty interesting how you have to know how the game generates all of the maps to be able to quickly and efficiently find things.
Especially when you get to like Act 2 at the end, you have to find the Tomb of Tal Rasha, and there's like 10 different options, and you're just like, oh god, which one is it? And you have to figure that one out as quickly as you can. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of knowledge that you have to have for those speedruns. I think speedruns is actually one of the most fun things that I can watch. Like I don't watch many streams on Twitch unless it's like a very popular professional player especially for games like Overwatch right now because it's very new. I watch that. League of Legends I've kind of like been waning off. I'll watch competitions and that sort of thing, but for just people playing video games, speedrunning is like one of my favorite things to watch.
Of course, it's incredibly entertaining.
I mean, just the way that they break the game over and over again, they find like new weird bugs. Like, okay, I'm going to go here, I'm going to pour this bug out on the ground in Ocarina of Time, and then I'm going to roll into a boulder, and then I'm going to snap all the way down Ganon's tower and like win the game. How does somebody come up with this stuff?
A lot of time. That's actually the reason behind most human inventions, even the dumb ones.
True. It's very
or
true.
I shouldn't say dumb. They're not dumb. They're pointless.
Fair. But no, there's some good ones. Wind Waker, Legend of Zelda. That's one of my favorite ones to watch. But that's one of those like long haul ones that you have to be ready for. 'Cause it's like 4.5 hours or 3.5 hours. I forget exactly how long it is for a speed run. So they get pretty high up there, and then you have like Chrono Trigger, which is like 5 hours.
Yeah, I watched that one time.
But
it was great.
Then you just get those interesting ones where it's like, oh, it's that game that took me 8 hours to beat when I was a child, and they beat it in 3 minutes, and you're just like, how did they know?
Well, as an update,
we have no updates.
We have no update. Score is still not in this lobby. I don't really know what we're gonna do at Kilios. This is definitely the longest pause that
I should
have
ever brought a
been
board
a part
game.
of. We should have.
We could have just been playing like Monopoly, just live streaming Monopoly, or oh, you know what? Well, this is actually topical. Crossfire. You ever play Crossfire? That like tabletop game with the marbles.
I have not.
Oh my god. So you just had like a bunch of marbles and you'd like shoot it at the objective was to shoot these marbles at some things that would slide around the board. It's basically like air hockey with hundreds of other pieces. So you have to use the marbles to shoot these little pucks into the enemy's slot. You have to, okay. You're too old for me. But this was my generation. But that's all I got. I had nothing else to follow up with. I don't know. I could start reading everybody Warcraft Chronicle Volume 1 if they want some nice in-depth World of Warcraft lore.
Nice isn't the word I'd use for it.
I can narrate.
I would just cut off that one and just say some in-depth World of Warcraft lore. That's a true statement.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, you would recognize some of it because a lot of it is Nordic mythology.
I would recognize the probably roots of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even some of it's pretty blatant. Thorim is a name you have. Odin is literally used.
What?
So, yeah, it's spelled differently, but Odin is literally the name of one of the Titanic keepers in the story.
Okay, well, you know what we're going to do, Achilles? We're going to execute a very bad idea right now.
Okay.
We're going to play Hangman with Twitch chat.
We're going to play. All right. I like it.
Are you ready? Because I literally have nothing else to do right now.
All right. Let's see what they got.
All right. So, no, we're not reading lore. So here we go. I'm going to show you this picture of Hangman.
Can I
you
actually
can sort
see
of
how many characters
sort of
is
see
it?
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so
how do we decide who picks a letter?
All right, we're gonna need one letter from you guys, and I'm going to see if
The
there's
first
a
letter that we see.
First letter that I see. All right.
S.
A.
Oh wait, I saw S.
All right. Well, no, we're
Right
gonna do
there.
A. That's
Okay.
actually in here, so we're not
Okay.
gonna penalize them yet. Okay, so
All
there's one A. All right, guys.
It's near the end. It's the third to last letter.
E. Okay, E seems to be popular. No, there is no there is no E. I'm sorry. So
Oh,
you're going to get a head now.
this was a very dark
and
game
not-
for children to play.
Not a game. So there's no E. G. Oh, nice. Yeah, there are G's.
You got
There-
2 of them.
You got 2 G's.
You got GG.
Nice. GG. It would be GG, but we actually can't. You can't see it. Well, that's too bad. I can see it.
We can tell you what it is.
I'll try and write it bigger. Okay, guys. Hold on. It's a good time. It's a good time that will be had by all.
Yep.
So I'm going to write it really big.
See, you don't get this audience involvement anywhere else, do
That's
you?
right.
Only here at the OGN Legion.
Exclusive.
Used to have to subscribe for this stuff. All right, I think they should be able to see this now. He's writing it really big.
All right, you guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go. All right.
Oh, you guys already got it. Yeah, it was piggyback. Good job.
Well, they saw through that one really quickly.
That's right.
Guess we should come up with something
Good job,
a little
guys.
less obvious.
I meant paused due to issues. That's right. Mic issues.
Oh boy.
All right. Good job, guys. You're smart, Twitch chat. Much smarter than Horrible today. I'm impressed with you.
Well, I don't know. Do we come up with another one now?
What's your favorite part of WoW lore?
Oh boy. He's opening up this can of worms, guys. That's how you know we're really desperate for this boss. Like, we really don't know what's going on. Crap.
If you can't find one good part, I'm just going to assume it's all garbage.
So my favorite part is actually just how everything started, I suppose.
Oh, yeah.
So, so you have light and dark are the 2 overwhelming forces in the universe. And the dark...
All right. So, sort of like Zoroastrianism at this point. Okay,
yes.
got it.
All right. This is going to happen every time I say something. I know. So you have light and darkness, and then in the darkness there's these things called the Void Lords, which are these beings that exist in a different dimension of reality that see these... they discover these little nascent planets that are being grown into another plane of reality that are being looked over by these Titanic keepers. There's one Titan that wakes up one day and he's just like, oh, well, this is cool. I'm alive all of a sudden. And he's like wandering around the cosmos and he's like, oh, look at all these planets. Wait, those planets contain Titans. They have other Titans like me, and now it's my job to wake them up so we can expand the universe and continue this whole trend. So he starts doing that, and the Void Lords are like, yo, we want some of these planets, and we want to make those Titans ours and corrupt them so we can kill you and take over your realm of reality.
Okay.
So they start sending these, they can like sort of force their way into this other reality for small periods of time with smaller beings than themselves, and these are old gods. So the old gods implant themselves in all of the planets, and then they start corrupting them from the inside out and twisting these Titans that have not woken up yet. Are you guys asleep yet? If not, cool, let's keep going. So that's what the Void Lords want. So then the Titans just keep going around. They don't know about these old gods. And then there's this one guy, Sargeras. And Sargeras is this big, strong dude who's like the champion of all of the Titans. And one day he comes across a planet that is just like writhing with these tentacle beings of the old gods. So if you guys play Hearthstone, you know Cthulhu, Yogg-Saron, Y'Shaarj, N'Zoth. He finds a planet that's infested with these types of creatures, and he's just like, yo, what the hell is going on here? So he takes his axe, and he just cleaves the entire planet in half. And he's just like, well, I need to destroy everything now, because all of these planets have this corruption inside of them. So he decides, I just need to go on a max, like, genocide spree and destroy every planet in the universe. So he starts this...
But he's really doing everybody a favor.
He is, but everybody else is like, no, but we need to just figure out if we can actually cleanse the planets and, you know, stop the corruption. And he's just like, nope, it's too late. They're already in there. I'm going to destroy them all. So he starts going around and like...
That's like me banning people in Twitch chat.
Yeah, exactly. So he's just axing worlds and banning people left and right. And the Titans are just like, yo, dude, you need to stop. And he's like, no, F you. And then he ends up killing all of the other Titans. And now he's trying to find Azeroth, which is the big planet in World of Warcraft, because it has the last remaining sleeping Titan that is supposed to be, by like legend or whatever, the strongest one in the entire universe. So now he's trying to find Azeroth in this infinite universe, which is hard. So he's trying to like figure out his way to get there. He almost did it in the War of the Ancients. He almost had a portal open for him, and then they destroyed it, the Night Elves and a bunch of other people. This is all garbled nonsense to most of you. And they destroyed the portal, and that tore the world asunder, and that's why there's a giant swirling maelstrom in the center of the planet, because that's where the portal was being opened.
Oh.
And now he's just trying
Where
to find
does
his
the
way
water
back.
go? How does it keep getting made?
I don't know. It's magic.
Okay.
That's all it is. It's magic at the end of the day. But no, that whole arc with Sargeras and his like, because he was like the big champion, and then all of a sudden he was just like, all right, I need to destroy everything. And now he's like,
so
the big
who's the
bad.
Titan that he's trying to kill?
I forget I forget if they actually name it.
Wow, you don't even know who it's trying to kill?
It's just that it's supposed to be this cool Titan. We can just call the Titan Azeroth.
What? Why? Oh, really? Why doesn't it wake up or whatever and defend itself?
Because it's still developing.
Why don't you poke it with a stick?
It's is that what you do? If a woman is pregnant with a baby, do you just like poke her in the stomach and be like, "Hey, wake up, baby"? Be born now.
I haven't been in that position yet, so I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're ever in this position, do not just poke her with a stick and tell the baby to wake up.
Okay.
Because it doesn't work.
Is that so? The Titans are inside the planets? Is
Yes.
that- okay.
Yeah.
What happens when they wake up?
They come out of the planet.
Really? Doesn't that destroy the planet too?
No. They safely evacuate the planet.
Do they?
Yes.
That's very considerate of them.
Yeah. Because they're supposed to want to support life, and then Sargeras is just like, nah, screw that. And he wants to destroy everything. So he employs the demons that he finds, because before he was killing the demons, because the demons were spilling in from the other dimension, and he was killing them because they threatened the planets. And then when he found out that the planets were already screwed, he said, you know what? I'll utilize the destructive properties of these demons to just tear apart the worlds, and they'll help me because I can send them to a bunch of different worlds that'll take me time to reach. So they'll go forward, destroy everything, and that's the Burning Legion.
I see.
So, and that's what's happening in the new expansion, is he's sending more of the demons through to destroy Azeroth.
He really it seems obsessed with this one planet.
He's really ticked off. He's really mad.
Doesn't he have like an infinite number of other planets to go destroy?
But this is the big one. He needs to destroy that, because if he doesn't kill that Titan, then it could threaten him, because it's supposed to be so powerful.
So why don't they just make a storyline where the Titans fight already?
We're getting there.
Really slowly.
We're getting there.
This is
well,
like the 8th invasion of the Burning Legion.
Well, third, but at this point,
What the hell?
so, well, I mean, like I said, he destroyed like all of the other Titans basically. So there aren't other Titans, but that right now in Legion, the whole objective is to gather these tools that the Titans use to construct the planet, and then use those to defeat the Legion and inevitably Sargeras. So
And
that's
then
basically.
Do you get to wake up the Titan?
Hopefully. That's what it seems like is going to happen. But they're doing a bunch of weird stuff. Illidan's like a good guy now. It's, I don't know. End of this expansion is going to be really interesting. So,
I think we have different perceptions of the word interesting.
I said it. Hey, man, I said interesting. I didn't say whether it was a good or a bad way. I'm just saying it's interesting. I'm going to remain neutral until I see how the entire plot,
Where do you go from there,
unravels.
though? As soon as the Titan gets out of the planet, there's no more. What kind of storyline can you have in Warcraft after that?
Now you have to destroy Sargeras? I don't know.
Isn't that the whole point of this? If Sargeras dies, then where's the conflict?
Well, the end of this expansion would be waking up the Titan, probably. And then the next one could be killing Sargeras. I don't know. They could always just be like, oh, the Legion has been staved off yet again. Look, a problem in the Eastern Sea. And then you have to go take care of that.
Nice.
So they have, I think they said, this was like a year ago too, they said that they have like plot and plans for like 10 more expansions or something for this game. It's basically just going to be the game that never dies.
Great.
Yep. And I will continue giving it my money for some reason.
Well, guess who's still not in the lobby?
All of KT except for Someday.
It's, well, they're in the lobby. They're right here. There's just no score.
Okay, I see. Yeah, that's right. Arrow, Hachani, and Fly are there. But,
so,
man,
we're in an hour right now.
Yep.
1 hour in.
You know, I'm just trying to actually comprehend what is going wrong with this computer. Because, like, within a week of me having my computer in Korea, I shot the power supply. and I was able to like just diagnose the problem, make sure that the motherboard wasn't fried as well, that the CPU is there, the GPU hadn't suffered anything, and then just fix everything within 24 hours.
Nice. Well, we have 23 more hours.
But
to
that's
beat
me
your
by
record.
yeah, well that's me by myself. And that is a team full of people. And I also didn't have another power supply on hand. I had to wait for it to get shipped.
Nice.
But that was the nice thing, was that it arrived in 24 hours. Thank you, Korea, for the fast shipping times.
You know, this is one of those times where you'd really just like to go to a break, but you can't because this game could start at any moment.
Yep.
Maybe score will magically appear in the game.
This is the downfall of the piggyback broadcast.
It is. He's gonna take a nap now.
Yep.
Well, I don't actually have any updates for you guys on what the problem is, considering that the players are basically spamming nonsense right now.
Should we play more Hangman?
Do you want to play Hangman?
We could play Hangman, I guess.
Do a Twitch chat.
All right, Twitch chat Hangman. Let's do this. Try to come up with we have to come up with a tough one, though.
Well, it's on you. I can't discuss this with you because otherwise it ruins the Hangman experience.
All right. Let me draw my stand.
Live AMA. All right, maybe we should do this first.
We could do a live AMA.
All right, we'll do a horrible live Twitch chat AMA. Please don't ask dumb questions, guys. Please don't. It's not piggyback. He hasn't done it yet. We'll get to that later, maybe.
It's not.
We'll do
it's not going to be
do the
piggyback.
AMA first. Talk about new pool party skins. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if there are new pool party skins. I don't pay attention to new skins.
Yeah, I haven't followed anything like that, so.
What are the colors of your socks? They are blue and black striped.
I have all blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long have I been casting?
A couple months.
12 years. Started in Warcraft 3, and I've done a bunch of different games with some breaks here and there. Best LCK rookie of summer 2016. I think Ruler has been pretty darn impressive. But Beyond is making a case, Killian.
Yes,
Beyond
he
is definitely
That's
making
actually
a case.
a very good point. Beyond, I mean, even just last night, like, really went off on the Graves.
Yeah, he's been way up there in MVP points. So maybe you'd say Beyond at this point, beginning of the season, you might say Ruler. Both of them doing really, really well. My favorite hockey team, Avalanche. I'm from Colorado. I used to watch the Avalanche back in the really good days in the late 90s and early 2000s when it was the Detroit Red Wings versus the Avalanche, and you had the brawl in Hockeytown, which, by the way, is much more interesting to watch than this stream right now. You can actually go on YouTube and type in brawl in Hockeytown, and you can see a bench-emptying hockey fight between the Avalanche and the Red Wings.
That's the best thing about hockey.
Yeah.
I mean, even baseball sometimes has some good brawls because there's so many people on baseball teams, and when they all just storm out onto the pitcher's mound and just start beating the crap out of each other, it's really fun. I don't really watch hockey, but the Flyers by way of where I'm from, because I'm from New Jersey.
Yeah. How does it feel knowing that Seahawks are greater than Broncos? I mean, that's not the Broncos won the Super Bowl,
Yeah.
so I don't even know where you're going with that one.
That's a little up there.
I was actually watching the second half of the Super Bowl in the airport because I was going to America, and there were a bunch of guys from the U.S. military in the airport, and we watched the Super Bowl together in Korea in the airport. It was great.
I was cheering for the Broncos because my team lost. So, because they are the ones that knocked out the Patriots. So
Yep.
I figured if I have to cheer for a team, it should be at least the ones that were worthy of taking down my team.
Fair enough. Who will win Worlds? A little early to say that. Korea will, but which Korean team? Probably SKT.
Yeah, probably. Need to turn some things around, but you never know.
What did you think of the record-breaking EU game? Guys, I didn't watch that game.
Oh, I just saw it was like 800 CS on 2 people or something.
I can't
I was
do
just
that,
like,
guys.
it's not worth it.
I'm not spending 80 minutes. Oh my god.
Wait, no. Jin Air just swapped sides. It looked like people were in there, but Jin Air is just flipping back and forth from red to blue.
The players have now gotten bored enough that they are just switching sides of the lobby.
Fly joined at
constantly.
least, so that's a. We're one step closer.
Doa's burrito has arrived. I mean, that's a good sign. That's a good sign of where we're at right
Very
now.
good.
Do you think Africa has the potential to become the best team if they weren't so inconsistent? I feel like you could say they had that about really any team. I don't know if they have necessarily. I think their talent is good, but I don't know if it's necessarily elite. I think we've seen flashes from players like Songyun and Ixu, but Ixu, while he has good games, it's on very specific champions, and his Poppy was great last season, but it was his pool, I think, that he can play at the top level is really quite small.
Yeah, I think that they're definitely a team that could just have repeat playoff performances, but I don't see them necessarily exceeding Rock Tigers or KT Rolster at this point.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard.
A lot of work would need to be done.
Here's a good educational question for you, Achilles.
Oh, boy.
What did you study at university, and did it help your esports career?
I studied radio, television, and film, mostly the film aspect. I actually took 0 radio classes, which probably would have helped me out. It probably would have gone a long way, but I never really anticipated that this was something I'd be doing as a career. So at the time, I just wanted to get into film and continue making short films and sketches and that sort of stuff with my friends that I grew up with in high school. But I went to Rowan University in New Jersey, and no, it did not help me at all. I didn't learn a damn thing.
I studied literature and English, and it helped me quite a lot because one of the things that I did for a long time and still do very periodically at this point is write articles. But in terms of critical thinking and communication, certainly very valuable ability to touch on a wide variety of cultural subjects.
I mean, it also just grows your diction, your vocabulary in general. So
the acting that I did for 13 years helped my diction.
Yeah.
The vocabulary, that was the English definitely helped. So did the acting.
That's what helped me the most was definitely acting, because I started acting when I was 9.
Yeah, I did when I was 8.
I actually hated acting because I'd been taken several times by my mother to audition for like community theater plays and stuff like that, and I hated it when I was like, I think she started doing this when I was like 7 or 6, and every time I just absolutely like abhorred going there. And I would try to be as terrible as possible so I wouldn't get a call back. And then the one time it was for Sleeping Beauty, I remember this, and it was actually at the college that I would later attend. And I like walked out of that audition, I was just like, I was so bad. There's no way that I get a call back. And then they list off my brother and my name. I was just like, how? It's like, was everybody else worse than me? That's not possible. And I got forced to do this play. My mother's like, well, you got to call back, so now you got to do it. And I was just like, all right, fine. And I ended up doing the show, and it was one of those things where, like, at the end, you're like, begrudgingly, you're just like, okay, it was actually kind of fun. Like, when can I do it again? And then I started doing more and more shows and ended up going to a theatrical high school to study there. So that was definitely the thing that got me pretty much as prepared for this as I possibly could have been.
If I had to guess, just knowing you personally, how you got places, I'd guess failure way to success was number 1. So it really does fit in with my paradigm.
Yeah,
of you.
it's great. I'm just an
Achilles.
enigma. No one knows how it's been working.
Failing upwards.
I'm just breaking the mold in esports right now.
So somebody was asking, do you watch Twitch chat while we cast?
No.
Absolutely not. Would you give yourself a lobotomy when you were trying to do something that required cognitive power? No, you wouldn't. That's why I don't do it.
I'm writing my thesis. I need to.
So let me get this power drill.
I just need to put some holes in the side of my skull and alleviate the pressure. No, definitely not. In between some things, like during like an interview, perhaps. If there's like a funny thing that happened in the game we know it's going to be brought up, then sort of like that. But during the actual game, no.
What do we think about Peanut's statement that they'll probably win summer if the top meta doesn't return to tanks? I think they certainly have a better shot.
It's really hard to judge because we've seen Duke on carries. Like he's also very excellent. Blank is able to play aggressive. Even Bengi now coming back from a break has been. He primarily played the Kindred, but we've seen him play Graves. But then you also have KT Rolster with Someday, and that's just another team that really fits so well with that.
자, 지난주 롤챔스에 드디어 모두가 비벼지는 비빔밥
well, here you
메타가
go.
완성되었습니다.
Have a weekly
SKT를 진에어가
LCK.
잡고,
Take a look
진에어를
at
삼성이
Dangun.
잡고, 삼성을 롱주가 잡고, 롱주를 CJ가 잡고, CJ를 아프리카가 잡고, 아프리카를 에보가 잡고, 에보를 MVP가 잡고, MVP를 KT가 잡고, KT를 락스가 잡고, 락스를 SKT가 잡으면서 서로 물고 물리는 너와 나의 연결 고리. 괜찮아요? 이런 것도 나가야 돼, 위클래시K. 위클래시K 이런 것도 나가야 된다고요, 이런 거. 공개하라!
It ain't over yet.
진에어가 넥서스에 손 하나 까딱 안 대고 경기를 이겼습니다. 어떻게 그랬냐고요? 미니언 그린윙스 제6의 멤버 슈퍼미니언의 대활약 보고도 당할 수밖에 없었던 아프리카의 절절한 사연 들어보시죠. 왜 안 나와요? 안타깝습니다. 이 선수들의 보이스를 저희가 들려드리고 싶은데 앞에 경기가 화요일이었어요. 수목금토 경기만 됐어도 아니면 이 썸머 시즌만 아니었어도 저희가 이 아프리카 애절한 마음, 환희에 찬 이 기쁨의 진의 목소리 다 들려드릴 수 있었을 텐데 그날 주는 게 이런 점은 굉장히 아쉽습니다. 때는 지난 2015년 스프링 결승전 타이거즈의 빗창에 이렐리아가 야심차게 올라옵니다. 하지만 이어지는 김동준 해설의 따끔한 비판과 극딜 결국 타이거즈는 우승컵을 놓치게 되고 그 후 탑라인에서 이렐리아는 종적을 감췄습니다. 하지만 이렐 수가 이렐리가 없는데 11개월 만에 롤챔스에 다시 등장한 이렐리가 없는데 듀크도 하드캐리, 액페도 하드캐리 무사히 LCK에 다시 상륙한 이렐리아 게임이 이렐리가 있네? 감독 코치의 만류에도 열심히 준비 중이라는 스냅 선수도 얼른 1년 전에 이렐리아 흑역사를 정산하시길 바라겠습니다. 자, 지난주 최고의 이슈였습니다. 무실 세트 전승 가도를 달리던 SKT가 진에어 앞에 무너졌습니다. 페이커 선수의 무리한 앞전멸과 하드 스로잉과 함께 SKT 결국 첫 패배를 맛보았는데요. 하지만 SKT의 패배보다 더 무서웠던 건 경기 후 포착된 김정균 코치의 표정이었습니다. 와, 표정 보세요. 살벌합니다. 아마 진정한 SKT 딜량 1위는 분노한 꼬치가 아니었을까 싶은데요. 꼬치 딜량이 한 2030일 정도로 좀 떨어지길 바라겠습니다. 너무 무서워요, 꼬치. 그런 모습 처음이야. 꼬치한테 연락해보셨어요, 혹시? 아니요. 그 분위기에서 연락해서 하기가 분위기 안 좋은데. 친구지 않아요, 친구. 할까? 너무 크게. 정균아. 뭐 하고 있어?
그냥 있지 신기한데.
너 그때 왜 이렇게 화를 냈어?
지금 뭐 하고 있어?
아니야. 눈치는 더럽게 빠르네.
뭐 하고 있어?
왜 이렇게 화를 냈어?
뭐가?
그때 왜 이렇게 화를 냈어요?
아니야.
아니에요?
네.
그 화면만 그렇게 나온 거죠?
예, 화면만 그렇게 나오고.
말은 뭐, 괜찮아, 얘들아. 열심히 하면은 다음 경기 이길 수 있어. 이런 식으로 얘기한 거죠?
네? 뭐 하고 있어요 지금?
아직 위클리 LCK입니다.
아, 네. 정말 저 그 팬이에요. 정말 잘 보고 있어요.
감사합니다. 저도 SKT 팬입니다.
근데 그게
네네.
당군 캐스터님 아니면은 할 사람이 없는 것 같아요. 너무 잘 어울려요.
저도 SKT 코치는 김종균 코치밖에 할 사람이 없는 것 같습니다. 너무 잘 어울려요.
네, 감사합니다.
네. 어차피 뭐 몰락은 있어도 몰락이 아니구나. 부진은 있어도
아니시죠?
부진은 있어도 몰락은 없잖아요.
그렇게 하려고 선수들도 다 노력 중이죠.
알겠습니다. 수고하세요, 그러면. 굉장히 가식적인 멘트들. 눈치가 빨라서 바로 방송인 거 아네요. 자, 이번 주 위클리 LCK는 여기까지입니다. 1라운드가 얼마 남지 않았어요. 대학생들 이제 여름방학을 시작했을 텐데 집에만 누워있지 말고 이 상암 경기장에서 롤챔스 함께 하시길 바라겠습니다. 아, 그리고 이 중고딩 우리 급식 먹을 날이 얼마 안 남았거든요. 이제 어머니 밥 많이 먹어야 되지 않겠습니까? 7월에 방학하면 이곳에 많이 친구들 손잡고 놀러 오시길 바라면서 저는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 다음 주에 또 만나요.
LOL 팬이시라면 누구나 롤챔스 서머의 개막을 기대하셨을 겁니다. 그런데 말입니다. 개막을 앞두고 매우 충격적인 소식이 들려왔습니다.
2016년 썸머부터는 아나운서로는 인사를 드리지 못하게 될 것 같아요.
MVP 인터뷰 이번 시즌부터 저희와 함께 하도록 하겠습니다.
이게 저희가 조은정 아나운서만큼 아름답진 않지만 그래도
왜 조은정 아나운서님이 안 하시는지 이해가 할 수가 없습니다.
화려한 상부를 시작하겠습니다. 인터뷰 시스템을 바꿨는데 우리 해설자 두 분과 함께
저희 어떻게 잘할 수 있죠? 네, 잘 해보도록 하겠습니다.
그냥 편하게 게임하다 보니까 이긴 것 같아요.
네, 알겠습니다. 그러면 먼저
처음이시라 그런지 몰라도 잘 못하시더라고요. 제가 더 잘할 것 같아요.
정말 요즘 말로는 극혐이었던 것 같습니다. 그날의 기억은 진짜 지우고 싶었어요. 정말 최악이었어요. 진짜 지옥 같았어요. 동준이 형의 얼굴이 그렇게 흠뻑 젖은 건 처음 봤어요. 그런데 괜찮더라고요. 매력적이었어. 좋았냐? 지렸어요. 오지. 저 웃으면서 보고만 있어. 이러면서 내가 얼마나 진짜 쳤는지 알아요? 솔직히 망했어요. 그냥 때려칠까 이 생각을 하고 있었는데 어떻게든 해봐야죠. 볼 수 없어요. 저희 현이준이가 있습니다. 거기에 두 번째 경기 8분 때 벽에 한번 꽝 이렇게 부딪히시더라고요. 아주 정말 매섭게.
그때 심정이 어떠셨나요?
그게 그렇게 어려운 벽도 아닌데 상현 선수 존재감이 그렇게 와닿진 않았거든요.
피로 때문에 코피를 쏟았다.
예.
네, 이런 얘기를 저희가 들었어요. 응원의 한마디라도 혹시
저와 동준이 형이 하나가 됐다는 걸 느꼈죠. 우린 지렸어요. 나 자신에게 끊임없이 얘기했어. 우린 달라졌어요. 잘할 수 있어. 난 너무 매력적이야. 그리고 제가 OGN의 적자 아닙니까? 난 선수들이 좋아할 수밖에 없어. 나하고 인터뷰는 잘할 수밖에 없어. 선수들 반응도 너무 좋았고 우리하고 인터뷰를 즐거워하는 게 눈에 보이더라고요. 크라운 선수 저희와 인터뷰해보니까 어떤가요? 제가 여기 있어서 너무 좋아요.
죄송합니다. 예.
여러분 어제 인터뷰보다 훨씬 낫죠? 예, 엄청났어요.
마지못해 달아버려 주신 것 같은 아슬아슬하게 승리한 것 같습니다.
짱이 어디가 많으니까
접전 끝에
남탕이어도 괜찮아요.
놓치지 않을 거예요.
롤챔스 서머도 화이팅! 현이준이도 파이팅!
Hello.
We're back.
We're back.
It's a good time. Score is still not in this game.
It's just Fly and Someday. They're the only ones in the lobby.
I think maybe they had to retrieve a computer from the moon. That's my guess.
I could have built a new one out of some scraps. I don't like computers they're complex, but they're also simple. One thing stops functioning, and then the whole thing will stop functioning. You just got to figure out what that one thing is, and then you rip it out.
Usually it's pretty obvious.
And then you just put the next one back in.
Maybe you just have another computer, lying around just in case.
You could do that too.
I don't know, man. I'm not a production expert. I just think that I don't know what to think because I don't really know what the problem is.
Yeah.
I was just reading what the players were saying in Korean, and I got computer mics were having problems out of it, and they haven't been saying anything about the topic since then that I can see. So,
because I mean, imagine how they feel.
They have now decided to all change their icons in the lobby. Pilot now has an envy icon.
Hey,
that's
look at
new.
There was two TSM ones last night on the side of Longzhu. All of MVP had their own. Winged is sporting an MVP logo at the moment. Shout out to his buddy Beyond.
His jungle buddy.
Yeah, we'll be the jungle carries. Except he just can't really.
Well, he's been doing.
He's
good
had
job.
his moments.
Thunderlord's Graves has been great. I think Winged has been doing pretty well this season, but
I think
he's not early. He's not an early game jungler. That's for sure.
I think he has been overall the shining light on Jin Air recently, next to Kuzan.
I think Kuzan and Winged have been both doing pretty well.
This is where we take a look at more Cloud Templar cosplays.
That's right.
If we had some.
We can't even look at my cosplay. That's what's so disappointing about this.
Yeah.
The WTF 2 Shens is not viable. So I guess we're gonna go back to Twitch chat AMA.
Okay.
So
I'm amazed. We've actually the viewer count has actually gone up. That is phenomenal. OG and Legion, you guys are great.
Yeah, you guys
Never
rock.
change.
You're gonna maybe enjoy these games eventually.
Can't we just bring everybody to the OGN Stadium? See, that was my solution.
It would take a while to get everybody from Gangnam to
We could have
Songnam,
gotten
though.
to Gangnam
To be fair, they could have already gotten here and set up.
Twice over.
Yeah. What are your favorite sports and why? I
League of Legends.
I like American football. I assume he means physical sports.
Yeah, I know.
I grew up watching the Broncos, and going to Colorado State home games. And Joa has actually put the link in Twitch chat to the 2 Shens, so you can watch that too. That's probably also more exciting.
Thank you, Doa.
What's your favorite sport, Achilles?
Probably football. It's certainly the one that I watch the most consistently, but I did used to play baseball a lot when I was growing up. I was actually pretty good at it, but stopped playing because I wanted to try soccer, and then I was bad at soccer. And then instead of doing sports anymore, I decided that I wanted to play the violin, so I did a really big 180 on that one. But I feel like if I had stuck with the violin or with baseball, I probably could have done something good with that stuff. But instead, I'm in video games now.
That's right. Just devolved.
Just off I just went right off the deep end. But it's okay.
What are your extracurricular activities? You guys know that I'm not a student. I actually work for a living. Therefore, I'm not in a curriculum per se.
Yeah.
Extra
I think
professional
you meant to
activities.
say, what are your hobbies? What do you do in your free time?
Make fun of Twitch chat mostly.
He does that a lot. Stream.
Yeah, stream, play games.
We both do a good amount of that.
Yeah, it's yes we do. Yes we do.
But I mean, I know you've been playing a lot of your Warhammer.
That's right. Well, I just love the Total War.
Total War Warhammer.
I have been. It's great. Great game. What's your job? A good one.
I don't know anymore.
I actually don't know.
I'm losing it.
Oh,
my God.
Score is in the lobby.
Good Lord.
Holy crap.
Can
we
it
might
be?
actually be starting this. It's been an hour and 25 minutes of this.
The legends were true. They said he would return one day.
That's right. I thought my job was casting esports, but apparently it's been doing an extended podcast on my interests and hobbies, which you guys probably will enjoy. So I can teach you a lot about many things, Twitch chat. How do you like Korea, Kilios? I love being in Korea, but you're new.
Oh, I mean, it's wonderful. I mean, even with the language barrier, it's really easy to get around. Everything's in English most places that you go, unless you go to like a super Korean restaurant, and then you don't really know what you're ordering, and that's always
You'll learn in time.
That's always a crapshoot.
You will learn in time.
Yeah, no, I mean I've gotten better at reading Hangul, so even then I can get around a little bit more easily because of that. But overall, it's great. I mean, the area that we live in is awesome. The weather is starting to get insufferably hot, but it's only going to get worse as we continue.
Yeah, it's not too bad yet. It's doing all right.
It's in the very early stages of me wanting to die every time I take a step outside of my house. But no, overall, it's really awesome.
Which non-Korean team has the best shot of doing well at Worlds? Well, not knowing, I mean, it's still very early. We haven't even gotten through the first round robin yet.
I mean, on
summer
paper.
Seasons. Yeah, but TSM has been doing really well. I think they've got a very strong shot. I think they've been playing well over there in NA.
Yeah, on paper, I think that they're really the big one to tout for that. A couple others have shown some pretty decent promise, but
yeah, I think Fnatic is doing relatively well right now.
I was surprised that they were able to slingshot their way back into top.
Yeah,
over top of G2, because G2 was looking really commanding for a while. But
I think G2 is going to get it together over time. Like, I think by the time playoffs roll around, just from an on-paper talent perspective, I think G2 will probably get it together.
Sure. Then just need to not take a vacation before Worlds.
That's right. I don't think they would have killed us. Oh my God. Is this a game of League of Legends?
It is! Here we go! Ladies and gentlemen, Game 1, KT Rolster versus Jin Air in the pick and ban.
1 hour and 25 minutes of filler. Oh God. Well, it is a Fiora. Let's see if some of my predictions about bans from early in the series are going to come true. Already the Fiora banned out, a bit of a surprise.
I'm going to save that Hangman sheet for when we get a pause when we load in.
Okay, very good.
But LeBlanc, Azir, and lots of top lane focus coming in here for Jin Air. We thought it was going to be primarily on mid for Fly, but the Aurelia and Fiora taken away from Someday.
Yeah,
this puts them in an interesting spot here for KT, because now Jin Air is going to more than likely have to ban out the Rise. They could get themselves that Zilean if they want to play it.
Yeah, Rise is going to be banned out. Now, Jin Air has actually been putting a premium on the Sivir. Vladimir's still up. You don't want to give that to Kuzan unless you have an answer, and they are just going to take it for themselves.
All right, strong pickup for them. And now, Jin Air, where do you want to go? A lot on the table. Shen, something that we were talking about heavily, is available for Trace.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that the Shen was left up in this draft. Now, they can just go ahead and take the Karma away.
Yeah. Could do Karma Sivir.
Yep. Could do Karma Sivir. Arrow has been playing more Jhin than anything else this season, but has played second most his Sivir, and they're actually going to take away the Graves early on, despite that not being a very good pick. Score has not picked it once all season.
Well, Winged has been having a lot of success, as we've been discussing, with the Thunderlord's Graves, so confident on that pick. Karma, whether it's going to be for Kuzan in the mid or Jay in bot, just going to have to wait and find out.
I think if they're prioritizing the Graves in the jungle, they're probably going to go with the Karma mid, because you really want as much power out of the Karma as possible. If you're going to be running with 2 AD carries, one out of the jungle and one out of the traditional AD carry role. So that's what I would expect, and they're going to take the Shen away.
Yep, so Shen there for Someday, and the Jhin as well, a big takeaway from Pilot. So Arrow going to be playing that one. And this could just leave Pilot with that Sivir, as you mentioned, his second most played. It makes sense. Don't you dare!
I think they're going to take the Sivir, but KT so far a very low engage composition. They need to find their engage out of either the jungle or the support role right now, and I hope we get to see a return to Score playing the Gragas, which he hasn't done this season, but obviously was a major pick for him at the end of last year. We keep seeing more and more Gragas.
Please. Trace, don't do it.
He did play the GP into the Aurelia last time, and it was not spectacular, and
not at all.
I don't think they are going to stick with this one, but it will be a Malzahar.
Interesting. Have we seen Malzahar since his rework?
No, we have not seen a new Malzahar, because the patch ended before, or the hot fix for Malzahar came in before the actual league started, so there was no chance to see him when he was in his very broken state. And what's interesting about this too is that Fly has typically been he was playing Malzahar even pre-rework last season. So for this to be played right now, what does that do into the Vladimir? Obviously, you're going to be very happy to get those silences because you can kite the Vladimir very effectively. But also, when it comes to Vlad, what you're trying to do is stop him from doing a lot of healing and sustained damage over time. So getting off the Nether Grasp onto him and focusing him down is going to be probably something you'll be happy to do. And pretty easy because he has to play in the front line.
I mean, you'll also be negating his big disengage in the Sanguine Pool if you get the Nether Grasp onto him, because you can just snatch him, keep him locked in the place, and have everybody focus fire him before he can escape.
Now, I like what they did with the pivot, though, is that they see the Malzahar, and then they immediately go ahead and take the Kindred. Because what they're saying is, okay, we know your strategy is to burst down this Vladimir, which you're going to be able to do with Graves Burst, the Karma damage, and they're just saying, okay, well, we're going to keep him alive long enough so, as you were stating, you can get the Sanguine Pool off after the Nether Grasp ends if the Kindred ult is on top of him. So you can just sit there spamming his W and get out of that situation without dying. So I think it's a really nice adaptation that KT had.
Yep, now fiddling around with this last pick. Okay. It's a Bard, so it's Bard support. And it's a Malzahar top.
Well, there you go. Well, that throws that out the window, Achilles. It's still going to be good against Vlad in the team fights. Now, Trace has been known for some very weird picks. He was the one last year who really started off the Morgana top trend that caught around the world. And he was also the one this year that started off the Graves top trend that caught on around the world. So looking for a lot of harassment here. And I don't know really how well Malzahar does in a 1v1 versus Shen. Obviously, the dodge field will not be a relevant factor too much, and he will be able to push. And one thing is that we'll have to keep an eye on what he actually starts to max here, because the Malefic Visions will push the lane very quickly. And there's a common thread around what Trace plays in terms of innovative picks in the top lane. Is that they all push really hard. What Trace will do is he'll shove the lane relentlessly, deal chip damage to your turret, and then take a global gold lead off of the pressure. Shen with a very low wave clear, not able to build a quick Sunfire cape, is going to have a lot of problems in a 1v1 versus this Malzahar, that's for sure. And then when it transitions into the team fighting, his job is going to be to try and blow up Fly before he can actually, as you said, Sanguine Pool, or try and escape or heal up with his healing over time.
Stand United plus the Lambs for Spite. It's going to be a difficult time trying to take care of that. Hachani as well could interrupt with the Glacial Fissure, so KT does have a number of answers for it. It's really going to come down to that jungle pressure. Can Score get ahead and help Someday take over the match? Let's go ahead and finally get into game one, KT versus Jin Air. And of course, just for the kick in the nether regions, it's going to be a Cloud Drake to kick things off for us. I was hoping that we would have that Infernal, but they made us wait, and they give us a Cloud.
Yeah, one of the other interesting aspects about the reworked Malzahar against a tank in lane is that because they swapped around some of his abilities, and he no longer has the percent health damage AoE, they have the Void Swarm there instead. And they tacked that on into the Nether Grasp, where the null zone still appears. It's just chained in with his ultimate right now. But at max level, I mean, we're talking about 45% with an AP ratio of the target's maximum health. So in terms of total damage, and when you couple that with Graves, especially a Thunderlord's Graves, like Wing likes to play, if he's taking out a big chunk of a tank's damage, then Winged is going to be able to come in and burst them down the rest of the way to 0. So I like this combination, and we'll have to see how it actually ends up working in this game.
Yeah, just have to get that ahead. Winged needing to provide some pressure up into that top side, get Trace rolling, because that has been the biggest struggle of Jin Air so far. We can see Bacon Bait coming through from Pilot and Jay, who rotate up to the top side. Someday taking a hell of a lot of damage. There is an Ignite there from the Bard. Not sure how ham he wants to go. It's just going to shove them into that bottom side of the map. So Someday will walk away, holds on both his Summoner Spell, but will be chunked.
Yeah, and we don't see a Mirrored Invade. A little bit late here from Hachani as Trace is going to get away with a little bit of CS down there at the bottom side. Taking a look at the records between these two teams, Jin Air beating them in both rounds of the spring, but losing to them in all the rounds last year in 2015.
Shawnee does get a consolation prize. It's one of those little blue sentinels, but outside of that, not going to be a whole lot of ground gained compared to that, the work done by Che. But interesting composition. I mean, fairly well balanced. I mean, you have technically triple AP threat with the Bard considered in there, and then the double AP from the side of Pilot Wing. It's just really going to come down to how tanky they can try to get themselves.
Well, that's why I think the Kindred pick here was such a masterstroke from KT, because any burst that Jin Air is going to be trying to do will be pretty much taken away by that Kindred ultimate.
Oh boy.
And score.
Yeah, he's going to hop over the wall to safety, but does get taken out by Winged, so nice invasion there by Jin Air.
Well, that's what happens when you try and double back in that situation. Can pay for it in that way. Now they tried to get Someday down into that bottom side as fast as possible and set up a 2v2 and a 1v1, but still not going to be a whole lot of advantage for Someday, at least early on. And looks like we are going to see standard lanes from this one forward, but Jin Air with a nice invade, nice reaction to what they were seeing. Had the pressure and so are able to walk in and take away a blue buff.
Yep, just now need to try to get some of that CS back onto Pilots. Falling behind a little bit here with the swapping around that has occurred. Arrow, doing as much as he can, would be nice to get that dirt early. Meanwhile, Trace going to get engaged on the bottom side. Someday waiting for the taunt. Flash already comes out, gets it, actually just misses it by a hair, and Trace will be able to walk out, but Flash will be down on that Malzahar.
Yeah, that's obviously the problem with using Malzahar in one of these longer lanes, is you are very vulnerable to any kind of gank attempts, so Score comes by with the red buff, picks off the Flash, and then they get all in the next time around if they so choose, going back for double Doran's rings. Trace definitely a fan of building a lot of early game items when he plays these push lanes. When he used to play on Graves, he would buy like 4 long swords early on and just get those as many raw stats as possible just to push the lane super hard. This time, he's going for the extra little statistical bump with 2 Doran's rings in the early game, also being very cautious at buying a big board.
Yeah. So it's just going to be slow. So, I mean, we had that initial swap, but what with the invasions coming out, they swap back, so we're not going to have the tower takes. And okay.
I'm done at Kilios.
We have a pause.
I'm done tonight. Sorry, guys. It's over. It's over for me.
Well, at least we have Hangman. If it really comes down to it. No idea.
Arrow has now left the game.
Okay. It's always something on the side of KT. Was Score before, now it's Arrow.
Yeah. So yeah, Arrow now apparently having some potential issues. We'll see if he gets back into the game quickly. I don't know if this is a continuation of the previous issues or if this is a brand new issue. It's an exciting day of delays.
I'm just hoping that if there needs to be another computer swap this time, they don't actually have to mine and smelt the ore to forge the PC case and the parts and create the CPU from hand using tools from the Stone Age. But you never know.
They, I don't know why you would be forging iron with tools from the Stone Age. It's actually like, from the Iron Age. Just saying. I'm
trying to look. I'm trying to elaborate on how silly everything is. Nothing makes sense. That
definitely doesn't make sense. So yes, I concur with your analogy. What I was going to say though about this game that I find interesting is that Score, we've seen Kindred fall off. Since the 6-11 Kindred nerfs, really hasn't been that popular of a pick. But I think as a situational pick, this was actually brilliant by KT. And I really like the way that they are saying, okay, you're not going to have any tanks, so as long as we can survive your burst, we will have enough tankiness with the Shen, and Vlad will be able to lifesteal his way up, and probably Jin is not going to be anywhere near Jin-Air.
Yeah.
So he'll be able to fire from long range, and that once they use all their cooldowns, if the cooldowns are used on top of the Lamb's Respite, well, they got nothing left, right?
Yeah.
They'll have some shields from Karma and some speed, of course, the Sivir Karma combination. But when it comes to extended battles, that's not going to be Jin-Air Composition's forte here. And so KT should be able to beat them in a prolonged combat situation. So when they see the Malzahar come in, that's where they're going for it. And actually just works really well against Jin-Air's comp as a whole.
Yeah.
So what we're going to have to really look at in these team fights is Score's use of Lamb's Respite. And Score has been an excellent Kindred player traditionally, so I expect it to be good.
I would have to agree with you. I mean, but also Jin-Air they need to be more proactive this time around. They can't just sit back and try to play for, the super late game. They need to make some moves early on, because otherwise that Shen is just going to become an impenetrable fortress of a person. Like, you cannot kill him. He just takes so much damage. The Stand United will be doing a massive amount of shielding on your enemies, but of course Kindred's just going to keep getting further and further ahead, stacking up the Q with the new interaction on the passive. So they definitely need to take steps quickly to get themselves ahead and then capitalize on top of that. Something that we saw that teams weren't able to do last night with MVP and Longzhu, where it was very much juggled back and forth. Jin-Air need to be able to get a lead and then maintain it if they want to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a concern, right? We talked about the statistics before this, but the ability for Wing to get first blood is worst among junglers in this league.
Yes.
Score is among the best. And that synergy between Someday and Score, where even Someday has a hugely high first blood percentage for a top laner. And this is a composition that Jin-Air is hoping to win in lane with Malzahar versus Shen. That is the point of taking this Malzahar.
Yeah.
Of course, works well against the Vladimir too, but that's kind of where they're looking at in this game. So it requires Wing to play around Trace in a way that I'm not sure he can. I'm not sure if he can. He did do it to a certain degree last season, but Score and Someday have definitely been like the jungle top lane 1-2 punch in this league.
Yeah, I feel like Jin-Air did want to go for a Jin until it was taken away from them because of just the armor pen and having that Shen have to go for a Spectre's Cowl first against Malzahar, having him not have much armor and then be able to get chunked out by that armor pen stacking AD carry would have been really nice. Sivir's not going to have nearly as much of an effect because she's going to go for those staple items like the Essence Reaver, into perhaps the Static Shiv or even the Phantom Dancer, and it's really going to delay the amount of time for her to actually be able to whittle down that massive tank.
Yeah, they did take Malzahar after the Jhin was taken, but yes, I do think that there would be strong synergy there if they picked it, particularly because once the Nethergrass comes down, it's just like free curtain call shots all day. So I just didn't expect to see the Malzahar in the top lane, and certainly that was Jin-Air's plan coming into this game with the draft. They said if Vladimir is left up,
I would hope so.
And if they take this Shen, we're going to have some sort of counterpick involved. I'm curious to see how it's going to work. I don't have, especially with 4 minutes into this game, the flash being blown, I don't have very high expectations, but there you go. Arrow is still not in this game, so he has not rejoined yet. I don't know what is going on or what would be causing him to leave.
We're 5 minutes into a pause.
We're now 5 minutes into this pause.
On top of... I don't even know what we are at cumulatively at the moment.
Hour and 30 minutes.
Hour and 30 minutes.
It's the pause clock. Wish we could get that. Just the pause clock counter on the stream. It's certainly been high. So yeah, we don't know what's going on.
We need one of those things that says like it's been X amount of days since a piggyback accident, and then we'll just like get to tally it a couple times, and then we have to erase it and hit 0 again.
That's right.
So that would be a fun one to have.
Piggyback accident. You're just happily there piggybacking along, and then the guy who's giving you the piggyback just drops you straight on the pavement.
It shouldn't be days. It should be minutes. So it could have been like, it has been 9 minutes since a piggyback accident, and now we just have to
drop
reset.
Down our asses.
Yep. So I don't know. We'll get to start the clock back from 0 once this pause gets alleviated. See how long it goes for.
Yep. See how long it takes Arrow to get back into this game. Just another relaxing day here on the LCK.
Yep.
Chilling out in our tiny little caster room.
I'm just glad that these chairs are actually comfortable.
They are.
Because otherwise this would be a living hell.
You imply that it's not already. It is slightly less hellish than it could be.
It would be more hellish. So let me correct myself.
I'm just glad we're 5 minutes into our first game an hour and 45 minutes after this broadcast
It's a
started.
new record, man. I don't think this has ever happened before.
I am quite impressed with it. Well, it's definitely never happened in Korea, I can tell you that.
Yeah. I mean, I can't think of this in... Well, I mean, I guess if you go like way back, there were those really stupid delays that used to happen.
I mean, the Season
but-
2 World Championship had an 8-hour pause, but...
Is it?
Yeah!
All right. We're back in. Fly having a good old laugh about it. I wish I could.
I think we've had many laughs about it already, Achilles.
I'm all laughed out.
Chani is going to block Gap's direction, I guess.
Oh, Wing's coming in for a gank, though. Fly gets rooted. Does have that same queen pull, but has to use the ghost to try to get out of there. Flashes away as well, just so Wing can't follow up with one last auto attack. Nice little gank there. And Summoner spells down, and Vladimir is going to make him that much more susceptible. And now with the no ghost, he also can't really collapse into that top lane should we have a fight break out between these AD carries.
Definitely a little bit tricky. Neither Wing nor Kuzan actually had to use any summoners on that gank either. Pretty big win in the mid lane on behalf of Jin Air. Now the question will be if they can effectively follow up on it or not. Wing doing a very good job of coming out ahead in the early phase of the jungle. And more CS to his name, and also the first one to hit level 5. So see what happens. Trace down here will be actually leveling his W first. So just getting more and more damage on his Voidlings.
Those Voidlings, they can do some work. I remember, oh god, during the terrible reign that was AD Malzahar, those Voidlings that just rip you a new one because they just hit so hard. You get a Bloodthirster and some other big AD items, and suddenly too many of them are wrecking your face.
Yeah, I'm curious where he's going to go with this, because the Voidlings will be able to harass efficiently in lane as well as push quite quickly because they do extra damage to low minions, quite a bit more damage. But what happens after that, because he's obviously going AP here with the Lost Chapter into Thorn's Rings, the big question, and whether they can capitalize on this Shen or not. Shen does have his flashback up right now.
We saw Winged poking back and forth around the mid, was spotted by that ward in the river. So just going to take this Scuttle Crab, and Cloud Drake, the superior race of dragon, will be living longer.
The evolutionarily favored dragon. He's the most advanced form of Drake.
He's doing a good job of surviving.
Just getting harassed right now. Important to note, Someday has not gone back to lane yet this entire time. He actually hasn't taken virtually any damage. So he's just been waiting for quite a long time and keeping the wave pushed up so Malzahar can't actually chip out his turret. And
oh, here we go. That's going to be the Nether Grasp use. He's taking a bunch of damage. Minions hot on his heels.
This is interesting. I mean, this Malzahar really, despite using the ultimate, couldn't even force a summoner spell out of Someday, who currently has no items. So once he starts picking up a few items here, it's going to be pretty effective now that he has Spectre's Cowl. So not sure what the point of this Malzahar is if he's not going to be actually putting any kind of pressure down onto Someday in the
board. Back up here to lane has the Spectre's Cowl with a Null Magic Mantle in the inventory.
Yeah, really.
So just going to be stacking on that MR. So Pilot and Winged going to be his big concerns for the next little while. Jay will get rooted straight into the curtain call. Flashes away on the other side. Pilot's going to absorb one of those, and they will make it out safely.
It was actually a really nice mind game by Jin Air about that magical journey, trying to bait Arrow into hitting Pilot instead of Che. Not following through with the immediate journey through the tunnel, and then having the Sivir take the most severe hits right there, but here comes Score.
Yep, Spell Shield's been used. That's going to be Stand United. They're really going to invest for this one. The Bard Ultimate comes through. TP going to be matched by Trace as he arrives. Looks like this might just be the disengage. No, Kuzan comes in the backside. They just blow him up immediately. Good roam there by Fly to show up and confirm the kill. Oh, he gets killed by the Hemo. He dropped the Hemoblade before I thought he roamed up. He dropped Hemoblade before he went through.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of a sudden I look at the minimap.
Fly's still in the mid lane.
I was like, oh, wait. That's a Hemoplague.
It certainly was a Hemoplague. So
wow.
Fly just dumps it on top of Kuzan during his teleport. And that was actually brilliant because Hemoblade also amps the damage by 10% from all other champions. So by the time he gets into the top lane, he's taking extra damage from 4 people in addition to the pop that came right afterwards. So nice heads-up play there by Fly and the rest of KT. But man,
yeah, wow.
That was a late TP there by Kuzan.
Hopefully we get a replay of that one so we can check it out, because that really threw me for a loop. Because I knew that he had the Ghost back up, but I was still just like, wow, he got there really fast.
Yeah, it's just really funny to see them pushing onto the turret like that, and then...
Oh, Chang. Well, the W doesn't connect. So that's going to be that. Glacial Fissure was used by Hachani.
I mean, it was straight into the taunt. I'm watching a replay of it on my screen. Just the TP was straight into the taunt from Someday, who didn't give Karma a chance to do anything at all. As soon as the TP finished, it was a taunt from...
Wow.
He had about maybe a quarter second to do something before he was absolutely destroyed. Braum passive also helping to get the kill, so pretty bad situation and an easy first blood pickup. I bet Fly was quite surprised to see his name with the first blood in mid.
I know I was. So maybe he was a little bit less shocked, but still a very funny turn of events there for KT, but net themselves that first blood. Still going to be behind a bit, though, in the gold count as far as that goes. Trace has still been stretching ahead, as is Wing. He's now up by 20. So doing a really good job on farming with that Graves, but still needs to create some pressure, help get this Malzahar ahead.
Yeah, looks like no real Malefic Visions points here besides that first one, going for the silence, the Q, as his second skilled ability, at least for the moment. And Someday starting to take a little bit of harassment now. Trace will be building towards that Morello Nomicon, and again, helpful against the Vladimir for the Grievous Wounds.
Yeah. Definitely going to be good. Athene's on Holy Grail, completed for Kuzan. So.
One factor we're going to have to watch for is the Malzahar passive, plus the Karma speed in these fights, because he's going to be able to get sort of a free ticket to the back line by ignoring damage and CC effects. While the Karma speed boost is active, he may be able to get back onto Arrow or Score. And Arrow or Score rather, may be the #1 priority for that Nethergrasp now, just so he can't place the Lamb's Respite. But again, that's going to be pretty telegraphed, especially if Trace doesn't have Flash.
Yeah. Fly, though, getting chunked out by Kuzan. He's been pretty aggressive on this Karma so far. We'll send him, getting ready to send him back to base. Been keeping up in CS, though, but we can see he's got that Spectre's Cowl inventory looking for the Athenes.
Yeah, I'm really interested in the top lane build that Someday is working on right now, because he's actually, as you said, gone Spectres into another Negatron cloak, so I don't know if he's planning on it at some point, maybe going double Cowl and just going for those raw stats early on. That would be a pretty unusual decision, but I'm not sure what else he will be taking a look at right here. I'm surprised we haven't already seen the Vami Cinder come through.
And delaying that Sunfire cape as long as he possibly can, it seems. Just wants to be able to eat as much of this damage from Trace as possible, but even with both of those MR items, he's having a really hard time.
Yeah, Trace trying to solo the Rift Herald. It's actually working surprisingly well, but he is found out.
It's just being tanked up by those minions.
I actually didn't know you could do that, so that's very interesting information, but now Someday going to get some damage down onto the Herald himself. This is really dangerous for him to do, considering they don't have mid lane pressure, but they're going to get away with it.
Oh, Shani there with a roam, and Score arrives to smite it out. He's going to take the buff.
Okay.
Thought maybe Someday would, to counteract the pushing power of the Malefic Visions.
Maybe they just want the lower damage from champions so that Score is a little bit tankier and can't get burst out by the likes of Jin Air. And that will give him more time to get the Lamb's Respite off too. But
yeah,
interesting choice. Usually, you know, what's interesting about KT is they actually take more Rift Heralds than any other team in the league. Which makes sense if you consider the fact that they play so heavily around Someday. But they want those 1v1 matchups. They want Someday to have increased 1v1 kill pressure. But it just, well, it's second to SKT. They're number 2 to SKT. But they still take way more Rift Heralds than than most other teams.
Well, you can see Trace trying to prepare for that Lamb's Respite. Does have the Morellonomicon completed as the first item, so trying to cut down as much as he can. It's actually the Banshee's Veil first item here for Someday.
Yes, completing that immediately.
Interesting. And
So-
now getting another Spectre Skull.
Yeah, well, that answers that question. So it will be a double Cowl build,
And
he's just
double Cloud Drake.
yeah, double Cloud Drake coming in. They're just playing as defensively as they can around the magic damage right now, but that's not going to give them a lot of respect to Winged. And what he's going to be doing out of the jungle, which is building a Ghost Blade as a second item. Now, Winged is the Graves jungler in Korea that loves to go for that Thunderlord's armor pen build to just explode people in one rotation of spells.
Let's get a Duskblade.
Look at this. So the chipping is working. Trace playing his old-fashioned top Morgana, top Graves playstyle of constant pushing pressure. And this is problematic because it basically dictates that the jungler must come up there to actually stop this from taking hold. And they're doing what Jin Air does, which is play a full press kind of game.
Well, Arrow's going to go ahead and flash that Bard ultimate. That should help throw a wrench in the machine here. Johnny walks right into the bush. Heal will come out from Arrow, keeping him alive. You can just see the damage from that Thunderlord's Graves, almost taking out the Braum, and that will open up Jin Air to push in for this turret.
Yeah, Johnny thought he was safe because he had a pink ward in the Tri-Brush, and he wasn't expecting the Graves to be counter-jungling and coming around through the other side of the jungle. But that was another typical Hachani face check moment where he just doesn't respect where the enemy jungler could be. And if they're trying to make an aggressive play onto your turret, you at least have to respect maybe the fact that the enemy jungler could be there. But there's the first turret of the game, and it goes over to Jin Air. So starting to get a gold lead, and they are succeeding in their...
Oh boy. That's going to be the Stand United use. Going to be matched by a teleport immediately coming out. Glacial Fissure not going to connect on the wing, but he will get locked up by the concussive blows. And he goes down Someday, taking away the kill. Unable to give that one over to Arrow, but still, nice little answer. They'll keep the gold pretty tight, but KT still need to make a move objectively, try to get onto a turret. Score's going to go deep into the jungle, find Kuzan, almost gets tethered up. Gets a bit of damage from those Malefic Visions. Hachani arrives to block him off, but don't think they want to stick around for that blue buff.
Yeah, and they can't. They didn't actually chain the blue buff play after that kill particularly well because they have the Jin and the Shen in the base right now, but they still have Shen TP, so they are going to be able to get it. Score sneaks in there at the end with the help of Fly, so at least they were attempting to take that kill and turn it into another objective, and were successful.
But they're losing another tower for this.
Yeah, that's what hurts, right? Jin Air immediately decided to reassign Pilot and Shay into the top side of the map. They're trying to snowball these turrets, and that turret was low because of all the chip damage that had come through from Trace's Malzahar already.
So Jin Air making some good moves. I mean, giving up a blue buff for another tier 1 tower, it's a pretty good trade. So, going to be happy with that one. And we were talking about how they need to be proactive in this early game, and also how, you know, a couple early Cloud Drakes could really benefit them because the often more proactive teams aren't netting those big combat stats or, you know, the objective taking stats against the Mountain Drake. So having the Cloud Drakes being the first 2 spawns is innately working towards Jin Air.
Yeah, at least for the moment. Again, how these team fights shape up is still in question.
Someday once the flash away from the Bard ultimate will actually catch Winged. Being locked up by the Cosmic Binding, but now they find Jay. That's going to be the Kirk call coming out. One shot takes him out. Arrow just waiting, trying to find another target. The red buff is going to be there. Winged will take that one away. Not going to be able to get any more bullets, but now Fly coming in from the top side, trying to get onto Winged and Kuzan. Emo playing, not going to do enough damage. The shield's there from the Karma. They will exit, but they had to use flashes.
Yeah, a lot used there just to go ahead and take that red buff, considering Arrow was already prepped and primed in the jungle to start this play. Now, they get a bit greedy because some days there and some days low, but as soon as the Bard ult is burned, you can't really continue this play. Che has no backup at this point because Winged is boxed in by the Tempered Fate. Arrow right there gets a full view across 4 members of the team and successfully takes out one. Arrow is actually going for a different Jin build in this game. He's going for the Essence Reaver crit build.
So not going for the, what has become really just the standard of the full armor pen. Interesting adaptation.
I wonder if he's doing this because I think there are two factors as to why he's doing this, Achilles. One of them is that there's a Bard in this game, and the Tempered Fate does eliminate a lot of the threat of the Jhin ultimate if you are able to catch him during that, and the Armor Pen build does rely very heavily on using Curtain Call because your sustained damage is not so great.
True.
And also, you're also not going to be able to use Curtain Call if they're running at you with Sivir and Karma speed. And instead, you may have to be a little bit more mobile, more auto-attack reliant on your damage. So that may be another part of it, is that the crit build is going to be doing more for just the odd auto attack than the Armor Pen build will be doing, and it is a better late game build when it comes to outputting damage.
Well, makes sense. It is a smart adaptation by Arrow. So we'll just be going back to pretty much the first build that we saw from Jhin when he made his debut. It was either the Essence Reaver or the Infinity Edge, but we saw several people going back and forth between those two items.
Finally, someday actually going to build Merc Treads and then turn the Ruby Crystal into a Bami Center. So slowly but surely, he's getting there as this Shen, but he has fallen a little bit behind in terms of CS. You can see Trace working his way up into some real AP now as Fly is going to split push against the Karma in the top lane. Sivir should be winning this push, though. Just much better wave clear.
Someday we'll be equalizing that, though, with the kill and 2 assists, so gold not going to be too different between him and Trace. And after our 2 Cloud Drake start, will be Infernal to be the third one to poke and set out.
This is going to be a big one for Jhin Air because, again, for them, it all depends on how fast they can burst people with this composition and use that big upfront damage that they have.
Well, right now they're doing a good job of just holding on to these structures. The gold has been inched out ahead by KT, which is something somewhat worrisome considering that Jhin Air does have 2 towers over top of them.
Yeah, KT though, yeah, I mean, they're going to start equalizing turrets, as you say. Score even showing up in lane right now to help push this one down.
If Ku's on by himself, there's just no way to defend this one. So KT will net their first turret.
That's where the big comeback occurs. And when you take a look at this next Drake, nobody has a mid lane turret down yet. And Chani at least has been there to body block some of these minion waves as Pilot just pushes and then walks back underneath his tier 1 turret. Meanwhile, they are going to swap Vladimir into the Malzahar lane. He is well itemized for that already, considering that his Spirit Visage has been completed. So either the Shen or the Vladimir can be effective. However, we'll see how fast they want to push this one out. Getting the bottom turret would help KT pretty substantially when the next dragon spawns. So it will be Deathcap second. It's been more of a common build. Trace going for a Rylai's. And just adding a little bit more CC to his kit. And he's going to have to be a little bit tanky, in spite of that passive, to be in the front line.
Jhin Air Jhin Air now grouping up with 4 in this mid lane. We'll get a good amount of damage in. Who's on zoning them with a Q. Score going to take a hell of a lot. Standing United comes through in the end to keep them alive. The W from the Jhin, not going to find a root. They open up with a curtain call just to get a little bit of answering damage in. But that was a little bit worrisome there. Score almost completely getting destroyed.
Well, I love the way Jhin Air is playing around their faster wave clear in this game, because that's what's done it for them when it comes to getting the early turret advantage. And it continues to work effectively. Basically, KT has been playing on their back foot, and they've had to play around the Vladimir only because it's been a Shen up until this point without a Sunfire Cape. And a Jhin versus a Sivir and a Malzahar. That's just... You're not going to win the wave-pushing battles in that scenario. It's basically Fly responsible for taking this out. Now, we do see a static Shiv on the Jhin, and this is going to be quite helpful for taking out minion waves.
Yeah, we see just using those traps as well, trying to blow them up as best as he can. Still going to get a little bit of chip damage in, though.
Every time, it's just a little bit more damage from Jhin Air, and this reminds me a lot about as to how they used to play with Graves in the spring. It's like they've gone back to those kind of tactics to just bully turrets in the early game and make it a hell for Score, who doesn't know really which lane to go to when everything is pushing forward for Jin Air.
Nice spell shield there for Pilot, gonna stop himself from getting rooted. This is a very aggressive build here for Kuzan. Went for the Athene straight into the Rabbidan's death cap. Looking for as much power as he can get.
And this is the most common build we've seen on Karma recently. So getting a lot of raw AP just to give out some really massive shields in the mid game.
It certainly would be helpful. We've seen the amount of damage that KT is able to output in a moment. So Score barely not getting out of that one. The TP's going to come through. They pop on the hunt. They're trying to chase out. Hachani's blocking a lot of this. We'll throw out the Glacial Fissure to try to disengage them. Magical Journey comes up. Looks like Hachani might be the one going down, and he does. Collateral damage from Winged will finish him off.
I'm not actually sure why Hachani chose to go that direction towards Arrow, who had already used his root, instead of pursuing and following Score, who still had his Lamb's Respite up in case the damage came down. So it looked like Hachani actually picked the wrong way to flash.
They also had the Scuttle Crab available in that top side, so he would have got a little bit of an increased movement speed buff.
Yeah, Score actually...
But now, yeah, Score having to flash out.
Now, he should have been able to get through that with his jump. Not really sure. His dash should have worked over that part of the wall, but decides to go for the safest play. He was already mid-animation. He thought he wasn't going to make it over and ended up having to use the splash instead. So KT caught out a little bit just trying to defend their blue buff as Jin Air bullies their way into the river.
Been a lot of fights over buffs so far in this game. One in the blue buff of Jin Air, one at the red buff of KT, now another one at the blue. I happen to good old lanes.
I don't care about lanes, Achilles. I care about objectives. I like lane swaps. Screw laning, it's boring.
I just mean fight in the lanes.
No, fight everywhere else. Fight around objectives, Achilles.
There's objectives in the lanes. There's turrets there.
Yeah, well, if you actually take one afterwards instead of just recalling because you're too low because you were fighting in the lane.
Fair enough. Haven't been able to do that. Will be the Phantom Dancer here for Pilot. Straight in to that Mortal Reminder. Just needs the completion. I'll have that one pretty soon.
Should be Infinity Edge for Arrow, and those crits are going to really hurt Jin Air because they are going to have a total lack of defensive statistics with this particular roster outside the Aegis, which of course not going to be too helpful against a critting Jin. So going for the big crits here because you can just in one auto attack take a member of Jin Air down to 50% HP. With how squishy this composition is, I really like. Of course, does change if there's the Karma Shield available, but all you need is like one lucky crit, and you can really turn the tide of a Dragon Dance or a Baron Dance.
Yep. So KT just going to push forward, try to clear out this Vision in the Dragon Pit. Of course, the Infernal definitely going to be desired by both sides.
Yeah, be careful around the teleport war, though, because Nethergrass will be able to interrupt any kind of ult or teleport play that Someday wants to make.
Yep, as will the Shadow Dance, vice versa. Dash, really, not Shadow Dance.
Shen's a beautiful, graceful dancer, too.
That's a rogue spell from WoW, so that's why that one comes to my mind. But yes, he is very graceful. As you and Doa demonstrated many a moon ago.
I don't think I did him justice, personally. Still going strong. You see Someday is fainting back into the jungle just to threaten the possibility here of a Stand United. KT still just playing down in the bottom side of the river. Nobody really willing to commit to this Drake yet.
Well, Jin Air might just want to group up in mid, force down that turret. Could open things up a little bit more for them. Someday still sticking around up top, just going to get that wave moving towards the tier 2.
Yeah, Jin Air's patience is rewarded here because eventually their wave clear is going to be superior and they're going to force KT out of the river and be able to regain control of the pit, which is exactly what they've done. Great patience from them. Score going to try and steal this, it would appear. He's going to pop through and he's not going to get it.
Yeah, not going to get it. Wayne is able to take that away. And Jin Air find a way to capitalize here. Going to use on the hunt, but he's going to wrap around and protect this turret in the mid side. Make sure KT can't push into that. Meanwhile, Someday is still splitting up top. Should get some damage in on the tier 2. Wave clear is there from Jin Air, though. Now they can just take that wave and move up and stop this Shen from getting any more damage. And you can see it's just not going to be enough.
He's on a place. There we go, and there's that passive
Oh, the
coming
root
through.
landed. Score's coming through. Silence comes out, and Johnny not going to be able to get there in time to get a slow with a winner's bite. So Trace does flash away to safety. Fly going to get chunked out a little bit there by Pilot. Looks like KT just scrambling towards his top side, not going to be able to find anything.
Yeah, Infernal Drake may push Janair over the top when it comes to burst damage to get a pick onto KT, but as a whole, the longer this game goes on, the more you have to like KT's composition because they're just going to get tankier and tankier and tankier, and Janair is going to run out of damage past a certain point to actually be able to kill them. So unless they can get a pick on with the Nether Grasper, find their way into the back line, and they don't have a lot of backline threat. Trace is not going to be teleport flanking on a Malzahar. That's just not something that's going to happen. And punching through a Shen and a Vladimir and a Braum to get onto an ulting Jhin will be very challenging for a Graves, a Karma, and a Sivir. Even with that move speed, the amount of crowd control you're going to be dealing with in the front line, whether it's the Glacial Fissure or the Sanguine Pool, tough, especially on a Vladimir who can Tides of Blood with a Rylai's Crystal Scepter or just Q you for a big slow. I'm not feeling it. Not feeling it, Achilles. I think like if Janair doesn't have a big lead right now, it's very hard for them to win this game.
Yeah. Certainly are those cataclysmic events that can occur on the side of KT that allows for Janair to find those big openings. Hachani could pull a Hachani and start giving over some kills. But
KT can definitely throw at Baron too. One of the big things that you have to remember about Malzahar is like Warwick, the Nether Grasp is a suppression, and if he Nether Grasps the jungler, then you can't smite. And so you can smite steal in that particular circumstance with some ease. And sometimes we've seen on the very rare times that Malzahar or Warwick have been played in the professional scene, teams forget that, try and go for a Baron that would normally be relatively safe and get devastated by that.
Yeah. That's one that I don't know when we'll see again. Warwick back into the meta. Had some other ones juggling back in here now. Aurelia making her return, but Warwick has still just been
It's okay.
out of there for a while.
Warwick is garbage.
He's very boring.
He's very boring. Aurelia is actually a very fun champion to watch with Blade Surge and exciting.
Yeah, I mean, you have like the amount of resets. You know, your
Warwick,
CC is dependent on your health pool.
Yeah.
Warwick is just
press R and then stand there and like howl a little bit. It's pretty bad.
Woof. But yeah, that's about it. I'll see you guys in 5 levels. Have fun. Try not to lose lane.
Oh yeah, those epic pre-6 Warwick ganks, the best.
It's kind of like Fiddlesticks. You know, just have a couple of those junglers that can't do a whole lot. I mean, Fiddlesticks at least offers the fear, but until he gets that Crow Storm, you're not going to be as effective as you want to be.
No, you're definitely not. And those champions tend to be pretty boring. I don't know. I guess I could use a little bit of more of the Fiddlesticks these days after the rework. It might be interesting to see.
It would be fun. Oh, wow. It's going to be somebody dashing forward. It's unable to get the taunt on the wing, but he's still eating these shots. But a nice Bard ultimate from Jay will interrupt the curtain call. And that's going to be it.
Yeah, we do see the QSS on the Vladimir already. So anticipating that the Nether Grasp is going to want to be used on him, and this gives him a little bit more insurance in case score is dead. One of the QSS was changed to remove things like Fiora ult or Zed ultimate.
Fizz ulti.
Yeah, Fizz ulti. But one of the things that it still does is remove suppression. That's one thing that remained unchanged about it. It's something that Cleanse can't remove. That's the only thing that it can remove that Cleanse can't remove anymore, I believe. In addition to Skarner ult and Urgot ult.
Yeah, it would be pretty bad if there was no way to get out of the suppression.
Well, it'd be pretty bad if there wasn't a way to get out of Trundle ultimate, but that exists, so there you go. I thought Trundle ult and Fiora ult were in a fine place with QSS the way it was, because you still had to waste a slot as a top laner on QSS to deal with Trundle ultimate.
Yeah.
There was a price to be paid.
Or if you're playing against the Fizz as a mid laner and you're AP and you have to get a QSS, you know, same token.
Yeah, I love what we're seeing from KT. This is such an intelligent reaction. Early QSS onto the mid laner, early QSS onto score. These are the champions that are most likely to get targeted by Malzahar, to be in range to get targeted, and they need to make sure, again, KT knows what the win conditions of Jin Air are. Burst them down. How do you prevent that from happening? Okay, well, we need to get the Lamb's Respite off. How do we do that? QSS is the safety mechanism to get the Lamb's Respite off, to be able to survive the burst damage from Jin Air, and then grind out the fight after that. Also, Vladimir not going to be able to even be chunked low anymore, because as soon as it comes down QSS straight into pool, or just straight into Ties of Blood, or more Q damage, transfusion damage, doesn't really matter.
And he has the Proto Belt. Yeah, I mean, he's had that completed for a while now, so it's just another little exit that he can use.
And what's top lane's answer? It's going to be GA. Arrow's answer is never to be in range of Malzahar, which is pretty likely considering he's playing Jin. And Hachani doesn't care. So, KT getting to the point where their itemization has been very intelligent on how to deal with the Malzahar. Again, like I said, KT is the last team I would try and play Malzahar against, because they were the only team professionally in Korea to play Malzahar in any kind of recent memory, not going back to many Reason or those days of Malzahar bans from like 2014. But recently, it was a fly special. Coming into the playoffs in the spring season, this is not the team that I would say doesn't know how to beat it.
Yep. It's sort of like when somebody tried to play Renekton in some...
Yeah, you're like,
really questionable. It's a bit of a head scratcher.
Maybe this isn't the guy you do that into. May work again. You may fool other people, but it's probably not going to fool someday.
Yeah. And the other thing is, like, this is now the first little bit of tankiness that Trace is getting with this haunting guys. It's going to be the Leandries in the end. He does have the Riley's Crystal Scepter, but that's pretty staple for the champion. But we're not seeing any like resistances outside of just health.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's going to hurt. Even the Graves, which would normally be a little bit tankier because of the build, we're seeing with the Duskblade and the Youmu's basically going for the Jin build. Again, all about that burst. And yeah, the True Grit is going, or the Quick Draw secondary, whatever it's called now, I guess it's called Quick Draw passive, is going to provide that tankiness, but just not a whole lot to work with. And now Zhonya's on the fly. You really have to respect KT, not only for the draft where they decided to take a less played jungler to deal with this, but just the build's awesome. Yeah. And I do wonder how much of this was decided in-game, or how much of this was in the minute the coaches have before they enter into game while they're still on comms. They're like, okay, this is where you guys need to build XXX. Just wait it out, be patient. Once you get these items, they probably can't even beat you.
Well, I mean, you're talking about how much you like the adaptation in the draft with the addition of the Kindred, so very good chance that all of this was communicated to them by the coach, and you could see someday he's going for that big split push build. He's got that Titanic Hydra.
Why not? I mean, get some AoE in your build right there.
I prefer the Triforce, but...
No, I like this much better against... And Triforce is awesome. I love how Smeth did that, but this particular build, I think, given the scenario that they're in, and they realize that the only thing Jin Air has left right now is a pressure game, and they also know that Sunday's probably not going to die because he is getting tanky enough. Didn't actually go for the GA yet, but as his next item.
Got a Thornmail instead. Just mitigating all that damage from Wing. Pilot. Big call opening up here. Pilot's going to take one shot. Bard ultimate does get used. I think it caught Arrow, or it's called Score actually. Like Arrow did evade that one, but now the re-engage coming through. The Kindred Plague still taking on the Pilot, takes a bit of damage. Kuzan has to flash away with that shield and try to speed him up. Jay, gonna fail flash, doesn't make it into the Raptor Pit. He's gonna pay for that one with his life as Arrow finishes him off from long range. Nicely played here by KT so far. Just little micro mistakes by Jin Air. They lose their support.
Oh, they just waited out the Bard ultimate, and Jin Air fainted too far forward, trying to threaten Score, but Score popping out of that Bard ultimate pretty quickly thereafter, and then they just turned the tables without that form of CC in there. Trace looking for something on the side but he's not going to be able to stop Fly on the flank.
Yeah, Fly's coming down. They get straight in onto Kuzan to absolutely blow him up. Arrow finds the kill. Takes a bunch of damage in return for the collateral damage, but he will stay alive. That's going to be the Nether Grasp on the Sunday. Getting worked out pretty well, but he will be able to walk out with his life. Curtain Call's going to find a couple, and Arrow still takes out Winged.
Yeah, hits a big crit on the Pilot at the end there. Pilot is going to force his way through, try and take out this turret. He's going to be able to get it. Johnny trying to delay right now. He's got his Unbreakable
All
up.
right.
He's okay. Fly.
Okay, Fly's coming down from the bottom side. Now here comes somebody actually TP'd back in, looking for the dash. Spell Shield comes up and actually won't even connect.
Yeah, you're not going to get much there. I think he was hoping to hit the dash and then get an auto attack in to set up for a Jin route.
Yeah.
But couldn't get it. I mean, he knew the Spell Shield was up.
Well, this was pretty extended, so we'll take another look at this one.
Yeah, the Curtain Call starting off. Actually, it didn't look like the Bartle was actually going to hit Arrow right there, but then they overcommit with the speed boost already dried up and Fly on the flank, and then Someday going to teleport in on top of Hachani here. Hachani does, unfortunately, take a little bit of a deviation right there, so Someday never really able to get into range. KT going to keep on pushing, then they start to fall back towards the Baron pit. They are going to start this one up. So we see the rest of Jin Air come in. Pilot is still a major threat onto the back line. Arrow is going to take a little bit too much damage on the flank right here. They catch out Kuzan early on, just blow him up. But look at the damage coming out of Winged onto Arrow. Absolutely massive. And Arrow can't walk up at this point. He's so scared of a Ricochet crit coming through onto him and bouncing back. They just have to retreat immediately. Somebody's going to recall and then attempt to TP back into the mix, but can't quite pick up another kill. However, Arrow 4-0-2, 100% kill contribution so far this game, doing his job.
Yep, doing it well. And actually getting that pick on the Winged because he canceled the Curtain Call earlier on. Like you said, maybe not going to get hit by the Bard ultimate, but wouldn't have had it back up if not for that CD refund if he didn't back off. So was able to get an answering kill. Not sure what would have happened if he had stuck with it, but still good stuff and good moves by KT. Unable to get the Baron quite yet, but they do stretch ahead a little bit, 2.4 thousand as far as the gold goes. And Arrow really defensive for the Banshee's Veil as well.
Well, I think he realized that because of the burst, as long as he could cut down, because he nearly died to Wing's damage, and as long as he can cut down the damage coming out of Winged, or on the off chance that Malzahar gets back to him and will have to cast a spell first before actually going to the Nether Grasp, might be a bit of a save right there from the Banshee's Veil, so we'll see how well it can work.
Well, the first of the GAs has been finished. Hachani will be the first one to don the armor. We assume that Someday is so close behind. Curtain Call's going to be opened up. Wing takes a shot. Trace just going to get jumped on by Someday and Score. They work him down really quickly. Jay uses the Bard ultimate, catches himself though. Fly and Score don't get caught up, and he goes down. 2 clean picks in for KT, and they're just going to turn their eyes straight over onto Baron yet again.
Yeah, this is the problem with this particular team composition. If you get to this late game status, and KT has itemized as intelligently as they have, there's just not enough you could do. Trace actually didn't even pop his ultimate right there. They're going to try and trade this for an Elder Dragon, but I don't think they're going to get it.
They already have Fly halfway down there. The thing's not even at half HP, and Jin Air have to peel back.
Yeah, Fly intelligently using his Ghost proactively.
He's just going to keep this one going.
He's like, all right, well.
Thanks for prepping it. We'll take it from here. And nothing that Jin Air can do, so Baron and Elder Drake now over to KT. And they have all of the tools necessary to close out game 1.
All right, Jin Air took a risk with this composition. I do think that this is a feast or famine comp. It's high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
If you get rolling, obviously the snowball would be absolutely amazing with Jin Air's composition, considering the mobility that they have and the threat. But once all these GAs and QSSs come through and Trace space checks a brush, and what's he going to do? He can't actually Nether Grasp Score because he'll just QSS it, so what's the point?
Yeah. Well,
it's actually better to save that cooldown, honestly.
Unfortunate.
Oh, Score sold his QSS. Oh, no, he didn't. He has Mercuro.
Okay.
JK, Achilles.
He's just looking for more damage. Curtain Call coming out mid. Finds 1 on the Kuzan, 2 on the Kuzan. Just trying to zone them off this turret so they can get the wave crashing in and finish off that tier 2. Looks like they will be pretty successful about this. Meanwhile, Somedays continuing the split, just keeping Trace busy, making sure he can't join the team. Wow, Winged taking a bunch of damage already. Gonna have to dash back.
Yeah, that's Sivir still doing a lot.
Oh, okay. Nemesis might not used by Score. He gets picked off. Fly going in with the Sangry pull. Will get taken out as well. Winged finds the kill. That's going to be 2 picked up here for the side of Jin Air. Can they find more? This could be a big window back into them. Jay flashes forward. It's not able to get the Cosmic Binding, but Pilot gets closer. The root comes through. Hachani is completely locked into the turret rubble. The GA will get popped. He will go down. That's 3 kills now picked up for Jin Air. Let's see what they can convert this into, because it could very well be an inhibitor.
Yeah, they're going to keep powering down it. People do not play against this Thunderlord's Graves build that Wing does very often, and they get surprised by the amount of burst damage he can put out. Score didn't use Flash, didn't use his ultimate in that fight, and just got destroyed, and now they're going to pay for it with at least an inhibitor.
Yeah, 20 seconds, 30 seconds still on Hachani. Jin Air might just be going for this one. Current call will come out. Kuzan's eating these shots. Would be crucial. He flashes away from the 3rd one. 4th one will finish off Trace. That's a big opening here for KT. Now Che locked down the last shot from Arrow. That was just the first bullet. Takes out Che. They do turn this on its head, but now the inhibitor down in mid lane. KT, that very much going to constrict how well they can move around this map.
Well, they've got a chance for a reversal here, Achilles, because it is going to be a 5v3, a little bit of a power play here for some time. But let's take a look at this and how Score got caught. Now, he was low. He got hit by a Ricochet and the Boomerang Blade, and then just that's the power of Sivir right there. Ricochet crit with a Boomerang Blade, and the burst damage from the collateral damage with all that armor penetration is vicious.
Yeah.
So great finisher there by Winged, and Score just caught unawares.
Yeah, it was a Dusk Blade finishing off Fly. And then Hachani, just poor guy. He gets locked up there by the minions. Nowhere to go anyway. He would have went down, but he falls, and now KT, like you said, trying to convert this. Jay comes back up, has that Bard ultimate available. See if he throws it out. He's trying to rejoin the team.
There was only one super minion wave that they had to push back because the inhibitor had just been taken. Yeah. So it's pretty easy for an answering push, particularly when the Baron buff was still available for KT to use. So they will just answer off of that. So Jin Air gets a little bit of something, but probably not enough.
Looking for more. Someday is all on its lonesome, flashes away from the Bard ultimate, keeps himself alive.
Yeah, are they going to turn around now, though? Because they have a chance. Nope. Can't quite hit the Jin route.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it there.
They have to answer this wave from the bot, really. So, we go get those waves prepped so they can try to push back, but might just be a little bit of a back and forth in this mid. Granted that we will have double super creeps on both sides.
Indeed, and here we go. A side push from Jin Air. They'd love to get this tier 2 if they can, considering they do know that somebody's going to have to go clear, and it's actually, they chose to send Vlad down there without the TP. I don't agree with that.
Yeah. They know that he can get through it faster than the Shen, but still a bit of a rough situation, but there's still a good amount of wave clear here from the side of KT.
Dancing Grenade and the Static Shiv do enough work, it turns out, coupled with the Sunfire Cape that Shen had to take him down over time.
Still sticking around for the time being. Fly, no, on the recall, try to join the team. But Jin Air still not really going to be able to get any work done. And the mid lane of KT is starting to win out over Jin Air. Will be pushing in towards their base, so they do have to go and answer these waves.
I think it's important for Score to remember how far back he has to play in this game. The amount of damage that he can take while even he's in the back line from Graves and from the Sivir is pretty intense. So he's actually bought a GA himself as a result this time. I really like the itemization we've seen from KT. I know I've been stressing that, but it is impressive to see them adapt so well on the fly. Sick pun on the fly to the composition that Jin Air has put out and the burst that they're going to be dealing with.
Still just having a couple mistakes here and there is KT. Just need to tighten up those notches, and I should be able to comfortably win this. I mean, they saw this significantly, but
I don't know how much of a mistake we can say that was from Score, because he was killed nearly instantaneously, and I don't think he expected that amount of damage to come out, nor did he expect the Ricochet to crit.
That's fair.
But I think at this point in the game, when you see the items, you know, Essence, Reaver, the IE, Phantom Dancer, you probably should play around like it is going to crit. Thorn Veil down for Hachani now too, wow.
Yeah, just always assume the worst.
He sold his GA.
Yeah. Get that Thorn Veil. I mean, it had that the cooldown on it, so wanted to go for an item that would at least reciprocate some damage back over to Jin Air.
Yeah, that is important with both the Graves and the Sivir forming the bulk of the late game damage on this composition, although Trace is going to be doing quite a bit too with the Leandries and the Void Staff.
Yeah, has the needlessly large rod, which we can assume is going to be for the Rabbidan's death cap, so he would be pumping out.
Could be Zhonya's, we'll see.
That doesn't build out of that.
Oh, that's right.
That would be the Finnish Codex.
That's right.
Correct. All right. Right, with the bait and switch on the items. Just when you got comfortable with build paths.
Yeah, exactly. The mage update.
Time for the shakeup. Scores. He said board. This is pretty bold. Jay hasn't gone in to check this one yet. He will now pop out, gets a couple shots in onto this Bard. Root will come through. Jay gets caught. This is going to be the crit call coming out. Jay flashes away, still has the ultimate that he could use on the Huntsman pop by Pilot. He will be able to exit safely, but still going to be a big hovering fight around this Baron that has respawned.
Yeah, nothing really too serious used from Jin Air yet, though. Bard ultimate is the one you really want to keep track of for Jin Air, because they are going to try and use that to close a gap with their speed boost from Karma and Sivir.
Jin Air starting to push back in, trying to get some vision control in this river and around the Baron. This will buy them a little bit of time. Someday has run up from the bottom lane, got the lane moving accordingly, and now will be joining his team.
I'm a bit surprised. We'll see if Chani's going to go for a Frozen Heart next. I think I would have built that first instead of the GA that he had, because having that Frozen Heart for the start of these fights really does cut some of that Sivir damage down and make it slightly more manageable.
Getting some damage in, actually going to get taunted and rooted immediately. Dashes back, still has the Guardian Angel available, will evade those last couple shots. Arrow throws one out, gets a nice big shot onto Trace, works him down to about half HP. AT suffered a little bit though. Someday takes a bit of chunk damage, has to score and fly. They will have to peel back and sustain back up if they want to stick in this.
Yeah, no jungler though at the Baron. Someday it's two globals, happy to go back.
Yeah.
Looks like Winged will be able to jump back just in time. Remember, no more Duskblade passive nor flash for him on this next engagement.
And a Bloodthirster as well. Looking for that big amount of sustain. Surprised that he didn't go for something like a Mercurial Scimitar to get out of the roots, the concussive blow, stun, that sort of thing, but just opting in for the Guardian Angel.
He's just planning on dumping his damage and then not worrying about getting stunned afterwards. It does take time to stack up those concussive blows. He's probably already going to have basically QR'd by that time, so it may not be his foremost concern.
Well, now Someday back to this bottom side to move the waves. We have the Elder Drake spawning as well in 40 seconds, but of course everyone's going to want their sights set onto that Baron, try to net that for themselves.
It's a very delicate situation for both teams. Che has been holding on to that Bardol really well.
Oh boy, fly. He gets engaged on as the Stand United coming through. Che going to use that Bard ultimate, catches himself with it, takes a magical journey, but doesn't get very far. He goes down, Wing having to dash back, still holding on to that GA, but Fly is trying to change that. Little Plague not going to do a whole lot, but they still find Trace, who just gets popped. Score going to be the one taking away that kill. It's a 2-for-0 for KT. Looks like they might want to push up, just go for this inhibitor. Or they could just back off and do Baron.
Yeah, they're going to back off and do Baron. Someday still has his TP, so go ahead, get the recall through. It will be a 3v5 with a top lane tank at full HP if you go for this, and play it as safe as you can. And they're just going to go for it now, which is allow Someday to walk back from base.
Yeah, Ward is in the back of the pit, but we can see Kuzan. He's just pushing out that top side. Jin Air want nothing to do with this, just going to hand the Baron over to KT. Try to stop the bleeding by not suffering any more losses. But KT adding themselves another one. We're at that point where the gold doesn't really matter, but still, it's 8.1 thousand in favor of KT Rolster.
Yeah, they're going to try and get the Elder Dragon too, and then make a hard push for a minute and a half. But taking a look at this, it's a nice open up right there, and Che has to ult himself, but that allows this curtain call to sort of hit several other members of Jin Air. clog up the choke point immediately with that Glacial Fissure. Trace
just
off on the side, gets rooted.
He goes boom.
I mean, that root does a lot of damage, and you can see just the pile-on burst from KT Rolster, and that's they don't have a tank, so it's what can happen. You don't have any tankiness, you start getting caught out like that, and everything just starts falling over like dominoes.
Well, now Baron and the Elder Dragon picked up yet again for KT. We'll see how much ground they can cover and how many structures they can destroy this time. Let's say, yep, finish the Mercurial Scimitar on the Vladimir.
Well,
why not?
Gotta do what you gotta do, Achilles. Just a little bit more sustain for him, I guess.
See, though, Kuzan still does a good amount of damage before getting chunked out. He's got his own Mercurial, so he'll be able to back off, kill some of those jungle creeps, and sustain back up. But still do have to show a lot of respect to those Mantra Qs.
They've got to make the most out of this. They're not going to be any more powerful than they are now at 54 minutes into this game with both of the major buffs.
Yep.
And getting this inhibitor down, pretty important to KT. But you can see the poking has definitely been there for Jin Air. And there's really no poke on the side of KT besides the curtain call. So getting actually burning them down with true damage is pretty hard for KT, considering their relatively speaking lower range.
And you can't open up with the curtain call until Che uses the Bard ultimate. So this is a little bit of a rough situation for KT to be in.
It's hard for them to close.
Both of the buffs, but you can see they're just going to be going for a split push. They have mid getting ready to crash into the tier 2 in a little bit. Someday now finishing off the one on the top side, so just going to keep presence in mid. Keep Jin Air busy, take these structures that have been on the outlying ends of the base. So they go ahead and net that first one.
I also don't know whether Shen can actually 1v1 the Malzahar right now. With the Liandry's percent damage, as well as the percent damage from the Nether Brass.
He probably can.
He probably can't.
The Void Staff with the Rabbit and Death Cap, he's got a good amount of AP. So, yeah, I don't think he can keep up with Trace. It's just playing the utility Shen coming in, getting the taunts and everything. It's going to be the curtain call opened up just to try to shove Jin Air off the turret. Wing's going to eat all of them, maybe. Fourth shot not coming out yet. They're just going to hold on to that, get a little bit of a CP refund, but that will be the last tier 2 going down on the side of Jin Air.
It's kind of meaningless, right? The gold lead right now doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah.
And any kind of definitive team fight, you'll be able to take the game because both teams lack any kind of mid lane inhibitor turret to stop the enemy. So taking down the 2 outers on the sides, not very consequential because you're likely not even going to be pushing down those lanes at any point in this game. So seems Achilles, we are destined to go for yet another Baron in this game because that's really, I think, how things have to end. Baron buff just falling off now onto Hachani. And there's the adjustment. Trinity Force and Trinity Force for Score and Someday.
Well, we're in it for the long haul, Monty. So, Papa Smithy, if you're listening, please go to my house and feed my cat. Because I'm sure she's very hungry at this point, and I will be here all night.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, QSS sold, so going for damage, and Randuin's picked up now for Someday, getting even more armor. Okay.
I mean, I guess he's just going to avoid splitting against Trace at all costs.
It's very interesting. He's going for the Randuins instead of the Sunfire Cape, so figure he has enough wave clear with the combination of the Titanic Hydra and the Trinity Force, and is now adjusting so that he can hopefully get on top of the 280 carries with the Randuins active.
Who needs boots? Not this ninja.
Yeah, not this ninja. Just sell everything. Same thing with Score. Nobody needs boots. Not even our Jin, who has sold his boots for a Lord Dominik's Regard. Bold, I would say.
That's really
considering you have neither a Sivir nor a Karma, and you are against both.
Yeah.
To sell all your boots.
You're already pretty immobile with boots, so not having them
bold
is very bold. Maybe they're just having this really weird delusion where they think they're playing Cassiopeia.
I don't even think the Lord Dominik's Regard is a useful item right here, Achilles. With the lack of tankiness on Jin Air.
There's a Zhonya's and a GA and a Jade Vest.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of HP.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's actually the most efficient item in this particular circumstance. I honestly wonder whether going for a Maw here would be better.
Yeah, I mean, big.
Because it's flat armor penetration, and at least it would give you more survivability. So
yeah.
I would say Maw is probably the better item, but I would have to do the math on it, and I can't do that right now.
Well, Baron coming up in a minute. So Baron will be spawning right around the 60-minute mark.
Oh boy, Baron number 3.
Hell yeah. It's 10:38.
That's right.
And we're finishing. We're
Are
actually
we?
not even sure when we're finishing.
Are we
up Game
finishing
1.
at Kilios? I don't know. I
But-
don't know if we are. It depends on whether one team dies, because it's all about the team fight. It's not about the Baron at all. It's about how many people die right here and whether either team can just push in and win. So I expect
Well, everybody's taking their time right now.
I expect this Baron dance to be quite protracted.
Wave crashing in the bottom. Kuzan has to answer. Does have TP. Top's moving in favor of KT for the moment. Actually, it looks like Janair will have that one bouncing back towards them, so that does have to be cleared. But Baron now up in 10 seconds. 10 seconds in the air.
Nobody's has boots anymore. Neither Wing nor Pilot do.
Shoes are out of fashion.
Shoes off, man. It's getting serious.
Well, you can see so far longest game time, hour and 9 minutes.
That's right.
So, a minute and 9 seconds. That's the longest game that we've seen.
Not even as long as our pause today, Achilleos.
Nope.
For shame.
Our pause is longer than the longest game. Oh man. I think hour 16 was the longest last time. Bard Ultimate gets thrown out. From that found score, but here comes the Stand United coming in. Wing already getting jumped low. GA will get popped. Jay has to flash out. Gets knocked up though. Looks like he will go down. Fly finds a kill. Wing all on his lonesome on the backside. He's gonna fall. That's a double kill for the Vladimir. Nice taunt right there by Someday with the flash. Finds Kuzan, who will go down. Score gonna get revived by that GA of his own. So far it's a triple kill for Fly. He will die in the end, but Pilot is gonna pay the ultimate price for it. 6 on the lamb for a spite, but there's nowhere to go. No way to live. He falls down. It's just Trace and KT. Probably can't win because they're all low. There's no wave.
There is no wave, Achilleos, and yes, you're right. They actually can't tank it right now. Someday is going back to clear it out and to try and push up, but Trace will be able to poke with the Malefic Visions. So is this actually the end of the game? The answer is probably yes eventually.
I don't know about that one. They're both recalling. So
we have 40 seconds.
KT says, no, this is not. Someday does have TP.
No, they're still in base.
Okay, yeah,
All right.
Someday has TP.
They still have TP. Score is back up to full HP. He dropped back.
It's 40 seconds on Violet,
Yeah,
20
this
on
is it.
Winged, 30 on Kuzan. They should be able to finish this one out. Curtain Call coming out. This one.
Trace with the fancy dancing.
Oh,
well,
fancy enough.
He blocked it with his passive.
All right, well, they got 1 out of 4. Bard Ultimate used to just eat up the turret. Doesn't get the second one, though, so they turn straight onto that. Johnny will get locked up, but they just pile onto Trace's face. They work through that Guardian Angel. He goes down. Wow, big shot from Arrow. That was disgusting to watch. Winged comes back up, goes right back down. He's actually somehow still alive. I don't know how he managed
Score
to stay
dies.
alive.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
All right, so KT does the smart thing, and as soon as they see Score go down, they have to back off. They took out Trace, so that there's not going to be a game-winning play here from Janair, but they can't quite actually win this game. So the delay from the Bard Ultimate actually did prove crucial, because that second Nexus turret was very low, and the time it took them to switch targets actually made quite a bit of a difference. Also, Wing not dying made a huge difference.
How did this happen?
I don't even know how Wing didn't die right there.
He was like in the thick of them for so long.
I mean, all the GAs are down right now, pretty much across the board. In fact, all the GAs are down across the board.
Yeah. I just don't understand how he didn't die. But now Janair, they're going to start up this Baron. Scores down for 30 seconds.
This
There's
is
no
risky.
smite.
They could get backdoored really easily. But Shen doesn't have TP. Oh, that's so smart by Janair then.
Oh, God. They
can't actually get backdoored, and they're just going to pop out of the Baron with the Magical Journey. This has been a weird game.
It's been a weird night, all right? It's been a really, really weird night.
But this game is really weird. Quite clearly, as you can see from the draft, but just in terms of the way it's been played, too. Neither team able to get an advantage. And Part of that is even when KT had an edge, they can't siege. They can't siege with their composition. They can't get close enough, and they have to play respectfully around the Graves and the Sivir Burst.
Well, in the downtime, shout out to Pilot, 705 CS at 64 minutes. Could break the EU record.
Oh boy. Just what I was hoping for tonight, Achilles. You know what I said? I said, the one thing I want more than an hour-and-a-half delay is a new world record on CS and game time. So if we can hit both those things, it's just my dream right there.
Yeah. I mean, if we're tacking pause time into the game time, we've already surpassed it. We've already done it. We've gone the extra mile. We're going to double down on this.
I mean, this game doesn't have to end soon.
We're 5 minutes out.
What is the thing?
Jin Air's not doing anything.
5 minutes out from, well, we've always passed this season's record. We're 15 minutes out from the 80-minute record over at EU. Still some time to work with. But yeah, this game does not have to end soon, and neither team really has a good way to end this game. In spite of that big win from KT in the team fight, it's just slow pushing with a Jin and not a great way to close.
Well, it's going to be our third Elder Dragon started up. Jay takes a good chunk of damage, though. First call gets opened up. He goes retreating through that magical journey. Trace will get caught a couple times. He's going to have to cancel the rest of that ultimate, but Jin Air do get pushed off. Oh, no, still sticking around. Cruzon walks back in. Oh, God.
A lot of good
I mean, he's got the GA, so even if that did pop him, he would be alive. But that would have been really interesting to see. But Jin Air going to back off to KT. Do they push in, try to take this? It would be risky. There's still a couple members hovering around in the jungle. I guess we just wait for Baron.
We're waiting for Baron to kill Baron. So that's what's going to be. That's what's going to happen. I mean, the Baron is still up, which is hilarious to say we're waiting for Baron, but we are waiting for Baron.
You know, this reminds me, because of how absurd this game is, of waiting for Godot.
Yeah, just never ending. You think it's going to cut? You know, Godot's going to show up, but spoiler, he doesn't.
Keeps on happening.
Spoiler, Godot never shows up.
Nope. Jin Air are going to start up this Elder Dragon. KT crashing down. Somebody still up at the top side has the Stand United available. Dragon's down below half. This would be a good pickup for Jin Air with that Infernal Drake's just going to TP straight into the pit. And that's going to send them backing off. Wing's still playing forward. They're trying to go for this one. Glacial Fissure pops up Wing when the Dragon starts resetting. Somebody up in the front lines going to get his GA popped as Malzahar works through him. Dragon ends up going over to KT. Somebody has to retreat though. Gets taken really low. Has to sit on that Lamb's Respite, as does Fly. Score now in the pit. Going to hop out to safety. And looks like no one's going to die.
So close, but man, that Dragon reset nearly sunk Jin Air because Someday was tanking on that front line, and they did take, it is worth noting, they did take a GA or two away from Jin Air over the course of that fight, but man, Someday nearly lost his life there because they couldn't quite kill that Elder Dragon fast enough. Now they have a minute and a half to work with, but no GA on the tank.
This is the funniest looking dragon overlay. 3 Elder Drakes and just a Cloud Drake.
Three Elder Dragons and 3 Barons so far in this game. And are we any closer to this ending? I'm not sure. No.
No.
Why?
No! Come on!
This is the game that Caster Tilt is made out of. Jeez.
You've got to be kidding me.
Achilles, it's been 2 hours and 45 minutes, and we haven't even finished game 1 of the series. We would be done with most best of 3s.
Oh my good God!
It's almost hilarious. I've never had a casting experience quite like this one.
Neither have I.
This is wholly unique.
All right, we got some replays.
We got some replays. You thought we were back in the game, but no. Let's take a look at this reset, actually, because this did prove pretty instrumental. Now, they get on top of Wing, and they are able to blow him up and proc that GA, while Somedays is also going down here. But there's not much more besides that. KT has to get out. Someday just tries to dash onto the Lamb's Spike. Gets barely onto the edge with the Shadow Dash. So a really well-organized retreat from KT, but almost a dire circumstance for them.
I mean, hell, we almost had the end of the game.
Oh, well.
Imagine that.
The inhibitor's back up now, Achilles, so there's no more. Not that super minions even matter right now when we have six or 5, 6 item champions on each team.
It was a short one, at least. So
still not a lot of time on the Elder Dragon buff to work for here, and the circumstances haven't changed for KT. It is super hard for them to actually walk into this base and deal damage because Arrow's really the only one with any decent kind of range who can actually auto-attack or start to beat down the inhibitor. And if he walks into that choke point at the front of the base, he might just die. So,
just a reminder, we're a minute out. It's going to be Pilot getting grabbed up. He's able to get out of there. Flashes away someday, taking a ton of damage from that Malzahar. Getting chipped out. He's going to be the first one to fall as Cruzon finds the kill. They fire back. They get fly as well. KT have to retreat out of here. And Jin Air is just full-blown gung-ho pushing into KT's face. Johnny with that GA up running around, but Trace has that cutoff with the TP. Hachani's going to try to sacrifice himself to try to get a kill into Cruzon, but Score and Arrow really don't have anywhere to go. They're just going to end up dying, and this should be the game for Jin Air. They can push straight down mid and end it.
Wow, Hachani going to die there too. And the big turning point was Someday didn't have his G8, and he got caught up by the Nether Grasp. Trace with a hero play at max rank. That Nether Grasp is doing 45% of Someday's health and damage. And so when he doesn't have that QSS anymore and he doesn't have the Lamb's Respite to come down, that's going to be it. So really smart targeting from Trace.
And time. We now have the longest game for the LCK Summer Split 2016. It's going to stretch a little bit ahead of the previous record, but Jin Air off of that big play by Trace. We weren't sure how this one was going to go. KT looking like they could have closed this thing out ages ago. Just get delayed with their lack of siege, and Jin Air perseveres in the end. They take out game 1.
That was a weird game, Achilles, but props to Trace.
It's a weird everything.
Props to Trace at the end of that because he realized that the itemization had changed, and there wasn't going to be any kind of attempt to get out of the suppress from the Shen. So when you have a max rank on that on the Nether Grasp, you can do so much damage. And with the pool underneath it, the null zone, just doing a huge amount of percent HP. So found the weak link, as it were. Also, we can question some of the itemization from this Shen too, because he did go very heavy into armor, which opened up the possibility for Malzahar to do most of the work on his health pool, and then for the AD carries to finish him off, even though he had the Thornmail in the armor after that. Yeah. I actually take it back. I can't even remember whether Shen had QSS in that game or not. I don't think he did. I think he just built straight GA. It's been a wacky night. So sorry, guys.
I don't think he did.
It was just the QSS onto the mid and jungle. But in any case, noticing that the GA was down and then selecting that target definitely was the big help right there. So props to Trace for the target selection. And I mean, what was KT supposed to do in that situation? They actually couldn't walk into the base, and in fact, that was the critical mistake that they made, was trying to engage that.
Yeah, I mean, they put all their eggs into the basket of catching Pilot. They weren't able to do it. He got out, scot-free basically. I had to use the flash, but then they could just turn it around. We saw from that figure right there how much damage he was doing to champions. It was pretty much the roof.
Yeah, and you can't. I agree with the opening up with the curtain call to try and poke him off, but Shen trying to all-in engage was, I think, the big mistake.
Yeah, well, that's game 1, guys. We'll be back for game 2 in just a couple minutes, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a little bit. Or not.
No.
Nope.
We're never leaving.
We're never leaving. We just can't get out of here. We're trapped in here forever. See ya in just a few minutes, guys.
About to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air. Something's in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out in my control. Pushing, pulling, and it's grabbing me. Feel it in my bones like oh, whoa, whoa. Something big, I feel it happening. Oh, whoa. Something big.
자, 지난주 롤챔스에 드디어 모두가 비벼지는 비빔밥 메타가 완성되었습니다. SKT를 진에어가 잡고, 진에어를 삼성이 잡고, 삼성을 롱주가 잡고, 롱주를 CJ가 잡고, CJ를 아프리카가 잡고, 아프리카를 에버가 잡고, 에버를 MVP가 잡고, MVP를 KT가 잡고, KT를 락스가 잡고, 락스를 SKT가 잡으면서 서로 물고 물리는 너와 나의 연결 고리. 괜찮아요? 이런 것도 나가야 돼, 위클래시 K. 아니, 위클래시 K 이런 것도 나가야 된다고요, 이런 거. 공개하라! 공개하라! 공개하라!
It ain't over yet.
진에어가 넥서스에 손 하나 까딱 안 대고 경기를 이겼습니다. 어떻게 그랬냐고요? 미니언 그린윙스 제6의 멤버 슈퍼미니언의 대활약, 보고도 당할 수밖에 없었던 아프리카의 절절한 사연 들어보시죠. 왜 안 나와요? 아, 안타깝습니다. 이 선수들의 보이스를 저희가 들려드리고 싶은데 앞에 경기가 화요일이었어요. 수목금토 경기만 됐어도, 아니면 이 썸머 시즌만 아니었어도 저희가 이 아프리카 애절한 마음, 환희에 찬 이 기쁨의 진의 목소리 다 들려드릴 수 있었을 텐데 그날 주는 게 이런 점은 굉장히 아쉽습니다. 때는 지난 2015년 스프링 결승전, 타이거즈의 빗창에 이렐리아가 야심차게 올라옵니다. 하지만 이어지는 김동준 해설의 따끔한 비판과 극딜, 결국 타이거즈는 우승컵을 놓치게 되고 그 후 탑라인에서 이렐리아는 종적을 감췄습니다. 하지만 이럴 수가. 이렐리가 없는데. 11개월 만에 롤챔스에 다시 등장한 이렐리가 없는데 듀크도 하드캐리, 액페도 하드캐리, 무사히 LCK에 다시 상륙한 이렐리아. 게임이 이렐리가 있네? 감독 코치의 만류에도 열심히 준비 중이라는 스맵 선수도 얼른 1년 전에 이렐리아 흑역사를 정산하시길 바라겠습니다. 자, 지난주 최고의 이슈였습니다. 무실 세트 전승 가도를 달리던 SKT가 진에어 앞에 무너졌습니다. 페이커 선수의 무리한 앞전멸과 하드 스로잉과 함께 SKT 결국 첫 패배를 맛보았는데요. 하지만 SKT의 패배보다 더 무서웠던 건 경기 후 포착된 김정균 코치의 표정이었습니다. 와, 표정 보세요. 살벌합니다. 아마 진정한 SKT 딜량 1위는 분노한 꼬치가 아니었을까 싶은데요. 꼬치 딜량이 한 2030일 정도로 좀 떨어지길 바라겠습니다. 아, 너무 무서워요, 꼬치. 예, 그런 모습 처음이야. 꼬치한테 연락해보셨어요, 혹시? 아니요. 그 분위기에서 연락해서 하기가 분위기 안 좋은데. 할까? 너무 크게. 정균아. 뭐 하고 있어?
그냥 있지, 신세 안 된다.
너 그때 왜 이렇게 화를 냈어?
지금 뭐 하고 있어?
아니야. 눈치는 더럽게 빠르네.
뭐 하고 있어?
아, 왜 이렇게 화를 냈어?
뭐가?
그때 왜 이렇게 화를 냈어요?
아니야.
아니에요?
네.
아, 그 화면만 그렇게 나온 거죠?
예, 화면만 그렇게 나오고.
아, 말은 뭐, 괜찮아, 얘들아. 열심히 하면은 다음 경기 이길 수 있어. 이런 식으로 얘기한 거죠?
네? 뭐 하고 있으세요, 지금?
아직 위클리 LCK입니다.
아, 네. 정말 저 그 팬이에요. 정말 잘 보고 있어요.
아, 감사합니다. 저도 SKT 팬입니다.
네, 그게
네네.
방금 캐스터님 아니면은 할 사람이 없는 것 같아요. 너무 잘 어울려요.
아, 저도 SKT 코치는 김정균 코치밖에 할 사람이 없는 것 같습니다. 너무 잘 어울려요.
아, 네, 감사합니다.
네. 어차피 뭐 몰락은 있어도 몰락이 아니구나. 부진은 있어도
아니시죠?
예, 부진은 있어도 몰락은 없잖아요.
그렇게 하려고 선수들도 다 노력 중이죠.
알겠습니다. 수고하세요, 그러면. 굉장히 가식적인 멘트들. 눈치가 빨라서 바로 방송인 거 아네요. 자, 이번 주 위클리 LCK는 여기까지입니다. 1라운드가 얼마 남지 않았어요. 대학생들 이제 여름방학을 시작했을 텐데 집에만 누워있지 말고 이 상암 경기장에서 롤챔스 함께 하시길 바라겠습니다. 아, 그리고 이 중고딩 우리 급식 먹을 날이 얼마 안 남았거든요. 이제 어머니 밥 많이 먹어야 되지 않겠습니까? 7월에 방학하면 이곳에 많이 친구들 손잡고 놀러 오시길 바라면서 저는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 다음 주에 또 만나요.
Welcome back. Your MVP from Game 1 was Winged on the Graves. 100% kill contribution at the end of it all. And he will net himself his third MVP nomination.
Using the Thunderlord Graves to great effect once again. Found some of those pickoffs. I didn't think it would be possible. We saw a lot of that damage coming through, waiting for the ricochet crits, and just following up right there with a great clutch.
This was big
clutch.
one.
This was so clutch. Score had his flash, had his ultimate, could have used either. Decided not to because he didn't think the damage was going to be enough. Then he starts cleaning up some of these fights. And then right here, when it looked like KT was going to win, that Bard ultimate and the time they spent trying to kill Trace actually proved to be a pretty big difference maker because they get this tower down to about 200 HP. They can't quite finish it up, and Wing somehow just quick draws his way out of that one. If he dies there, the game ends.
I don't understand how he made it out of that one, but oh well. This was Pilot very crucially staying alive on the backside with the help of Wing taking out Fly.
Yeah, and
then the big turnaround.
You can't go in like that when the Jhin is using the curtain call. You use the curtain call to soften them up, and then you go in.
Yep.
So a bit of a miscommunication there, I think, from KT. They didn't team fight that properly, and they got punished for it.
Yeah, and now you have to wonder what is going to happen coming into this game, because obviously, long pause to start things off. Longest game that we've seen so far in the summer split. Can KT, or even Jhin Air, despite winning, hold it together mentally? Because this is a long time to be sitting there staring at a computer screen when you're trying to play a competitive esport.
Well, we're also going to see a swap, which is very interesting.
Yes.
So1 is going to come in for Trace, which is intriguing because I think Trace was one of the big reasons why Jhin Air won that game. Maybe they have another pocket pick. And for those of you guys who don't know So1, which you might not because he hasn't played it all this summer,
yep.
He played the very first game in the spring season, and then we never saw him again.
Yep.
So we have not seen this guy since January. He did play at IEM San Jose, and as you can see, this was the first game of spring. Didn't do great on Fiora. Wasn't very impressive on that particular champion. He was known as a Riven main.
Not something that you do these days.
I'm curious if they have some sort of weird pocket pick like the Malzahar for Trace that they may have prepared for someday.
I feel like you have to if you're going to be able to...
I have no other explanation as to why you would put him in this situation.
I don't know.
Now, he has been gone dark, as I said, for quite a long time. We effectively haven't seen him at all this year.
Yeah.
So there's a possibility that we might see him. He was a substitute last year on the team, and then there was a point in time at IEM San Jose at the end of last year that before they re-signed Trace, So1 was the only top laner signed to the roster, which is why he was competing at IEM San Jose, despite the fact that he was a very new player.
Gotcha. Okay, well, that makes sense, but just a bizarre swap up to have when, like you said, Trace had some very crucial ultimates. That last one really locking up Someday, melting him when he didn't have the Guardian Angel available, just allowed for the rest of Jhin Air to push in, work through the ranks of KT Rolster. So swapping him out, it's definitely confusing. And as to whether or not it's going to pay off, who the hell knows? Because when we saw, say, Linderong and Songwon, first time they performed on a Freak of Freaks, wasn't so hot. They did have a better performance against SK Telecom in Game 1.
They did pretty well.
Yeah, so they did bounce back from that, but still, we haven't seen too many people come out, too many substitutes come out in their first game and have success. Same could be said for Ghost over Kramer, and the list just goes on and on from there. So this is an interesting adaptation for Jhin Air. Have to just wonder if maybe this is a plan from playing on blue side.
Yeah, is there a pick that can be blind picks? Because you have to respect KT's ability to last pick for the top lane. Is there a pick that he has that can be blind picked that they feel very confident that they're going to win on and take a 2-0 here? Also, Trace is sort of the oldest member and most experienced person on Jhin Air, does contribute a lot to their shot calling. So yeah. I must say I am a bit concerned about Jhin Air in this situation with So1 that their comms are going to fall apart also.
Yeah. Well, we're having a bit of a familiar situation, Monty.
It is a delay while we get So1 into this game. He has just joined,
okay,
so
there
it
we
shouldn't
go.
be much of one.
Okay, probably just had to get his settings taken care of. So now he is in the lobby. But for a second there, it was only Winged sitting on the side of Jhin Air Green Wings. I was like, oh boy. we're going through this one again. But no, it looks like they are piling in, so we should have this match, or this pick ban, underway in just a minute so far. But we'll really get to see what the master plan is from the side of Jin Air.
I feel like you don't have one if you're making a substitute on the blue side. If this was a red side and there was some sort of pick you were hiding until last pick, maybe. But I hope that there is something special for Sowan, but I am strategically anticipating a pretty safe blind pick in the top lane.
I just can't think of anything that you would pick and expect to have success against someday blind.
I mean, they did have the clever little pick that we saw after the Shen was taken of the Malzahar in the last game, which actually proved pretty advantageous when it came to winning the game. So there is that we can say, but we are going to go to picks and bans.
All right, so we'll figure this one out, see how this one's going to turn out, and whether or not Jin Air will be able to find a 2-0 victory over top of KT Rolster, or if we're going to go the whole 9 yards tonight.
Well, we're certainly not going to be seeing bans. Looks like this lobby is going to have to be remade. Nope.
They're just taking their time with it.
Taking their time. So Elise will be banned against Score.
Okay.
So Score has played 10 Elise games, by far his most played jungler in the summer, and the Sivir is going to be taken out. I really agree with that. I think that Pilot was too much of a danger to Arrow in particular on that champion. If we look at a lot of those teams, by Score and Arrow getting hit by Ricochet crits was one of the primary reasons why we saw him do so poorly. So Elise and Rek'Sai, so they're really trying to clear out Score's champion pool. He's played 4 games, now 5 games of Kindred, and 1 game on Nidalee. And the Nidalee banned out means that he's either going back to Kindred or we're going to see a Gragas probably from Score.
It's going to be Ryze and Vladimir to follow as the last bans. We saw KT take away LeBlanc and Azir in the first game, both of those available, as is the Aurelia and Fiora on the side of KT Rolster. We know that they love to last pick for Someday.
But in Someday's case, they've been first picking Aurelia when it's been available.
Yeah, that's true.
So he hovered over the Shen before he started spelling KT with champions again. Now, do they go for the Shen here because it does have a pretty decent matchup into the Aurelia and challenge Sowan to carry? Or do you take the Aurelia and think, well, I'm going to be able to carry harder on this champion than you can on the Shen? But the Aurelia being left up and knowledge that in the last few best of 3s, KT on red side has first picked the Aurelia may mean that they have a special Aurelia counter planned. So depends on whether KT wants to fall into that trap or not.
Well, now KT playing around with the Ashe pickup. We saw Arrow play this, I believe it was against Samsung, and they had that really well executed gank in the mid lane. Will be Ashe locked in, and Someday going back to the Shen, so just going to be first picking that one for himself.
Taking it away, wanting to have the double globals, and I think that that's probably the right call because Shen is one of the easier top laners that you have to coordinate with your team because you have a bit of a do-over button with 2 globals.
Yeah.
And so for a newer top laner that could be productive, Wing taking away the Gragas here would actually be pretty big. It would force Score onto Kindred or Graves, most likely.
And it looks like it might just be Braum for Che, which would put Kuzan back on that Karma. And he had a pretty decent game, keeping people alive with his shields, and was doing a good amount of damage even for being that late in.
I'm a bit surprised they're not going to take the Braum pickup here. I think you take Gragas or Braum because at that point, you know they have the Ashe. And if they take the Graves, then you can block a lot with your Braum shield. And if they don't take the Graves, they take the Karma, which has been nerfed and isn't anywhere near as powerful as it was previously, and they just lost with because Score wasn't actually hitting all the timings on his ultimate. But they're going to take the Trundle instead.
Well, showing that Braum, not sure if this Trundle will follow into a support role or if they're just going to flex it between Che and so on for the moment.
I think you have to go with a pick comp here if you're KT.
I mean, you already have the taunt and the Ashe arrow, so.
Yeah, you have the taunt, you have the standing knight, you have the Ashe arrow, and with them playing Trundle, there's no way you're going to be able to out-split push them in the top lane because Trundle will be successful in that matchup and will steal all of Shen's tanky stats. So you just have to play around instead. The ability to create picks and go deep as 5 people. So I love the Thresh here in that regard. Kindred also going to be there to output damage, if not the crowd control that you would want from it at least.
Will
Kindred is the better pick for tower diving, though.
Yeah.
So I like this. They're pretty much building a pure pick composition.
So strong AD there. Presence with the Ashe and the Kindred. Going to be looking for a high AP damage mid laner for Fly in the end of things. They want to be super annoying. The Zillion's always there. But like you said, looking for somebody that can really conform to that pick composition well.
Lissandra would be a good choice. Aurelion Sol with the mobility on the map might do it for them. Not banned in this case. Yeah, Zillion's not bad for sure. It does have the double bomb stun and, of course, great at diving those turrets. Pilot probably going to have to play it pretty safe here with the amount of crowd control already picked up by KT.
Oh boy, well here we go. We're talking about this one. The Azir, banned by KT in game 1, makes it through, and it looks like it will be the last round pickup for Jin Air. So Kuzan going back to this. Pilot on the Ezreal.
Yeah, and interesting that So1 will be playing a split pusher in his first game back. Does tend to play more carry-oriented top laners from the games that we've seen, and it will be the Aurelion Sol. All right.
All right. Well, good call on that one.
Well, it makes sense with this composition and the fact that they do need a lot of mobility. So this should be an interesting game. Jin Air is definitely going to want to try and exist in a 4-1 split because they're going to have a lot of poke from Ezreal, Azir, and the Karma, as well as some great ways of disengaging with Karma Speed or with the Gragas Barrel should they get beset by KT Rolster, while simultaneously just chipping away at those turrets. Meanwhile, Trundle should win the 1v1. So KT goes for the crowd control and the map mobility, the global presence from the Shen and the Aurelion Sol to try and dive turrets and push down faster as a 5-man unit. So it should be interesting. Both of these teams not really wanting to fight this game, at least not in a 5v5 situation. More like skirmishes brought up by KT and Jin Air just trying to survive and push out with the Trundle.
We'll see what kind of work Someday can do with this Shen. Again, going to be looking for score on this Kindred to create some early pressure. Maybe go for those dives as mentioned. But Kindred into somebody like Graves that has the cask available to knock you off the land through Spite. It's going to be a little bit risky and a bit tougher to navigate around that pick. So Wings having a really wonderful game with the Graves in game 1. Going to be trying his hands at this Gragas. So we'll see what kind of pressure he's able to bring, whether or not he can get his lanes ahead.
Absolutely. You're right, going to be a big factor whether he can be there to counteract some of these dives or not with the Gragas. Effective at stuffing attempts to take out your enemies under turret. We'll see if he can be there and match the pathing of score.
All right, well, just finishing loading onto the Rift. Getting set for this second game. Jin Air trying desperately to get this 2-0 over top of KT Rolster. A much-needed win for them. And they would lock KT out of a first-place spot here. LCK Summer. So let's go ahead. Let's get into game 2. Let's see if Jin Air can pull it off. All right, straight in onto the Rift for game 2. You know, I was taking a look at that Gragas skin. He's holding 3 beers. That's one of the skins that they haven't gotten rid of the alcohol.
Well, what, they got rid of the alcohol in other skins? He's always carrying a barrel full of alcohol.
Well, I'm just saying, like, Gentleman Drogath.
Oh.
They got rid of the wine.
Are you serious?
He's literally holding an empty glass. Or actually, they might have just taken the glass out of his hand. I can't remember which it is. But yeah, they got rid of that and the cigar that he had.
When you have...
Gragas just gets all of... Gragas just gets everything, because even his, like, Gragas-esque skin has a cigar.
His Esquire skin,
yeah, like, he's got a cigar in his mouth. He's holding 3 giant pints in this one. Gragas just gets away with everything.
Weird. I wonder what the logic behind that is.
I don't know. He's just Riot's favorite. They just baby him.
Riot's favorite lush.
Yeah, they baby him with cigars and alcohol.
I wish they would baby me with cigars and alcohol like Kilios.
Yeah, I'll cast Worlds. All you gotta do is give me some cigars and alcohol. Oh, Hachani goes in for an invasion, has the Flay. Already uses it. They go in for the body slam, get a little bit of damage in onto that Thresh, but going to be all right. Goes back in to try to get some harass. Fly hovering in to the jungle as well, but they're just going to move over to that top side of the map.
Yeah, and so a little bit of a delay. Not too much of an effect on this game so far. Meanwhile, a little bit of karma on the side there, trying to see if they can get some poke down onto Fly, perhaps, if they get lucky. But nothing really going to come through for Che right there. And Fly not going to be pushing too aggressively as he waits underneath his turret. And this is one of the KT specials. The other one is Zilean. And you know, it's funny. We haven't seen the Zilean bans this series, and we haven't seen the Zilean picks in a while.
Yeah.
But it's always that sleeper. People are going to forget that they play Zilean, and it's going to come out and kick somebody's ass, I promise you.
That's very well possible with this series, but...
Not in this series, just in general. May not come out this series.
I meant to say after this series. Yeah. You can see, though, fast track onto the bottom side there. KT, Jin Air just a step behind them, so they will both be getting onto this turret pretty much at the same time. Jin Air has a good amount of pushing power. Pilot can get that attack speed increased off the passive, and then, of course, Trundle will be whacking things away with that club, so should have decent pace on these.
Yep. I don't think any team really going to have a set tempo advantage when it comes to taking down these turrets. Pilot and Che going for the recall already. Will be matched here in just a second by KT Rolster.
Keeping it close. Sword is going to finish off this side of the jungle. Go ahead and hop out of there. So yeah, both turrets going down at the same time. So just going to keep things very tight-knit, which we can see pretty much across the board. Score the only one that has any sort of lead is being equalized by Pilot. So everybody really just within 3 or 4 CS of each other. So decent swap from both sides.
Swap going to continue too. Jin Air may have an opportunity here to go after a bit of an early Drake. Someday actually sticking around because he didn't see Che on the ward there for a little bit, so he was feeling A-okay about sticking around in time. So on actually going to flash a hook that was nowhere near him.
Well, it's going to be the slow coming out. Hachani's going to flash forward. Flash gets answered by So On. So both of those will be down.
Indeed, and our monitors are desynced, which is why I did not have telepathy, guys. I just...
How does he do it?
I can't actually see the game in the future. Unfortunately, I wish I had that power. But yes, looks like our monitors are a bit desynced right now. So.
Sure, a lot of people wish they had that power. Mostly the players. But Wave's already moving up here. So it looks like we'll just have that double tower swap coming through from both sides. It's taking Hachani and Arrow a little bit longer to get up there, but the top laners will be arriving at similar times. So looks like we're just going to keep things really consistent. See the call already coming out from Arrow, knowing that he's going to have the Tear of the Goddess build on his opposing AD carry. So you know what, I can go for some stacking potential myself.
Yeah, I mean, the goal pickup here makes sense. I'm a bit surprised KT, they're trying to avoid this lane matchup as much as possible, but of course this does slow down the 4-1 split push, and on a low economy, the Shen ultimate is much more impactful than the Trundle ultimate. So keeping the Trundle down and not just free farming in a lane against the Shen can be of high value to them, because remember that Jin Air is going to want to scale this game. Meanwhile, the shield from Shen, the crowd control from Ashe and Thresh, these are not things that need items. So, but this is a really nice pickup for them early on, taking away the Mountain Drake from a team that is going to be more powerful in the early stages of the game is a pretty big win for them.
Surprised that they didn't just try to shove this down, go moving in towards that tier 2. They had Score on that side of the map, would have had the ability to push in and at least get some good damage in, because now they're just going to lose the Mountain Drake, not be able to pick anything up. But look at that. Well, I guess we'll keep things interesting. The Infernal going to be the second one.
But the price that's paid for that is that when you have a Trundle team, he's going to be able to get some farm in the bottom lane right now, but ultimately, because you use your AD carry and support to go take the Drake, the winner here is going to be someday in the top lane, because the Trundle's going to be forced out just a little bit sooner. Fortunately, he wasn't actually necessary to take that Drake, which can be an even stickier situation, but it still should result in a little bit of an advantage here for Someday, depending on how the wave goes. Also, because the swap back occurred, we're going to see a faster push from the Ashe and the Thresh. So if there's a recall from the jungler, we can actually see him go into that bottom side of the jungle and push up onto a tier 2 in the bottom side. So there's several sort of layers to this, and KT has opportunities for how they want to play the map after this goes down. See, Thresh is proxying the wave right now, too. So they're trying to punish this with a fast push on the opposite side to take a tier 2. So they didn't take the tier 2 top side. Probably will be end up taking down this tier 2 in the bottom side, depending on what score does.
All right. Well, nicely played here from KT if they can get that advantage. Already have a little bit of a lead. Good wave built up. Johnny's poking his head out on the back side. Sees Soan and Winged.
So the point of this was to deny the wave from Soan.
Yeah.
And to get this. So that's why you saw them proxy the wave and push this very aggressively. Score going to come down now. He is level 6, so he has his ultimate in case there's any shenanigans down here.
I'll be able to take this.
Meanwhile, Shen is hoping that he's going to be able to actually pick up this minion wave in the top side because they've committed so many people to the bottom side of this map.
Johnny throws out the hooks. Going to find a minion. Cast gets used, but turret still goes down. And Someday will be able to defend up top and pick up that wave. So nicely played by KT.
Well, that wasn't.
That wasn't, but.
Besides his mistake there on the creep, this particular instance is what KT is good at. They're very good at playing around minion waves to get Someday into an advantageous situation. And that was just a fast recall as a denial, because what they did is they got a little bit more time for Someday in the top side, fast pushed the bottom side of the map, denied the wave. Meanwhile, Someday's going to be able to farm this all the way back out right now. And what the hell is Soan going to do? And playing this way around a relatively novice top laner is brutal, because this is not something you can prepare for in solo queue. And it just really hurts. Now they're going to send Someday through the jungle. He's going to go back and pick up a huge wave that's developing on the bottom side while Arrow and Hachani push out here. And what this does for KT is every time they're going to have more people around the big wave, and because they're going to be more proactive, Score's going to be there. There's going to be more mobility on the map from the Aurelion Soul, which means that they have to respond with their jungler, or Soan gets dived. Dove, whatever. Or he gets dove. So it's going to mean that Winged is going to have to play a reactive game, but he may not choose to do that. They have pings on him right now, seeing him walk into the lane. With the ward they placed after the tier 2 went down. So this is really advanced minion wave tactics that we're seeing here from KT.
Yep. Someday still sticking around in bot as Janair going to keep pushing this forward. Soan joining them, but they did see that already. They were fully prepared for this.
And they know where the Gragas is.
Yeah, Fly's coming in to try to defend this.
Yep, and there's an arrow just shot out as well. So there's no defense here
well, they see it
onto
now.
the tier 2. And that's it. Aurelion Soul shows up.
Yep. Now you guys don't get a turret. We get your tier 2 in top, so KT still coming out on top.
But there's no good choice right now because KT has the tempo advantage and they're playing so well around their minion waves that basically Janair is in a tough spot. And Wing made the wrong choice. He shouldn't have been doing his own red right there. He needs to be helping out on the map.
They're going to swap over to this mid, try to get some damage in. Of course, Fly does have good wave clear with those stars. They can just shoot out.
Yeah, but this is just desperation. Someday already with an edge. Soan falling very far behind when it comes to CS. At least he's not too far behind. He's only one level back right now, so it's not the end of the world, but the delay for this Trundle has been absolutely huge.
It's about a level and a half. Someday hitting 7, Soan still at 5. Score as well, getting up there. KT just winning out on all fronts, pretty much 2,000 gold lead at 11 minutes. Didn't net that first dragon for themselves, but Janair haven't been able to make, really good use of that yet, because they didn't take down those tier 2s. So KT still maintains the lead, and if they get that Infernal Drake, it's really going to help spiral things out of control for them.
Yeah, the Infernal Drake, Rift Herald also great for them, just as a countermeasure against the Trundle. Buffing up that Shen, but he's nowhere to be found on that side of the map. Janair may decide that they want to go for this, but they're playing pretty heavy on the top side for a team that is going to have to defend in the bottom river in 45 seconds.
Well, they've all been spotted by those wards now, and of course Stand United will be available for Someday. Sword Hachani waiting over the wall.
Azir only has the cleanse, so the Aurelion Soul's going to be able to collapse faster. Oh, these recalls are going to get delayed for sure.
Yep, here comes Stand United straight into a hook on the Pilot. They lock him in. Shield comes out, tries to jump away. Looks like he might be able to get out alive, but the rest of Jin Air can't say the same. So on winged.
Brutal. Just a shooting
wow,
gallery
NJ.
for KT.
Yep. Oh, well, they do. Speaking of shooting gallery, Pilot does snipe one out with the True Shot Barrage, but that's an answer on the support for losing 3 members. And that was just
What a
such
beautiful play.
a good setup for KT Rolster.
I mean, they get the pink ward in there, and then they shoot the hook out to catch Pilot. Pilot does escape, but look at this. Arrow just coming through with the volley damage. The pillar actually kind of hurt them more than it helped them. It actually split up the members of Jin Air a little bit awkwardly right there.
Yeah.
And made it, I think, a little bit easier, actually, but for KT to take out those members. But, man, great setup. And KT is just reading Jin Air's map movements so easily right now. It was predictable. They wanted to push in that top wave and try and get some pressure, even though it wasn't going to do much for the Drake, considering that Stand United and TP were up for Sunday. But in doing so, they tried to funnel some farm onto Sowan and help him out with a combined push. But also, their recall was really telegraphed, and KT made a opposite map play instead of just going and setting up for the Drake, and I think that surprised Jin Air a little bit.
Yeah. Kachani actually backed into that True Shot Barrage, had the heal speed up from Arrow and try to keep him alive, but he thought that the True Shot Barrage was carving more upward, but instead it came in below him and he juked right back into it. So giving up a bit of an unnecessary death someday. He's very smartly going to go ahead and TP back out. Noticed that he was getting collapsed on.
Yeah, and he
will stay
TP'd,
safe.
he TP'd back to base because he saw 2 members of Jin Air on the top side of the map without TP, considering he saw Che and Pilot, so he knew he didn't actually have to TP over to the Dragon.
Yeah, and look at this. They can't even take the Rift Herald because Fly just shows up, says, hey, what are you guys doing? They're like, oh, nothing. They just back off.
Yep, well, I think Jin Air is in a bit of trouble. I mean, I thought that in the last game, too. They managed to pull it out, much to my surprise, but in this game, you look at this early advantage and the pressure. KT has just been in the driver's seat of this game the entire time. Jin Air has had to play reactively, and their reactions have been extremely ineffective as they try and scale here with this Ezreal and with the early denial of the Trundle. They are looking like it's hurting, and some days only gotten more and more of a lead.
Yeah.
2 levels now, more CS differential.
It's still just such an odd decision to put in So On.
Yes, it is.
But
Achilles.
everything
Yes,
is odd tonight, so
especially when
I'm not going to question it anymore.
Especially when we think about a Trundle pick. I mean, Trace should be able to play some Trundle.
I would hope
One would
so.
assume it's not that complicated of a champion. He's played a couple games on it so far this season.
It's a very popular pick. You definitely want to know how to play that one. But KT now going to be able to push in, go for this Rift Herald, already down below half, and there's not many people there from Jin Air to try to answer. True Shot Barrage isn't going to fly as straight as it needs to. They take it out, and Score picks up the buff.
Yeah, interesting that they give it to Score, but it's a second game in a row they've given it over to the Kindred, which I find a bit curious. But
dueling potential, I guess.
Yeah, dueling potential does make sense. Also, even with a Herald buff someday, probably not going to be able to do anything to So On in 20 minutes time at any rate. And you're going to have to pretty much have basically won the game before that eventuality ever comes to occur.
They can go in, gets a taunt on the So On. Score is here, has that red buff to slow him up. Miller comes down, he will flash away, but it's going to be matched. Chase here gets a slow out with the Mantra Q. Should be enough to keep him alive, and it will be, but flash for flash. Score not going to have his anymore.
Yeah, not pursuing that one too deep. Notice that KT doesn't have wards at the bottom side of the river of the enemy jungle, so they don't want to get over-eager and start to undo the work they've already done onto this Trundle by putting him behind in the first place. Instead, they can play patiently. They can continue to play around the Drake instead.
Which will be spawning in just a little bit.
About 3 minutes or so. That's why we see the Ashe and the Thresh on the top side. Not really concerned with pushing out. But with the Tier 2s already down in the side lanes, Jin Air is fighting a bit of a losing battle. This mini wave's constantly going to be pushing into their base. And they don't have the best wave clear in this Ezreal, and they're just going to have to constantly answer the pressure, while KT forces them into long lane situations where they're not going to have vision in their own jungle. And against a pick comp, when you have to walk through that jungle with both of your side lane turrets down, you are not in a good situation.
Certainly not. Now Arrow still getting himself further ahead as far as items goes. Has that IE completed. We're going to take a little bit to back off. True Shot Barrage comes through. Will clear out that back line of minions. And they'll hold on to the turret. Takes a good amount of damage, though. They wheel it down to about 55%.
Yeah, and KT just has so much time to push in the mid lane because of how deep these minion waves can go in the sides. So 2 minutes from now, we are going to have the next Drake, but KT just really
they're primed for it.
In the middle of a giant snowball right now. If they don't mess this up, they should be feeling very comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, there's just no way at the moment for Jin Air to even get near the pit. There's just this smattering of wards inside Jin Air's jungle on the bot side. Arrow is really far up, gets knocked back with the cast. Stand United comes through, but I don't even know if it's going to finish channeling. It will, but someday now arriving a little bit too late to try to make a difference. Pilot does get the kill, but Arrow just way too far forward, not having any vision control whatsoever on that top side.
Yeah, didn't have any information. You're absolutely right for being that far forward. KT had put all their efforts into the bottom side to prevent this Trundle from farming.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
Not really going to be a consequential death, as they needed to switch into the top side anyway with the Shen to start preparing for the Drake spawn. It's still going to matter a little bit. At least Shen ults is not going to be up immediately.
Oh, Score goes in, finds Kuzan, but Wing's going to back him up. He'll drop the lamp despite Shani and Fly coming around. Can he get the lantern? Winged is just standing on it. Nicely played by Winged. Denies that escape, and he's going to go down. And now that opens up Jin Air for this Drake, which is spawning in. Well, never mind. They'll get there before Score, but he's going to be spawning about 10 seconds before it does.
Yeah, sloppy play from KT for sure, from Arrow and Score. No reason for either of them to be in those locations, particularly Score when he didn't have Flash, and he also didn't have the Stand United available to bail him out if he needed. Gets caught up in the enemy jungle, so a bit of poor play around vision here from KT.
They have to tighten this up, because they keep letting these kills come through. That could be enough for Jin Air.
But why is the Ezreal on the top side again? They're just trying to farm up Pilot, but he's not going to be able to respond to any kind of Mountain Drake attempt right now. Meanwhile, Someday still has his TP, so Pilot finally backing off, but it's well after the Drake is actually spawned. And they're just going to do it. So easy Drake play here from Jin Air. Or from KT, rather. And it's going to take it immediately.
And it's going to be another Infernal coming up. All right. I like it. So just bizarrely played by Jin Air. They capitalize on scores over aggression and arrows, and then they say, here, have a dragon. We feel bad for killing you guys.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Pilot was in that top side, because it was just a Shen, and the Trundle at this point, with a Sunfire and a Tiamat, should be able just to deal with the Shen. Not too worried about the, of course Shen is magic damage, but maybe not too worried about that. Sunday just building full defensive statistics right now. Going into the Spirit Visage after completing the Sunfire Cape.
Maybe he was trying to convince them that he was just going to steal it with the True Shot Barrage. No, it's okay, guys. I'll just chill up here. I'll get these minions, and I'll just steal it with the ultimate. Oh. Well, Winged has to smite away that red buff, so Pilot not going to be picking it up. Score goes in, takes the Krugs, and will take the Lantern out, so just some nice little invasive play by KT, trying to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, if they can take out this mid lane tier 1, the amount of threat they're going to have on Baron is going to be unreal. And they shouldn't do the Baron. They should just sit there, toy with vision, and create picks with the Thresh and the Ashe around that objective. Even the Aurelion Soul capable of charging up a pretty mean stun to punish people who are going to be face-checking that. So, should be pretty straightforward for KT. They're already playing around it.
Oh, Pilot is going to use that Arcane Shift to get away from that hook.
Doing it before they even take out the mid-tier 1. A little bit bold, perhaps. I don't think they can get deep enough vision in the enemy jungle while that objective remains standing. And we're seeing the Aurelion Soul split push. When we see KT play this champion, this is how they do it. They send him frequently into those side lanes and rely on his mobility on the map to take over and be able to respond to threats.
Well, this is going to let them get a little bit of vision in there. Well, actually, they don't have any wards to place, so just going to have those ones in and around the pit. Triple, actually quadruple pink in the river. All 5 if you count that one on the bottom side of the river. But now Wing moving in, is going to go ahead and take out a few of those. Jay takes a bunch of damage from these stars, has to flash away from the Aurelion Soul.
If you respect the Aurelion Soul's damage, we have seen Fly top damage charts in games on this champion. He really knows how to maximize that damage. And here we go.
Oh, all right. They're just going to go ahead and pull the trigger on this one. Have complete and total vision control over this. So Score and Someday just going to duo it out for the time being.
No, they absolutely can. I mean, Someday is tanky enough right now to be able to do this. It may only be 23 minutes into this game, but no one's actually able to get anywhere close to this pit, and they do not think it is being done right now.
Yeah, Fly is just hovering around in the jungle, so they see him, they're like, okay, well, there's him, and that's going to be Baron taking it 23 minutes. Nicely played by KT, sneaking that one through. Didn't see the stand United, didn't see Kindred hop in.
I mean, to be fair, a 2-man dragon at 23 minutes. Baron rather, 23 minutes, not something you actually expect.
Oh yeah, no, not at all, but so on. Didn't expect this either. Hachani roaming down into the river. He's going to drop the box, get hooked up, and now Arrow has a good amount of damage. Flay there to interrupt the TP. Didn't think of that one, did you? And he's going to fall.
Wow.
Arrow finds the kill.
Really bad choice from So-On to use that teleport right there, especially against a Thresh. Like, the odds of you completing that channel are very, very limited. You know, you saw Arrow fire his ultimate, but that doesn't mean there's not additional crowd control from either a hook or a Flay. It's going to be interrupting that. And also, as I was going to go back, the 2-man Baron, Kindred's Baron damage has always been very high.
Yeah.
Lower, of course, since the nerfs that she received, but when Sunday's building full tank and actually just uses that shield to start it off, and it's not a reasonable thing to think that they're doing that if you're Jin Air, because you see the Aurelion Soul, you see the Ashe and the Thresh, and you're like, are they really 2-manning it at 22.5 minutes in this game? Apparently the answer is yes.
I think that the only scrying orb they had on the team is also down at that time, so they just didn't have a way of safely checking it. And KT will just keep profiting. It goes in onto Hachani, throws out the explosive cast, Arrow flashes away.
Yeah, got 2 flashes for it though, both Hachani and Arrows
Very
used up, so good value there in the ultimate, as long as you don't need it to defend your turrets from this point forward.
Buy one, get one free. Someday, though, he's 3 levels up over top of So-On now. That's pretty dirty. And Fly's going to take away that blue buff. And now KT they basically have complete control of this map outside of that area around that tier 1 and mid that Jin Air has very successfully held on to for the time being. So we'll see where they go with this. They have the lanes pushing up towards those inhibitor towers in the top and the bottom side, which do have to be answered by Jin Air, but they're still just not able to force their way in, take that tier 1.
Yeah, it's...
Well, this is actually, now that I think about it, Dragon spawning in 20 seconds.
Yep.
So that would be double Infernal for KT.
Yeah, with the gold lead that they have, they are definitely primed to take this one. Hurricane and Infinity Edge done early for Arrow. Actually, just not even going for the Essence Reaver in this game.
Wink, though. Well, it body slams out of the way of that hook, so won't get caught, but KT not just going to take that Dragon. They're going to go for this first. Pilot's going to get caught by that Arrow, but no one there to capitalize. Wasn't able to finish out that two-shot barrage. A little bit of damage. Score gets chunked out, as does the Ashe, so they have to heal back a little bit. But still should be able to make a play onto this Dragon pretty soon.
Yeah, he did use the QSS, though, really early, and there wasn't actually any threat there, but because of the pink wards around the red buff, he didn't know whether people were going to follow up on that Arrow or not, so he ends up actually just wasting his QSS, and that could have major implications on a Drake fight.
Yeah. See, Someday going to be holding the wave in the mid. A score goes into the pit. There is a ward there. They haven't swept out, so there is
man,
vision
Score's
from
doing
Winged. But
damage.
yeah, there's so much damage. He can't even get in range in time. Now the hook comes through. They go in on the Winged. Has to flash away. Box coming down just a little bit too late. So Johnny won't be able to lock them into the prison. But that's a second Infernal Drink now for KT Rolster. 16% increase, 80 in AP. And they finally break that tier 1 tower, the last one standing in the mid.
Let's keep on powering down some of these turrets. So methodical game so far from KT, taking these early objectives, being faster on a lot of these rotations, and just smart play. They've just been ahead of the curve the entire time against Jin Air, and they have punished this newer player. We see the Titanic Hydra now completed for Someday again, so hoping to match the wave clear from the Trundle. He's just basically playing item for item against the Trundle right now.
Yeah.
And of course, Trundle will still have that advantage with his ultimate, even though pure 1v1, but Someday's not really ever going to be there for that. He's just going to keep pushing and falling back so that he can go ahead and join the rest of his teammates on a pick attempt.
It's just that feel when the Shen is able to get 2 major defensive items and a Titanic Hydra before you finish your Hydra.
Yeah.
As a Trundle. That's
the power of KT's early game, and we've talked about this before. Other teams have done this in the league. Sometimes it is a bad idea to get an early Drake if you have a Trundle on the top lane, because you need to play more around the Trundle. It is more important that the Trundle has that farm than it is that your team gets the Drake buff. As weird as that sounds.
Things certainly looking bad for Jin Air, despite only being a kill behind KT. He's been losing so much in the objective game. And you can see a lot of the members of KT Rolster grouping up around this bottom side. Someday still splitting up top. Got a little bit of damage in onto this inhibitor tower, but not really in much of a spot to really contest that yet. See what they want to go for. They do have a decent amount of safety. I mean, Fly has that Banshee's Veil finish, so he doesn't have to be worried about getting caught by something like a cask. That's somebody popping that shield first.
Some measured split push attempt here from KT, just keeping everything pushed up. And if they can get something before the next Baron, great. If they can't, well, there's not going to be much of a chance to defend if you're Jin Air.
Yeah.
Because you've got so many waves to push back at that stage. KT slowly making their way back over to the Baron. And poking out where they can. Earl does have to be a little bit careful. He doesn't have sustain right now with his build. Getting some of that HP back is going to be a little bit tricky.
They shove it down to about half HP on that bottom inhib tower. Will regen a little bit, but with Baron spawning now in 25 seconds, that's certainly going to be the biggest objective here for KT Rolster to focus their sights on. And they already, I mean, despite only having a couple wards in the top side, they already have commanding vision around the pin.
Well, no way there for Jin Air to really answer. All wards will have been swept out or timed out.
Move it up now.
Yeah, trying to get there right now, and KT doing a bit of Gromp work on the bottom side instead of actually going out immediately. Not sure why Aurelion Sol is heading into the top lane right now. They're actually losing a lot of vision for free. Bit sloppy here. I don't really know what Fly was expecting to find by walking out the top lane like that. That was a bit odd. Instead, he is going to keep on pushing best he can while the rest of the team goes after the wards.
Jay already takes a big chunk there. Just take those potions to try to regen back up. They're trying to create a little bit of pressure in mid, but it's a good amount of clear. I mean, you have a Hurricane Ash with Volley in that mid side, so you make really quick work of those minions. Now Fly maybe looking for a gank. It's not been spotted by Vision quite yet.
Hi, Jay.
Yeah, coming in, but doesn't fully commit to it. A little bit damage there from Kuzan, but he's a very tanky Aurelion Sol with the Rod of Ages, Banshee's Veil, and Rylai's completed. He's got health aplenty.
That he does. And pretty tanky Trundle here too, not going for a lot of damage items considering how far behind he is. Pretty much a fruitless endeavor, and they're going to try and do this. However, Score is taking a lot of... I don't know if this is smart.
Yeah, they're going to use the Lamb for a spite here. Just to try to stay alive. Looks like they will be able to finish this off before anybody from the side of Jin Air can get in range. Jay's going to get set up, take a bunch of damage from those stars, but Jin Air just can't do anything to try to answer a kill. So second Baron going down in 31.5 minutes.
I think
for
that
KT.
was a little bit greedy, Achilleos.
Maybe slightly.
I think Someday not using his TP or his ultimate in that particular situation was a little bit on the greedy side from KT. When you want to secure that objective as best you can, and getting chunked out does leave the chance that Jin Air can come in with some good Azir and Ezreal burst and try and take out a couple of your carries. May have the Lambs for Spite up, but still a danger.
Well, sometimes you got to roll the dice, see what happens. This time it pays out for KT as they roll sense, but Infernal Drake coming up, so they're going to net themselves double objective here, as Jin Air still not nearby to really answer this.
Yeah, that's going to be their third Infernal Drake, too. It's a huge amount of damage.
Oh, well, it's a bad way to start things off if you're Jin Air. Wing gets caught. Arrow gets used, so he does have a chance to go in for this, but it would certainly be a suicide attempt. Pull out the dragon. They will be able to finish this one out, so 3 Infernal Drake sounds like a party to me.
Definitely
Jay gonna get
does.
caught out in this mid lane. Already gonna go down. Fly able to finish that one off. So on, just really getting junked down by these stars from Fly. Just able to keep those things extended fully this entire time. Somebody goes in, finds a ton of the Kuzan. Score comes in on the backside, forces out the flashes from the enemy. Kuzan has to get away, and now KT gonna push in, take up this last tier 2 tower, and they could probably go ahead. Continue taking more. Inhibitor now in their eyes. TP going to be used by Someday, coming in with full HP. And a Guardian Angel just zipping around. Inhib goes down. Pings onto the bottom side. They just rotate, try to take a second Inhib.
Yep, gonna go down there right now, try and use all of the buffs that they've so far acquired, which has been pretty significant. 24% extra damage at 35 minutes into this game is a brutal advantage. And the Shen was actually doing quite a bit of damage with this Titanic
He's
Hydra.
got like 243 AD, I'm pretty sure, with that.
Nice.
So on has
Nice.
168.
Yeah.
And
Well,
has,
I mean,
oh boy.
Someday just absolutely spanked Che, virtually solo in the mid lane.
Nothing new here. Nothing to see, guys. Just Someday things.
Just Infernal Drake things.
That too. Someday with Infernal Drake. It's a very tall order if you're Jin Air. You have to deal with that. See that tower barely regen any HP, so really low. Somebody's going to stick around to that bottom side and try to poke out for that. Stand United's available, so the rest of KT goes up to this top side. Seeks to take out another turret.
Yeah, not really realistic, though. Score has the rapid fire cannon, so he doesn't have to be quite as close. Still going to take a decent amount of poke.
Well, he walks back up. Shot barrage comes out. It's just a hit from Dead. The cannon will be able to finish it off right there. Not going to be able to get the inhib quite yet, though.
And someone actually used his ult right there, and Someday did nothing happen, basically.
Yep. It's just like, okay.
Wow.
This is fine. Do your worst.
It's not that bad, it turns out, when you are 2 levels up on the Trundle. Have been consistently denying him any opportunity to be relevant to this game.
Yep. All right. Well, 2 exposed inhibs, 1 knocked down in the mid. Now Arrow firing a hail of arrows onto that top side is able to work it down, and KT are just taking out Jin Air very surgically in this second game.
It's been an impressive game from KT.
Yep.
Very impressive outplaying of Jin Air on the map at a macro level, and it all started with that first Drake that Jin Air tried to take in the lane swap. They actually couldn't recover tempo from that point, and they lost a huge amount of farm, as well as 2 tier 2 turrets from that. And that is the price you pay for early Drake sometimes. KT playing around that beautifully.
Yeah. We mentioned them letting go of the Cloud Drakes in game 1. It's like, okay, that's fine, no problem.
Yeah.
But now you have the mountain that they picked up, but into a mountain and 3 Infernal Drakes for KT Rolster. That is
brutal.
Just the worst Drakes that you could possibly hand over. Now the Elder Dragon will be spawning in about 5 minutes, 4 minutes or so. And I don't know about you, but I like the sound of 36% increase ADAP.
Yeah. I don't think we're actually going to get to that point, Achilles.
Probably not. They'll probably just finish out the game pretty shortly here.
Yeah.
2 lanes worth of super creeps getting ready to push in that top end mid side.
Fly actually did accidentally take the red buff away from Ash right there.
That's fine. It's all that's all part of the plan. Just gotta get that Aurelion Soul up into the face of his enemies and slow them up.
4 HP left, and then
Come
Star
on.
hit it.
Arrow doesn't need the
He's
slow
Ash.
from the red. He's
Yeah.
just got those frost arrows.
Yeah, he's Ash. Aurelion Soul obviously needs it to chase down people. So.
You know, when I actually first started playing League of Legends, I had a friend that I told, I said like, hey, you should try out this game, and he's like, okay. Comes over one day, and I was playing Ashe. He's like, oh, why do you play Ashe? I was like, oh, she's like really good as an AD carry. He's like, I don't like her Q because it drains all your mana. It's a toggle. But so I'm gonna get hooked up, slowed up. Looks like he will be able to zip his way out of here because of the karma. But Fly is just wreaking havoc on the top side of this flank. Someday comes in with a Sandy 9, he gets a ton on a wing, but not gonna be able to get any kills quite yet. Azir turret has been erected in that bottom side, but it's just ticking down very slowly. Super creeps now onto that top Nexus tower. Looks like it actually might go down. Now the rest of KT pushing in, going to be taking out this third and final inhib. Someday a massive front line just eating that damage from Kuzan. Fly not able to find the stun, but is still just ripping through Pilot's HP. Throws out the ultimate. Pilot does have to use the flash and jump into the fountain to keep himself alive. Johnny going low, has to flash out. Will keep himself up for the time being. Into the Empress Divide, they knock it someday. Tries to flash out, actually botches out a little bit, but has the Shadow Dash to take him out. So KT not going to be able to finish the game yet, but they're really planting the seeds for the defeat of Jin Air. Nexus turret almost going down. Now all 3 inhibitors. Mid one will be respawning right now, however, so it's going to be a slight reprieve, but still KT fully in control.
Yeah, look at this. To the Elder Dragon. You know what, Achilles? You may just get it after all in this game. 15 seconds, and if I was KT, I'd be wanting to get that just to close this game as smoothly, as efficiently as possible. Do have to weigh it against the Baron, of course, but
I think this is one of those circumstances.
you definitely Elder Dragon is worth way more to KT right now.
4 buffs that you get that additional damage on, and then just 36% additional ADAP in the end. That's a massive boon.
Plus, it's not like they're not going to be able to force a fight in the next 1.5 minutes because there are super minions bearing down on the Nexus, and they will be able to push those.
They can just take both objectives. I mean, granted, we did see how well that paid off for them twice in the first game, but this time I think it's going to be significantly different. Pilot already going to be taken out. Arrow finds Jay as well. Fly with a very nice solo kill over the wall, finishes him off with that Voice of Light.
That was actually an impressive amount of damage. Fly doesn't even have that much AP.
He's very defensive on this Aurelion Soul, but it just doesn't matter. He's able to chip him down, and now the Nexus turrets are going to be going down. Super Creeps joining KT for some added support. And now Nexus exposed here at about the 40-minute mark. KT Rolster will be taking out Game 2 and taking us to Game 3. So I don't know about you, Monty, but about midnight, this is going to be the latest I've ever been at the office.
That's right, Achilles. Going to Game 3.
In it for the long haul.
4 hours in. Why stop now? It's a good series.
Yep. Let's just make it a best of 5. We playoffs now, boys, but nope. KT Rolster, very surgical performance there in the second game. You see, once again, Fly, most damage to champions here. Surprised to see that actually Kuzan was the second in the game. Didn't really feel like he was doing that much damage.
I'm surprised that Shen was so high up on this list at all, but
That's
making it work with the Titanic Hydra again.
19K, why not?
And I really am impressed with Fly's Aurelion Soul. He really does know how to skirt the outside, the flanks of battles with those stars to maximize his damage, and it's looked pretty good from him. That's the reason why we've seen that Aurelion Soul banned. He brings out this pocket pick. He's the only one in this league using it right now. So we'll see if we see it again in game number 3.
Or if it's going to have to be banned by Jin Air, because at this point there's just so much that they have to try to deal with.
They didn't ban the Fiora in that last game. Instead, they decided to target the champion pool. Whether or not we're going to see Trace returned, I have no idea.
I think you do. I mean,
I think you do too.
That sloppy attempt at an escape with a teleport against a Thresh and an Ashe.
That was not good.
He starts channeling, and he's just like, well, I have Flay still.
Yeah,
and
that was definitely
now you're
a
dead.
huge waste of a summoner spell there that was pretty critical against a double global from Shen. But KT's really priority on Shen in this series, I think, has been paying off so far.
Yes, it has. Well, we'll see if they stick with that or what's going to be shuffled around, whether or not the Aurelion Soul comes back when we come back for Game 3. Jin Air Green Wings, KT Rolster. Let's see who wins.
Played a lot of you, my winning. It's like 25 the last year you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa.
오?
나도 색깔이 나고.
이거 좀 강타를 쓰려다가 전멸을 쓴 것 같습니다.
야, 나 뺏긴 했어?
못 보였어. 아, 수박을 넣었거든. 근데
이렇게 긴장했어. 괜찮아.
피도 뒷날 잡을 준비하고 있죠 지금요 부시에서.
뽀삐가 논다. 나 얼리다.
풀로 빠지고 나와 풀로.
아군하고 합쳐야죠.
하피!
피지가 이거는 완전 치고 난리 나고 있는데요. 난리 나고 있는데요. 난리 났습니다. 이거
더블킬 룰러예요.
사고 장난치게 제명둥이가 벽에 부딪혔던 걸로 봤고 밑에 그쵸 벽에 부딪혔죠. 오? 하는 생각이 들었을 것 같습니다.
아 미안해. 아.
괜찮아.
자 키는 더블킬
나왔고
템트. 오 설마 밀어?
어?
자 밀어. 뭐가 왜 들어가요? 자 처음 한타 한번 벌어집니까?
드래곤한테랑 만났어요.
네.
ESC도 지금 일방적으로 좀 얻어가고 있는데
맞지만 파란 팀 먹었습니다.
자, 이러면
때릴 쪽으로 가자.
템트. 예.
멋진 장면을 만들어 보려고 했던 것 같은데
본인만 들어 죽었어요. 야 이거는
페이크. 근데 이거 아니야.
설마 밀어? 자 밀어. 뭐가 왜 들어가요?
던졌어.
아니
저게 전문 용어로 이제 상천 드리프트라고 하는데
네.
아니 이게
이게 그 선을 넘어가지 마. 넘어가 죽었어요.
됐을 줄 알았어. 야.
준영이가 기분이 엄청 들떠서 나 이거 페이크야 이러고 들어갔는데
맞나요?
음악이신 19금이냐? SM처럼 19금 아니야?
19금은 판이 있을걸요?
아 그래? 19금 하면 찬호가 몇 살이었지? 그러면 찬호 19살 이런 이미지였는데
지금이요?
아니 얼마 전까지는 찬호보다 나이가 어린 애들 하시고 훨씬까지는 아니다. 네가 22인가 이제?
하나
하나?
늙었다 이거
늙은 건 아니고
보니까 우리 팀이 평균연령 거의 제일 높던데.
트레이스가 있는데 니네가 제일 높다고?
네.
트레이스 윙드가 있는데?
네.
진짜? 그럴 리가.
저희 보교도 23에다가
그러게.
미드도
그럴만 하겠다.
뿐이 다 돼요.
페이커 안쪽 들어갔다.
앞전면에 썼다가
페이커 안쪽
이거
들어갔다.
완전
페이커. 대참에. 야
대참사.
야 가만히 있구도.
완전 대참사. 와.
내 판이로구나. 네. 가만히 있는 썸니. 뭐죠? 올킬? 예. 자 아프리카와의 경기에서 승리 이후에 이제 연승으로 분위기를 바꾸는 KT입니다.
집에 안 나올 거예요.
왜요? 나오지.
제가 잘하면 나옵니다.
MVP 선수들과 얘기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 썸데이 선수.
제가 잘하면 나옵니다.
매 매치업이 모두 다 스토리가 있습니다.
무리하냐? 그리고 블레스까지 두 명.
터졌어요! 터졌어요! 아름다운 배치기였습니다.
스토리의 반격.
역시 임방류. 빠졌습니다. 함께하는 저희의 첫 합방이잖아요. 합방이요? 노래를 뭐지? 저도 모르겠어요.
풍성한 주 6일째 온라인과 온에어로 즐기는 롤챔스 코리아 썸머.
생방송에 묘미가 있네요 지금. 짜장면 최고 몇 개?
영광입니다.
굴비. 네.
매주 각각의 매력 있는 중계와 함께 즐기세요. 2016 코카콜라 제로 롤챔스 코리아 썸머.
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Welcome back. Your MVP from Game 2 is Someday. Now moves up, I believe, tied for second place as far as MVP points goes. Deathless game there on the Shen. Oh, no, just below Beyond. So, third place.
Well, had a good game, but it was a team effort to really start putting So-On behind in this one. They made the right calls after Janair went for the early Drake, especially this one. But So-On's pillar there was actually doing a lot more harm than it was helping.
Yeah, and then really early Baron take there at about 23 minutes. Just good stuff there, identifying that something very easily able to tank up all of that damage. And that score has damage aplenty with the Kindred. This one, though, by Fly.
Hey, watch Pilot
solo
here.
kill. Poison Light, goodbye.
Right over the wall. QSS not really going to help even after he does cleanse out that stun.
Yeah.
Line skill shot does land true. I mean, Fly had a good game too. Really just a good game for the entire team. But we are going to see another swap. Trace is back, baby.
What?
Who would have guessed?
What? Okay, yeah. So-On not having a very good re-debut, I guess we could say, as you mentioned. Haven't seen him since January.
Okay,
And
goodbye. That's it for this season. See you later, So-On.
We'll see you again. Maybe next split.
You get one game a season. That was it. Sorry, buddy.
You lost your chance. So Trace coming back in. This will be Janair back on the red side. We saw him pull out the Malzahar, something that we didn't expect, in general, but then certainly not in the top lane for him. And it did work very well, but it took a while to get there in that match. Janair very much had an unforeseeable return in that game to actually win game 1. So whether or not that'll happen again, I kind of doubt it, especially after that really strong performance from KT. But putting Trace back in certainly does add more consistency to Janair.
Yeah. And I think if you're KT, when we look at their bans in game number 1, on the blue side, it was LeBlanc, Azir, and Nidalee. I think you just ban the Malzahar and just get rid of it. You know it's this wacky counter pick. They obviously want to pick an early Shen. The Malzahar also worked very well into the Vladimir that they picked first, so just go ahead and take it out. That's what I say.
Yeah.
Are you really, you just beat the Azir, are you really that concerned about either the LeBlanc or the Azir? Kuzan's a good player, but I think that the main priority has to be getting rid of some of these pocket picks.
Yeah, I mean, the Azir, again, despite doing the most damage to champions on the side of Janair, didn't really look like it was. It was just a lot of chip damage. He never had that big burst or that big play that you see with the Emperor's Divine. So it did make Kuzan seem like a little bit of a non-factor. Straight into pick and bans, though. You can see some familiar ones from the side of Janair are going to be the Fiora and Aurelia taken off the board.
Yeah, same bans that they had in game 1 on the red side, but critically, I love the Sivir adjustment here. So they're
not taking off Malzahar.
But the Sivir ricochet damage was absolutely enormous in some of these games, and I think that removing that threat from the pool, as well as the movement speed that they had with both the Sivir and the Karma in game number 1, and there's the Shen ban. So Ryze is available, so is Vladimir.
It'd be really surprising if you don't go for the Ryze. Looks like KT do want to go for the Vlad. Fly was doing a good job on it for the majority of Game 1. And they snatch that up, and that's a Rise, a very obvious one, pick up here for Jin Air.
I guess, but you're still going to be dealing with the low ranges of Rise in the early parts of this game.
Oh, they might actually let it go through.
I mean, they can afford to let it go through if they don't want to play it, because KT is probably not going to run Rise and Vladimir in their solo lanes. So with the Vladimir already selected, it may not be that big of a problem anymore, and they are going to take an early Graves pick. Yet again, did work well, winged with his trademark Thunderlord's Graves into the Yomu's Ghostblade and Duskblade build that we've seen from him, just absolutely capable of crazy burst.
And I also take a Braum, so that might be a way of trying to dissuade Arrow from drafting the Jin as, you know, early like KT did in Game 1. So the Jin Air might be looking to pick that one up for Pilot.
Also the Ashe.
Ashe,
So-
that is true. That's very true.
2 reasons to pick an early Braum if you are Jin Air. It does take away some of that engage, but, you know, Fly can wait out the Unbreakable with the Jin 2. There's no reason that he has to use all those curtain call shots immediately. KT, though, setting up with the Thresh Ashe lane again.
Found success with that. Want to look for it again. And now a very fast lock on the Lucian here for Pilot, and the Rise does come through. Whether or not that's going to be for Trace or Kuzan, yet to be seen. I get the feeling it's going to be Kuzan's in the mid lane. But
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to be playing a Rise top. I just don't see that as really a heavy priority, especially for Trace, who's not historically known as a Rise player, and really ESC ever the only team that has shown any sort of propensity for top lane Rise play this season. I don't know how I feel about a possible blind pick Rumble here from Someday. Taking the Rek'Sai would be pretty standard stuff for score, but they may want the Rumble ultimate just to help kite against the Rise and the Graves.
Yeah.
They already have some pretty good kiting capabilities, and they may just go for this Kindred again.
yeah, well, Rumble will be locked in blindly for Someday Kindred as well. So Score going to be having a triple Kindred night.
Yeah, Someday's first Rumble of the season. Of course, that has been more of the Rocks Tigers special.
Yeah, Smeb's been playing that a lot. And here we go.
All right.
Malzahar yet again.
Why not? Really liking this Malzahar top pickup. Did go for the Void Calling, the W Max in the last game. Void Swarm, excuse me. Void Swarm Max in the last game, just to get a lot of harassment out with the Voidlings in the lane. And they're going to be looking to be pretty dominant in the laning, at least in the side lanes once again. Having that Braum there to block a lot of the attempts at Thresh hooks or arrows that could come through on the Pilot. Pilot also with a lot of mobility to dodge those skill shots on his own. KT, though, loading up with a pretty hefty kiting composition and a lot of backline threat. Jin Air going for another comp that is, I suppose, slightly more tanky from the support position, but without the Karma Shield, they don't have any way to spread more tankiness to the other members. So as a whole, especially because we know how Winged itemizes Graves, you have to say that this is probably an even squishier composition from Jin Air, and they don't have that same Sivir Karma mobility that they had previously. So the picks from and the long-range engage from Equalizer, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and Thresh Hook going to be pretty rough, I would imagine, for Jin Air Green Wings.
Well, just going to have to keep our eye on this Malzahar yet again, see how he fares against Rumble. So had a bit of a rough time earlier on with Shen, as he just decided to stack all that MR, but maybe Winged can help get him ahead a little bit early on and get him spiraling out of control. We're going to find out as we enter the last game of the night. And Mountain Drake, yet again, going to be kicking things off. We'll see what will follow that one, whether it'll be another Infernal.
Yeah, that could have another big Infernal Mountain Drake game. It looks like we are probably going to have standard lanes here. Now, Someday did pick this Rumble blind, and he must have had a very good idea that the Malzahar could come out again, considering that it was a counter pick in game number 1 of this series. I do think that instead of the Shen, having the Rumble is beneficial, because at least the Rumble will have a lot better wave clear in the early game. And so should be helpful when it comes to answering any pushes. But in fact, Jin Air going to do a delayed lane swap here, interestingly enough. I'm a bit confused by that. Rumble is certainly a champion that does not need very much CS to be successful. Jin Air getting cute with a dash over the wall into the Baron pit, and they're going to circumvent some of these wards as a result. They will not be seen coming in, and this should be quite surprising for KT.
This could be bad for Someday in score, starting at this Gromp. Jay waiting. And
Nice
Pilot
pincer.
above them.
Oh,
And here comes, well, there's Pilot. They jump forward, Score's just going to flash out. And Someday will be able to walk away. Gromp's not going to go down, but that's going to be the flash down for the Kindred. Not going to be the most detrimental thing early on, but still a nice aggressive invade from Jin Air, making use of that mobility.
Yeah, and you have to ask, what is going to be the effect of that little push? Obviously, when we see Winged on the top side of the map, Malzahar's going to get at least, a few more CS here and there. But you're also going to be pushing that wave slower. We did see a Gromp take there by the duo lane from KT to kick things up. But Hachani already on the roam.
Yeah, he's roaming up. We haven't seen him yet. Hachani's still coming up, but they decide to peel back and just stick to this wolf. Could have made a play for that first blood, if not at least gotten the flash away, but they decide to just go ahead and peel back.
Yeah, moving the support up there isn't the biggest deal. Just making sure that you could take something out of that side of the jungle, because otherwise the jungler has a very real chance of getting denied 3 out of 4 quadrants of the jungle. So you have to make sure that that comes back. It's also not going to slow your turret push down too much, because you're going to get there at the same time as your top laner. And it's going to be an early recall, actually. So they're setting up for the 1v1 lane. KT really wants this matchup of the Rumble into the Malzahar.
Yeah. Well, they place him down there. Someday just now starting to accrue some CS, so has a bit of catching up to do. Hachani roams straight up, then go for a recall of his own to match that wave. Buys time for Arrow to arrive. Meanwhile, Winged and Jay going to be taking away this blue buff.
Yeah, great pathing from Winged. Really good adaptation. He knows that there was only one jungle camp taken out of that top side of KT's jungle, so goes back, gets the blue buff before coming back to do the red and his own Krug. So what is Score to do? He doesn't have anything to take right now. Could go for the crab or could go deep in for the enemy Gromp. Instead, he wants to make a play. Trace is a level up.
They're sitting in the brush, but Trace, of course, having flash and not having something like that equalizer to really burn through. I feel like Score's just wasting a good amount of time. So now we'll just go ahead and back off towards those Krugs.
Yeah, must not have been aware of the ward in the river right there. That would have seen any kind of entrance, but Trace playing pretty far back, and he can afford to.
Yeah.
Did get ahead because he got into that lane faster. And then the decision by KT just to mix it up and go ahead and put him in that 1v1. So he's going to be playing from behind.
It's another recall from Arrow already.
And it goes back for a cull and some boots. Matching the cull buy from Pilot. Didn't want to overextend right there at the start of that, at the start of the game, and instead just trying to play passively. Yeah, misses his Electro Harpoon, for shame.
Not really much of a harpoon with that skin, though.
It's not really a harpoon with any skin.
That's
It's not actually tethered to anything, which is the definition of a harpoon.
Yeah.
So, pretty crappy harpoon there, Rumble. You don't even know what a harpoon is.
Would not make a good whaler.
I think they should make a whaling Rumble skin where he has the, the fat rendering. We already have the ship one with the pirates. All you need is the giant, fat rendering vats on the deck of it.
There you go. That's perfect. But no, it's just going to be a bad whaler. He's going to come over and ward this. Winged is in the area, but not really in range to close in on to Someday.
Queen doing a good job of staying ahead, and so is Trace at this point. Rumble not as much of a farm-dependent champion, particularly in the early and mid stages of the game. Still be capable of fighting around this Drake if that's going to be KT's goal, but they seem to be happy just to play the long game here. Janair has basically no engage with this composition.
Well, hook comes through. Jay gonna take a bit of damage. Goes up that unbreakable, but will get whittled down a little bit. Still has a couple of biscuits to nom on, so he'll be pretty safe for the time being. And Shawnee and Arrow just trying to whittle him away as best as they can.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by Janair. They are really reliant in this game. Remember in game number 1 when they played this Malzahar and the Graves combination, they at least had the Bard ultimate to engage. They really have nothing. They have basically flash ults.
Yep.
It's like flash Malzahar ult, or flash Root from Ryze, or flash Braum ult.
Oh, well, here comes Winged. Just waiting in that brush. Chani's going to take a bunch of damage. Lateral damage goes out. And that's going to be first blood going over to the Graves. Nicely played. So, you say they don't have too much engage, but when there's a Graves lurking in the brush, they can make it work.
Well, we have Lucian passive to stack up. And yeah, the ganks are one thing. Obviously, when you get the Braum that close to a brush, you're going to be able to set up a gank. But when we talk about when both teams have decent vision and are not going to kind of dancing back and forth in a 5v5, odds that you're going to create that pick are somewhat low. But nice job from Winged, and he's proving once again what a danger he is on this Graves. One of the last really big remaining Graves players in this league. Fell out of favor with many teams, but not with Janair and not with Winged.
Yeah. Beyond as well. Another one that's really been doing a good job of maintaining that pick, as we saw just yesterday. Score gets spotted in the enemy jungle, unable to take away that blue buff. And he's down by about 10 CS. Wing, that hook is not going to connect onto him, and oh, there goes that gang.
Yeah, nice little juke. Good roam by Hachani. He's got nothing to do in the top side of the map anyway. Might as well just pop down into the mid lane and see if he can get anything done, but doesn't overly commit to it right now.
Arrow has been falling behind as far as the CS goes. You can see the BF sword now coming in from Pilot off his latest back.
Well, that's the price of swapping back and forth between those lanes early. He will miss out on a little bit of CS under those scenarios. Also, he's a little bit behind in his cult. And they're fortunate they didn't actually get that turret knocked down earlier off of the gank, but Arrow was still up, so.
Still good damage in onto it, so. Repeat gank, they might be able to find it. Spore finally getting the first part of his jungle item completed. Opted into getting the Berserker's Greaves as his first purchase. So a little bit extra mobility and attack speed, but still has been falling behind in the jungle and not been able to make any ganks happen.
No, not yet. He doesn't really have the greatest lane to gank for, especially in this bottom side. I mean, there's really not a whole lot of crowd control on the Rumble or the Vladimir to work with. So, the telegraph, he's going to come up to the top lane to help out Arrow or Hachani. Guzan starting to clear out this wave in a big way, using the AoE damage from Ryze.
Thank God they nerfed that ultimate. I mean, look, he's already got it available again.
Wow, such nerf.
Yeah. And that's just rank 1.
And great wards from Janair. They see the blue buff being taken away right now. It is just given over to Kindred. Vlad doesn't have that mana pool, but Wing's response is just going to go to solo out the Mountain Drake and try and pick this one up pre-10 minutes. He's working it down very slowly with that 2-shell shotgun. You know what's funny is that shotgun that Graves has, like a 12 cartridge shotgun. It has it's a semi-automatic shotgun with a giant canister, and yet he still has to reload every 2 shots. Graves, you're not using that thing correctly.
Yeah.
Mafia Graves, you disappoint me.
They call that a street sweeper for a good reason, because you can literally clear out a street full of people because you can just make them scatter to the wind because your gun is so large and just terrifying.
And reload so quickly.
Yep.
So, wow, Graves really skin theme. Either Graves doesn't know how to use a shotgun, or that skin needs to be changed.
You know, it should really be a Tommy gun. That's more of the Mafia weapon. We can see the Trace going in, gets that Nether Grasp, but he's gonna answer with the Equalizer, has that big Flame Spitter answering and flash away from the Malzahar. So nice little turnaround there from Someday.
Misfortune has the Tommy guns, right? It doesn't
Yeah.
make much sense. Graves has to have a shotgun, but that shotgun doesn't work since you reworked Graves, Riot.
Even the Riot Graves skin has, he doesn't have like a 2-shell pump shotgun. Like he has a very similar like riot gun that you would use to clear out prison riots and shoot, beanbags and that sort of thing. So it's multi-shot. But I don't know.
I demand more realistic weaponry for Graves. Ooh, sneaky.
Oh, well, Harpoon's not going to connect. Big Flame Spitter still there, but that's going to be a teleport coming through from Kuzan. And Someday going to push forward, flashes over the wall. Trace can't follow. Looks like actually Someday will get out of this one alive. Lamb's Respite's there from Score.
Oh,
Lateral
he
damage
dodged it.
actually doesn't connect, but Kuzan just flashes in, kills him with the Root Prison. Wow.
I'm impressed that he dodged the collateral damage at the end of that. You can see it was just a showdown there. Who is going to be able to draw that faster? Winged does pick it up. Nice TP, but KT overcommitting. They didn't know where Wing was at the start of this. They didn't have deep vision in the jungle.
His mathing's just been so good.
They also didn't have a TP to answer for that gank. So Score really gets punished out of this one.
And Flash W.
The Flash W just to smack that little lamb down.
Oh dear. Well, this is not looking good from KT. Jin Air just turning that last game on its head and, taking the lead. They now have 2.4 thousand ahead of KT. Haven't been able to make use or much use of the Mountain Drake yet, but still do have that, and they will be anticipating that next dragon.
Yeah, Jin Air probably feeling pretty good right now. This is the kind of advantage that they wanted in game number 1 with the Malzahar, because he will become quite oppressive once he starts getting some of these items, and they're going to be able to pick off some people pretty effectively in this one. So we are going to just move through right now and see how they're going to keep playing around this. Someday's Flash is down, so with the Nether Grasp, it's going to be a valuable target. Remember, percent HP damage makes it very easy for a Thunderlord's Grave to finish off a Rumble.
Oh, Shank. They go all in on him, but he just pops and flashes out. Someday going to get rooted yet again. Silence comes through, and Wing will finish him off for the kill. And Jin Air looking like they might be able to close out this game very cleanly.
Well, that's the issue with picking the Rumble into this matchup, and they obviously wanted it, or at least knew it was a possibility, because, again, Trace's damage, he pins you there, and he does the percent HP damage, and then the Thunderlord's Graves, with all his ARB penetration, is going to be able to blow you up the rest of the way. Basically nothing you can do. It's an extremely powerful top jungle combo, but only because it's Jin Air doing it, right? They're the ones who run the Graves in this fashion.
Yeah.
It's creative. I'll give them that.
Well, KT manages to take a turn in the top, but one will be answered in the bottom. Meanwhile, Fly getting engaged on, throws down the Hemoplague onto Kuzan, will get a bit of a HP return, flashes away. Collateral damage will do a little bit of damage to him, but still going to be both summoners down on that Vladimir. And turrets exchange, so Jin Air maintains the lead.
Yeah, yes, they do. And that's it's going to be a little bit better for KT just to keep things even at this point of the game, because it is looking a little bit tough for them at the moment. Not sure what this Proto Belt first Rumble they think they're going to do. Is, I guess, make picks like this.
They're going to try to go for Jay. They know that his flash is down. Throws at the Glacial Fissure. Will pop up. Score. Pilot getting exhausted and played back in. The arrow going to go wide, but doesn't really matter. Someday arrives with that little Proto Belt flourish. They take out one. Jake's still alive on the backside. Trace has arrived with his teleport, and Wing's here.
Equalizer's already down, and Fly is low.
Well, Fly goes into the Segway pool, trying to slow up the Malzahar, who does have the ultimate, drops it on the Fly, but can't keep channeling. And Johnny looking like he might go down. The Lamb's Respite is there to keep him alive. Kuzan pushing forward, and now they could try to pitch down onto KT. Winged is still above them, but with him being chunked out, they're just going to opt to go ahead and back off. So they lose the AD carry. That's going to be it. Could have been much worse for the side of Jin Air.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice split from Jin Air at the end of that engagement to make sure that they weren't actually going to lose Che. Did have to consume their teleport in order to make the saving play. Johnny tries to lock up Pilot, and so does Someday, who uses that equalizer. They do pick up the kill, but too many people are actually sent up to deal with that, and not enough to Che, who just uses stand behind me to jump over to Trace immediately afterward.
Yeah. You know, I just remembered, actually, Riot Graves, his weapon, it shoots like smoke grenades or like tear gas or whatever
Oh,
it
yeah?
is. That's what it is. But still, it's a big drum weapon that should not have only 2 shots on it.
Don't you think it's weird that Riot Games, so when you hear the word Riot, do you think of rioters or do you think of Riot Police? Because isn't it weird that all of the Riot skins are actually riot-breaking cops and not people who themselves riot?
Yeah, I definitely think there's like an actual riot.
Exactly.
So
You'd think you'd want that image, but no, what they have is that they are the ones who crack down on the rioting populace. They restore order in the most brutal fashion imaginable.
Oh well, Johnny gonna take a bunch of damage. Actually gets popped immediately. The block's not gonna do a whole lot. Score has to flash up, but the Culling's gonna finish him off on the backside. Fly going low now. Somebody arriving has that Flame Splitter going, looking for the double kill. Fly will be able to follow up, take out the Lucian. Someday finishing off Malzahar. Jin Air getting answered on. They find the jungler and support, but lose their 80 carry and top. KT's not quite done. Well, maybe they are. Some days just a little too far forward by himself, so they're going to go ahead and back off. But so you might want to question that bat thing. Okay, we'll make it out. Yeah. But no, I was going to say, actually, the Riot logo, you would think it would be like a Molotov cocktail or something, not just a fist. Because that means a lot of things. Like, I mean, that could be boxing. I don't know. It's all questionable.
Yeah, Johnny gets caught out here, but watch what Jin Air does. They're going to pursue this into a choke point, and what a wonderful equalizer from Someday to chunk them all out. And this is the danger of Jin Air's composition, is that they are all so squishy that if you hit a 4-man equalizer like that, Jin Air cannot do anything in response. So Someday losing the laning phase, but now we're starting to see the value of that Rumble in some of these mid-game fights, because the equalizer can basically nullify an entire engagement from Jin Air, even though they started that out with a man up.
It really helps when nobody on the side of Jin Air has any MR whatsoever. So running that Rumble Vladimir comp starts to work out.
And Someday doesn't even have very much AP, just has the Proto Belt.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be triple Mountain Drake, though, to kick off this third game. So definitely making things interesting still. And now KT will be able to get this push onto this bottom tier 1 tower. Looks like it's going to go down. Trace is pushing up in top, but not sure if he's going to be able to answer for that one. Someday sprinting his way back there with that Scrap Iron Shield for the speed up. Oh, Jay going to go aggressive onto Arrow. Gets a pump, and the Glacial Fissure gets locked down. Lamb's Respite's there to keep him alive, and he's going to be able to retreat. Nice ultimate by Score.
yeah, Score much more on point with the ultimates in this game than he was in game number 1 when faced with a similar style of burst composition. They're trying to turn it around, Pilot. This dash is right out of that, but
here comes
Someday is here.
Yeah, there's going to be a play. They choke off that point there with the equalizer. Johnny's going to take a bit of damage, but Arrow finds the kill onto Winged. Nice pathing there from Someday to cut him off. Says, you know what, if you want to get out of here alive, you still have to walk over fire.
He did a great job, as you say, of boxing him in. First off, the arrow is shot out, which forced Pilot to go into the river, and then Someday was able to cut off Graves. They isolate him and are able to take him down all by himself with the help of the Thresh. Really nice pick from KT. And they're starting to crawl back into this.
Yeah, they were looking a little bit dead to start things off, but the last 5 minutes, they've started rebooting, coming online, and looking like themselves from that second game.
Mega Teleport, okay. Pilot also going for the Essence Reaver Lucian build, so not choosing to pick up the earlier game damage. Now, I would have expected them to do that to sort of offset for the scaling that's going to be going on for Rise.
Yeah.
Just because when you have the emphasis on the armor penetration from Winged, and you've got some armor penetration from the Lucian, you can really pack more of a punch in the early game. But instead, they're choosing to go for a more late game route. May come back to hurt them a little bit. Double Proto Belt now, so KT has a lot of gap closers to get in after an Ash Arrow or a hook lands.
Jump up in that face. Someday finally starting to get a little bit of damage. Oh, Johnny in a bad spot. Look at that damage coming through. Flashes over the wall.
Used
Will keep
Summoner
himself
Heal,
alive,
too.
but yeah, it's a double Summoner there just for Winged walking up on him.
It's the damage that Winged has.
Yeah.
And I think it is just a factor that people are not used to playing against this Graves build. So it's really hard to know how much damage it's actually going to do to you. Because we've seen KT be a little bit skittish in the first game and in this game. And especially Score 2 with that very important death in game number 1 that saw him really underestimating the amount of damage he was going to take from collateral damage.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit more defensive. It's going for a second No Magic Mantle in the inventory, Winged, after the Maul Malmorty is completed, so...
Probably just going for the Merc Treads. Doesn't want to get caught out. He's going to be playing somewhat towards the front line. Would make sense to grab that item early on.
See the Rylai's getting ready to come in here for
Someday. Yeah, I thought he might go Abyssal, but just holding onto the Negatron Cloak for some extra MR before going into the Rylai's, which I do think is more useful because it's all about those equalizers, and if you can land one and get the slow off of it, keep them on there. Score and Arrow will be able to do the rest. Or you'll set up a really easy hook, something like that.
Some days it's gonna throw that one out. Trace flashes, but still gets caught by the arrow. The hook's not gonna connect, but it doesn't matter. Flies there with the Hemoplague, takes him down. Winged. Gonna get that pop with the Hexdrinker, the Maul of Malmortius rather. Will eat the brunt of that one, so he stays alive. But nice catch, and Trace just not flashing in the right direction.
Well, Arrow predicted that flash because otherwise Someday would have been hitting him with the Electro Harpoon. So he realized that the only way that Trace was going to get out of that was with a flash, and successfully managed to land the arrow anyway. So that was really nice, actually. Oh no, the Electro Harpoon had been used, so it looks like Arrow
he tried to
messed up the flash. So you're right, tried to flash the wall, was too far out, and should have flashed over to the side
Flash
instead.
diagonally down to the right.
Maybe may not have lived through that one, but still obviously a better flash choice than the one that he made. Yeah, I thought the Harpoon hadn't been used yet, but it was initially used to slow him up.
Well, Trace just having a bit of an unfortunate moment. Has that Void Staff completed now. So still trying to get as much damage out on that Malzahar as he can, but he's a far cry away from the build that he had in Game 1. So still going to be a considerable amount of time before he can really work through these members of KT. Especially Someday, who's getting tankier now with that Rylai's and the Negatron Cloak completed for him.
And it looks like he was trying to preempt the Rylai's build by going for faster Boots of Swiftness, considering and dealing with the Electro Harpoon as well. But yeah, this is a very different build, not going for the Rylai's, and that tankiness is actually highly useful to Jin Air at this rather crucial juncture in the mid-game where KT is going to start peaking in terms of what they can do on the map. And this next Drake going over. We're going to try and set this one up, set up a pick right now.
Yep. Trying to wait for them to come for that ward. Wing's going to walk forward. The hook, though, not going to connect. Just missed it by a hair.
Yeah, clever there.
They will live. They're really early QSS here on the side of Pilot. Stopping that seal item coming through. And triple mountain into Infernal. What did we do to deserve this? Thank you so much.
This is the reward we get for an hour-and-a-half delay to start the game, Achilles.
Well, it doesn't really make up for it, but I appreciate the sentiment. Thanks, League of Legends.
Lol being a bro today.
You tried. I do like that. Much better than the delay into multiple Cloud Drakes that we saw.
And pauses.
And pauses.
Boy, howdy, what a good evening it's been.
This is one of those days that I want just expelled from my memory forever.
That's okay. There are things that can do that for you after we're done, Achilles.
We're going to go hang out with our friend Gragas?
Yeah, we're going to go hang out with our buddy Gragas.
Oh, okay.
That's exactly what we're going to do. Well, mid-turret taken down now by Jin Air. They've got more of the map to work with. KT, this double down Drake should be able to push back in time. Fly in a split push on the side right now, seeing if they can actually make something work here. But Malzahar is still going to be a bit of a challenge. Finally going for the Rylai's, and double QSS already on Jin Air. It's sort of a weird mirror of game number 1.
It's a little bit odd, but I mean, Jin Air have been playing this significantly better in this early game compared to the first, where KT was wildly in control.
Wildly in control. Achilles 2016.
Hey, man. I've been here for now over 6 hours.
It's true. It's been a good time. It's been a good time of League of Legends, talking about movies.
Talking about a lot of things. We played Hangman with Twitch.
Yeah, nobody's ever done that before, so we're innovators.
We're just setting the stage. Someday gonna get popped up by the Glacial Fissure, but he goes right back in with the Proto Belt, has that big flame spitter, flashes away, still gets taken down by Wing, who finishes him off with the collateral damage. Jin Air might just be happy with that pickup. Not sure if they can push in much more into this mid side. Have those waves building up in bot and top have to answer those, so it looks like they're gonna take that free little pick and the Summoner spell from Someday and go ahead and back off.
They managed to burn through the QSS, the Proto Belt.
Oh, Luzon's there to back him up. Chemo Plate ticking onto Wings. Fly just trying to get in the range, but the W, Rune Prison there from Kuzan, just keeping him out. So he can't find him. Hachani gonna get jumped on. Pilot flashes in, trying to find the kill. Hook comes through, doesn't matter. Pilot with one last little shot takes down the Thresh.
Did stop the Baron, though, so at least he's got that going for him. Someday, with his TP up in just a few seconds, they probably weren't going to burn through the Baron fast enough for that to have actually made a difference, but
yeah,
there you have it. Anyway, Hachani has to use his flash and still manages to die. Someday, he's still a little bit on that squishy side. He had to use the Proto Belt and the flash and the QSS to escape that last little...
Well, he used the Proto Belt to go in.
Yeah.
He was feeling really confident and just was like,
well,
haha, I'll turn this around on you. And then he's like, oh, wait.
Not everybody was exactly there
yeah,
to set up that play.
More damage, getting ready to come through for Pilot. Has the rapid fire cannon now with a BF sword in the inventory. And another QSS on the side of Jin Air with Kuzan picking one up. Now Void Staff on the way, has a Blasting Wand and that Amp Tome already set to go. So just needs a little bit more gold to be able to finish that one out.
Now see, should be able to pick that one up pretty easily before the next Drake comes through. It's all about this Infernal Drake and who is going to be the one to get it. Jin Air will have to position pretty aggressively on that objective if they want to take it out, because again, they do lack a lot of engage, particularly because flashes are going to be down for Che and Trace, and that means Flash Rune Prison is basically all they have. It's not a great place to be in if you are Jin Air and you need to actually force a fight around some sort of objective.
Fly's also looking to get a bit more safe as he has that cloth armor. You can surmise it's going to be the Zonias coming in for him in a bit, so once he has that, it's going to be pretty close to unkillable. Already see how much HP he has.
The Rise is in a good place, though. Everything's fully stacked. He's got the QSS, Void Staff, and Root, and probably will be finished once this next Infernal Drake spawns. So both these teams really going to be fighting at the peak of their powers, and that's going to be a little bit of a check there for the Malzahar. Someday he's going to go for this anyway.
Yeah, they're starting this one up. Score and Arrow are here. TP's coming through from Kuzan above the pit. Fly all the way on the bottom side, no TP, but they're still able to finish it off, and it's actually Arrow.
Score didn't even have Smite. Like, he smited super early.
What?
On that, it looked like. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. Score, the very early smite at the very least.
That was the most punishable Baron that I've seen in a while. And
yeah.
Jin Air just don't.
Well, they
do that.
They had several members back right there, especially ones that couldn't teleport. Jay was back, so.
They don't even have a fast track onto this Infernal Drake either. You can see Jay just going over to try to clear out the vision.
Well, I didn't have the waves in a good place, and now they especially don't.
Yeah.
They still may try and do this. This has to be sort of a desperation move for Jin Air because
Trace does have the TP.
if they let this go through, they're going to be in a world of hurt.
They have several good ones in the backside of the Dragon Pit that they can go to, but it's actually just going to be very cleanly taken by KT. Trace comes in not on a flank ward, just comes in straight in with the team, and they're not going to be able to do much else other than maybe defend this tier 1, but they're still Baron empowered minions pushing forward here from the side of KT.
I mean, somebody didn't even pull the trigger right there. He just let it go through. They're going to catch
Fly,
Fly, though.
It's going to be Glacial Fisher coming out. He gets locked up, goes straight to the Sanguine Bull, but is it enough to keep him alive? Knight ticking, looking like it might be. Score goes over the wall, finds a kill onto Wing. A big chunk of Jin Air's damage, now dead. Pilot on the backside, can't really stick forward. He's gotten chunked out, the calling is down, so this will be the tier 1 going down in favor of KT Rolster. And looks like they're going to set their sights on this tier 2 to follow.
Yeah, Something coming in with the TP, but Fly, they couldn't burst him down, just barely not enough. He gets out of the suppression from the Malzahar, pops the Hemo Plague, and then goes into the pool to wait out the healing immediately thereafter.
They just keep going, it looks like they do. Yeah, this turret's being made very quick work of. Have that double mountain with the Infernal. Burn through it, aren't able to get the inhibitor, but still going to be really happy about that take. KT now firmly in a lead here, 32 minutes into the game.
Yeah, this is where they don't get greedy. You don't need to get the inhibitor right now. Let's take a look at this fight again, because Fly gets caught out by the Malefic Visions. There you go, straight into the knock up there and the ultimate from the Malzahar. But Fly gets into the Lamb's Respite, so he's not worried about dying. Waits until he gets off of the Lamb's Respite to actually W. So really good awareness by Fly in that particular team fight of everything that was coming through. Not going to die, and this is the team fighting that KT probably should have been doing in game number 1 of this series. This is why I thought they were actually pretty heavy favorites in the mid-game once they got an advantage. Now we see that Score's playing further back. They're able to get the Lamb's Respite down. And really the lack of the Bard is actually helping pretty significantly for them.
Yeah, it's not there to try to disrupt this back line of KT like it was doing so well. And granted, it was the Jin for Arrow in that game, so he was really using that ultimate to stop things like the curtain call, so they could find an opening into the fight. But yeah, not having that, not able to turn off towers, find these picks, it's really hurting Jin Air at the moment.
Well, it can't be used to stop Kindred either, and that's pretty important, but they also have nothing to engage on. As soon as that Nether Grasp goes down, Kindred knows that Kindred is safe. Like, Score knows he's safe to use his ultimate.
There's also just a wild difference between Lucian as an AD carry and Sivir.
Yes.
We saw those Ricochet crits doing an immense amount of work.
Yeah, I think that's the other big, I totally agree with you. They banned Sivir in this game. One of the big factors was that Score actually couldn't stay in the back line and not take damage because, like you say, the Ricochet crits coming through made that quite difficult. So, pretty big differences, but...
Well, no Baron buff left here for the side of KT. Hook lands on the Kuzan, cleanses it off of the QSS. They can't continue in. They won't get much damage onto that tower either, as the culling does get used by Pilot to clear out the wave. Fly just sticking around.
He's happy just to heal up these
void
links.
I'll kill your pink ward. You just keep giving me more things to sap the life out of.
There we go. Voidlands forever. Kuzan actually stopped
right
there.
Yep, that's going to be the equalizer coming down. Nice 3-man Hemo Plague. Fly already taking out Jay, and Jin Air is going to have to head for the hills, backing off into the base. KT don't have much of a wave here, so it would be a long haul if they want to stick around and try to chunk out this tower. Looks like they might be inclined to do so, or they can just rotate down to this mid.
Yeah, I think you take the mid.
Very much open.
You see everybody walk out. You get to walk into a choke point for free here on the mid lane. Rumble's going to push up the minion wave, but lots of free auto attacks. Nothing they can do. Again, no engage besides that.
Rude on the fly, but
easy to get out of.
There's a lantern. Take him to safety. Johnny's not going to land the hook, but it doesn't matter. KT now, inhibitor down in the mid side in their favor, and pushing up into that tier 2 in the bot. So just have been netting themselves objectives left and right. Gold lead still not being huge here for 35 minutes, but with Double Mountain and Infernal, they're in a very good spot.
Yeah, they'll be feeling happy, especially the comeback that they made off of this game. With Trace,
yeah, it was looking really bad.
Having such an advantage in the bottom lane. You saw the top laners go into the bottom lane. That's what I mean. If you are just tuning in. So that's been a bit of a comeback here.
You know, there's actually a very strong chance that there's people just tuning in because it's about to be 9 a.m. in the Pacific Coast. So
I bet people are surprised to see that.
Why the heck is LCK still on? Are they rebroadcasting this?
No, it's not.
Nope.
We are actually about to move into the 6th hour of this best of 3.
We are just the gift that keeps on giving right
That's
now.
true. This best of 3 has been longer than pretty much 2 best of 3s on any other given day.
Yep. It's longer than a 5-game day of old LCS.
That's right.
So, pretty ridiculous. But finally coming to a head here. This last game, KT definitely slacking in the beginning of this one, but finally putting up a fight, taking the bull by the horns, even though Alistar's not in this game.
Yeah, he's not. But the
We don't really
bull,
see
the bull
him.
can be Jin Air, and they are being taken by the horns.
Taking the plane by the wings.
I believe that's how the saying goes, yes.
You'd have to have a really big arm span.
Or really small plane.
Or
Could
really
be a
tiny
radio-controlled plane.
That's true.
Could be a giant.
Oh, that's sad. If that's what you would have compared Jin Air to. They're just a little remote-controlled AA battery plane that some kid gets on, on Christmas. It's not really what he wanted. He wanted
Let's compliment them. KT is actually a giant taking the plane by the wings.
Okay, there we go.
Now it's an
That's
epic
fine.
battle between machine and giant man.
I like this. There's a movie plot somewhere in there. It's basically
Godzilla, whatever.
Well, I was gonna say it's Pacific Rim.
Oh, okay.
Except instead of a man, it's a monster. But there is a giant robot. But look at this, Jin Air. They're gonna try to sneak this Baron. The pinks are coming out. So they do have an idea that this is happening. China comes over, actually fails the ward. Miracle Seal? Nope, not gonna happen. Wings gets it. They just evacuate over the wall. Wow.
Cute from Jin Air buying themselves a few more minutes.
Oh boy.
At the end of this.
Getting game 1 flashbacks, Monty.
Yeah, you may well be. Find that right QSS target.
We still have,
take him out.
by that standard, we still have 30 minutes to go in this one.
I don't know. Score is QSS and GA.
Yeah.
So basically impossible to take him out. And if you
And
can't,
the Phantom Dancer.
if you can't take him out, then you can't actually kill anybody else because he's just gonna ult. Unless he dies from too much burst damage and underestimating the damage coming out. But that was a nice Baron from Jin Air using multiple people to pop over the wall.
Yeah, it was very sneaky. So nicely played, but KT, they're not going to rest on that little loss of an objective. They're going to try to push up into this bottom side. Of course, they will be working against Baron and Powered Minions, so I don't know how effective that'll be.
Yeah, I think you're just waiting this out if you're KT right now. You don't necessarily want to commit to something that you can't actually win, especially with the fading power of the Elder Dragon. Just hold your horses. You can always go for the next Baron. You're going to feel pretty safe about doing that with 2 Mountains and an Infernal Drake, and pretty happy with any fights you probably get around the area in the river. So just be split pushing until then. It's a lot like game number 1, just waiting for Barons to arrive.
Yep.
KT really didn't fix any of their problems when it comes to sieging.
Yeah, no.
Still have a low mobility AD carry that if Ashe walks up to a turret, will be vulnerable. So you pretty much have to force team fights or picks if you want to turn them into objectives if you're KT. You can't just sit there 5v5 or in a split push and hope to win.
Oh.
Especially against double TP, but you can do this.
Oh, well, they're going to try to get onto Kuzan. Does have that TP, might have to just blow that to try to exit.
Nope.
Oh. They interrupt that, but the TP is going to be answered by Trace as he arrives. Meanwhile, Fly way down here against Jay, and Pilot's going to flash over the wall, try to get out of here. Jay's going to follow, dash through by Pilot. He's exhausted. Uses that Proto Belt. Meanwhile, up top, Trace getting jumped on. He will get popped. Arrow finds the kill, and Fly actually made it out alive with a Ghost. Wow, that's pretty devastating for Jin Air.
Well, unlikely you're going to catch a double summoner spell. Vladimir with his ultimate up, considering the amount of healing and speed that he can get. But they also canceled the TP out. Just a bit of a mixed call from Jin Air because they looked like they wanted to TP the Rise out. And then they Trace TP'd
Wow,
in.
huge amount of damage though coming in from Wink. It's right on the Lamb's respite though for Someday, keeping him alive. Doesn't have that equalizer, so just has to back off. Can't offer much else for this fight. Arrow having to use both of his summoners, and Johnny as well. So just that revisit there and the burst from Winged on this Grace with the Duskblade, enough to send KT scared back into the jungle.
Yeah, pretty big mistake there to go in, but let's take a look at this replay first. KT tries to, Fly right there, tries to go ahead and get the double transfusion down, so he actually does get 750 healing out of that. Meantime, topside, mixed call, Kuzan and Trace can't decide who actually is going to be the one teleporting out of this engagement. Does mean Trace is going to go down, but KT with the big mistake afterwards. The inhibitor was respawning. You had the man advantage already. Just go for that. You don't have to try and make further picks, and instead, we did see Kuzan still at basically full HP come in and scare the members of KT off, causing them to burn a lot of summoners for free.
And now that's going to be the Liandry's Torment finish for Trace off that back, so a good amount of damage starting to come through. Has one more slot currently occupied by the pink ward, so we'll see if he wants to go super aggro, get something like a Rabbitin's Death Camp again, but still just buying more and more time for this Malzahar to become increasingly relevant. Someday in the meantime got his Rabbitin's.
See, Malefic Visions combined with the Liandry's doing a lot of work and just chunking out Achani's HP bar. Poke you can get down with that particular item and ability combination. Significant at this late stage of the game. And we are going to wait for another Baron. That is inevitably the call that's going to occur from KT because they are going to be quite scared to push the inhibitor without one.
I think we're about 3 minutes out.
This is exactly the same position we were in game number 1, and Jin Air pulled it out, so.
Yeah. Well, except KT was actually getting Elder Dragon and Baron twice, and then managed to lose the game.
Well, it just happens when you can't siege, right? They had to be very concerned about Jin Air's ability to kite, and it's the same here. Going against a late-game Malzahar, a late-game Rise, is scary.
Yeah. Someday needs to get a miraculous, or just a wonderfully placed equalizer.
Yeah, KT also doesn't have the Shen this time, so they can't play in a split push as well. They don't have that tankiness, so they have to be even more cautious with the way that they approach some of these objectives. Certainly they can fight out in the open, and if they can find, as you put it, a great equalizer, the damage is going to be intense. He went for Death Cap.
No Liandry's on the Rumble, something that we see sometimes.
Yeah, not a lot of tankiness, so, I mean, there is some HP on the Rylai's for the Malzahar, and of course the Rod of Ages for the Rise, but other than that, perhaps your value is a little bit better in overall damage against a squishy team composition like the one Jin Air is fielding.
Got the Locket too, but still, it's not going to be doing as much work as you would like with the Void Staff and everything.
So 45 seconds, and then we have perhaps some more action in this game.
One could hope, maybe even a game finish. Wouldn't that be a wild idea?
It would be.
Well, we're getting to that stage where one fight over the Baron, if a couple people die, it at least makes for multiple inhibitors, if not a couple Nexus towers. Especially on the side of KT, who already have that open inhib, that exposed one, I should say, in the mid that they can take advantage of.
It's on with the double TP trying to force confrontation out, so Someday has to fall back to his tier 2. So Jin Air, they're not trying to get the Baron right now. They're trying to play the split push game for as long as they can.
Oh, well, Kuzan is actually going to pop the ultimate. Someday answers with the equalizer. Getting some punch from this Rise. My God, just gets worked down. Kuzan pops him with relative ease.
And that's a big threat right now for this Rise. Now he can TP back in. Someday has TP, but he's got 50 seconds left on that death timer. So how is KT going to react to this? Because they basically can't do very much. Kuzan's just going to keep pushing down. Got enough AP to really chunk his way through the turrets of the inhibitor. And Jin can just bait with this very deadly Malzahar that walking into is going to be a bit of a tough time.
Well, looks like KT, they're going to have a split ball. Started working back towards the Baron. Now will collapse onto Kuzan. Doesn't have flash, but he's still a really big rise. Might be able to turn this one around. TP's going to come through. He gets locked up. Arrow will be able to finish him out, but Baron goes over to Jin Air.
A bit greedy there on the TP. Tracer is not probably going to be able to finish that one. We don't see any armor on the part of Kuzan, so getting popped there by the arrow, or the Ash and the Kindred combination makes quick work of the rise, but they do get another Baron buff. So Jin Air just doing their best, doing their damnedest to turtle. But without the rise available, KT should be able to get the inhibitor.
Yeah, it's a big portion of their wave clear with that ultimate. Pilot might just have to throw out the calling. There it is. Arrow is going to take a little bit of that, but they just burn right through that inhibitor, of course, with the Double Mountain Drake Infernal.
Yep, they're going to have a chance to go for the Elder Dragon too. Rise will be up, but only one TP available. Someday just trying to push this one up and see how long they can dance around the mid lane.
But there's really no armor at all inside of Jin Air.
Well, that's why Arrow's itemization is actually so good. I was going to mention that.
If he can actually just get into a fight with that Hurricane, he's going to shred these guys like it's nothing.
Yeah, and he certainly has a little bit of extra cooldown reduction to the overshield provided by the Bloodthirster, so he's going to feel very comfortable. Now, we are seeing several recalls come in from KT.
This is really risky. I mean, Kuzan's up top, trying to push out that wave, has teleport available, but the rest of Jin Air already hovering down here. They have the Scuttle Crab, they have the Hawk Shot, so they will be able to spot them if they go for this. But Jin Air just going to try to play the Death Rush tactic. Picks are coming out from KT. Looks like they know exactly what they're up to. We'll move forward and clear out these wards.
And Kuzan's still playing around his TP advantage, and they have to send Someday up there, and he's just obviously in no shape where he can deal with this Rise in a 1v1, especially with the Baron buff. So Jin Air just takes the priority in the mid lane.
Shove through. The arrow comes out from the Ash. They find Shay. Fly jumps forward with that Proto Belt, and Johnny can get a bunch of damage from that. Equalizer comes out, but it's not going to connect onto anybody, really. Shay looks like he might go down. Fly gets popped as well. Can't get into the Sanguine Pull. And now this could be the big turnaround from Jin Air. Arrow trying to slow them out as best as he can with the volley, but has to retreat. There's no turret here to back under. The rest of KT will be able to retreat, but you trade a mid lane Vladimir for the Braum.
Score's Lamb's Respite was about a quarter second too late to actually save the Vladimir. It was so close, but couldn't quite get it, and that means that Vlad goes down. And playing against this composition that Jin Air has, with the one KT has, requires that you nail those split-second timings.
Yeah, and look at all of these minions. No really good wave clear to be able to push up from KT without getting locked down by Kuzan. They're just going to lose this inhibitor. Wing Dust gets grabbed, cleanses it off immediately with the QSS, though. So they will take that top inhib, and Jin Air are just continually pushing back against KT, finding these small little advantages, getting these picks, and looking like they might be able to close this out.
They also had a shorter death timer on Che due to levels, and that means Che is going to be back in time maybe for an Elder Dragon while we still wait for Fly to come up. Is up now. So Inhibitor for Inhibitor is going to be the answering play.
But Jin Air's is going to respawn significantly faster.
Someday actually has the Zhonya's Hourglass this time, so big change. But man, Fly didn't manage to hit his Zhonya's in that last fight, didn't manage to get into his pool, and he thought Score was going to save him, but just a touch too late. And that was it. I think if the Lamb's Respite goes down right there, I think KT wins that fight.
Yeah. Well, now they're hovering around, just waiting to see if Wing didn't recall, but he did, so now they're going to shove up this wave, maybe try to bait with the Ash, but Elder Dragon definitely going to be the big objective to talk about now. Baron buff gone off the side of Jin Air, Someday pushing up that top side. The fight is on the horizon at this point.
Yeah, they can't answer the Rise split push. They can't answer the double TP.
Oh,
Fly gets blown up.
Fly just
found
getting caught
alone
with the Nether Grasp, Trace just making the pick happen. He goes down immediately, and they might just shove straight in. Elder Dragon be damned. They're going to go for the inhibitor in mid, maybe just the game.
I don't think they can take the game without the Malzahar ult, and because they're still suffering from pretty poor siege at the Thresh there.
Oh, Trey's going to get grabbed. That's going to be the equalizer coming down, but he jumps out of the way. The turret still falls. Someday taking a bunch of damage, has to pop the Zodiacs in the front. Lamb's Spike comes down from Score. He is able to take that hook out. Score actually answers back, finds the kill onto Wink. Can KT keep pushing though? Looks like it's not going to happen. Score takes a big chunk of damage from Pilot and has to back off and just try to hold on to this inhibitor that Jin Air are still hungry for. Hook's going to go wide. Hachani not able to connect. And Arrow just trying to dissuade them as much as he can. But Jin Air.
Yeah, they can't take it. Sunday's coming right back in. They pull out right as Someday shows up with the home guard. They know there's only about 10 seconds left on Fly, so even though they get the turret, there's not really a way for them to work their way into the base. Pilot here, still on a pretty short range AD carry. Same thing with the Graves. He's got the rapid fire cannon at least. Pilot does, but Trayson and Kuzan, there's not a tank there to block off.
Oh boy, Trey's gonna lock in onto Hachani. The arrow comes through. Hachani follows through with the hook, gets the play, has that Guardian Angel to back him up, and Arrow is able to blow up the Malzahar. Kuzan now getting jumped on by Score. They find the kills. 3 members of Jin Air Green Wings down. It's just Jay. There's an open inhibitor. The wave's not there. Super Creep's pushing in onto the Nexus Towers. Where did KT go? Looks like it's going to be up this mid.
And last time, when they played the Malzahar in game number 1, it was Trace finding the right target, finding that Shen without his GA up. This time, he targets a support with a GA, and that means that they're going to lose quite a bit right here. And you're right, Achilles may be the game.
It's 40 seconds. Wink does
Jay's
come
trying to
back
block
up.
off.
He has the collateral damage, uses that just to try to clear out. End of the line comes through, but look at this damage. The double Mountain Drake's doing work, and KT Rolster off the back of a play, a fight executed by Jin Air, find the win, and they take them down 52 minutes in Game 3, and now KT Rolster is your #1 team in LCK.
Yeah, and that puts them at, what, 5 best-of-3 wins in a row right now. This is a team that started the season 2-2, now 7-2, and top of the league.
Wow. That ended not in the manner in which I expected. I thought it was really going to be a fight around that Elder Dragon. One team taking it and then winning from there.
It was a mistake, Achilles. It was a mistake by Trace to try and get that pick, and they selected a support with a GA to use the Nether Grasp on, and that meant that KT was smart. They pulled the trigger immediately. They're like, okay, their tools are gone. Goodbye. We can kill you now. Doesn't matter. Even at the end of that game, Hachani just coming back, rezzing up. They couldn't even kill him after the GA ended.
And I mean, one of the biggest things that you have to question here from the side of Jin Air, in addition to Trace pulling the trigger on that ultimate on Hachani, is not buying any armor whatsoever. Because you saw at the end there, Arrow just shredding people with that flurry.
Yeah, and you saw at the end of the game, he did the most damage to champions. But who are you going to put the armor on in that game, really? They were still working towards 6 items. Yeah, the GA would have been nice to have, but this is kind of a full squishy composition that they brought. They did win with it in game number 1.
Yeah.
And to Jin Air's credit, their sneaky Barons actually did prolong that game probably longer than they had any business being in it, and gave them many opportunities in order to come back. So a couple good Barons from Jin Air. KT, Fly, and Score, the synergy not working between them in that one team fight, followed up by Fly just straight up randomly dying behind the Dragon Pit. I mean, that was inexcusable.
I mean, at that point, there's just really nothing you could do. As soon as that Nether Grasp goes down, you don't have a QSS, you're gone.
You're dead.
So
you're dead if all 5 of them are there, but you should be with the rest of your team, right? That's the big takeaway from that. And also, he does have to get in range of you with Nether Grasp, and he was in a brush. I didn't see if the brush was warded or not.
Yeah, didn't take a look at that.
Trace, this was such a bad play from Pilot and Trace, because the hook comes down, the Nether Grasp doesn't last long enough so he can follow the hook
Look at this
through.
damage from Arrow on a Pilot.
Yeah.
He just vanishes.
Yeah. It's Score and Arrow were doing a lot of work towards the end of that game, but you're just not going to win that. Like, using Nether Grasp on the GA support, and I didn't check, I'd have to go back in that game. It's possible that Hachani had just picked up the GA, and so they hadn't checked to see if the GA and maybe not have seen the particle on
Possibly.
him. But that, you just don't. You just don't do that. You need to save that Nether Grasp for a more helpful target. Using it on Fly was a very good choice, especially when the Kindred wasn't around, and even that one time the Kindred was around and Score messed up.
Yeah, or even just using it on the Kindred would be another good.
Couldn't QSS and GA on the Kindred. There's
That's very
no
true.
chance to
That's
use it
very
on the
true.
Kindred.
All right, well, never mind. Hopeful, wishful thinking by me, but yeah, just a really rough spot. But even for Che to not build something like a Frozen Heart, it just felt a little bizarre with Ash, who was just continuously firing off all of these shots. I mean,
I don't disagree with you.
Have the Q, you have the Hurricane. There's just so much attack speed coming out from that carry. It was just really weird. I mean, Jin Air just trying to make this a similar draft from game 1 function the same way, but in the end just not able to come out on top of that one and not really itemizing as optimally as they could.
Yeah, and I do think that both Game 1 and Game 3 were really interesting games from the perspective of teams trying to play their compositions. I think we saw how awkward both of them were at times, especially KT never really having the opportunity to siege effectively with their comps. And it's because they went for, of course, the Vlad and the Jin, or the Vlad and the Ashe, and then melee top laners both times. Like, what are you supposed to do with that? If the Ashe walks up against a Malzahar, it's incredibly difficult to siege because you will just get destroyed.
Yeah.
So,
well, just a rough game from Jin Air, but still, showing some bright spots here and there. KT showing some roughness, especially coming off of that near loss almost against CJ Entus recently. So definitely still some improvement to be done there, but they maintain that win streak. They do net themselves first place in the standings at the moment. And you can see right there your MVP is going to be Score. Could have been a couple different people in this one. I think Arrow would have been a good choice, but Score certainly doing a very good job. We'll move up into third place, tied with Duke and about 5 other people, I think, at this point.
Yeah, 400 points there. And let's take a look at some of the highlights from this game.
This was the
great.
beautiful one.
Yeah, really good. Lamb's Respite. Not even the positioning of it made it so Jin Air couldn't even get in to take it because it was positioned so well around the wall. I mean, that's just gorgeous positioning on a Kindred ultimate.
And he takes out Winged at the same time. So
yeah,
this is Fly in the bottom lane.
Fly getting saved as they kill everybody in the top side.
Okay, here we go.
So Score skipping through with his GA, flashing forward to help pin down Trace at the end, and they actually made it out with all their players. I guess it's going to be a very short highlight tonight. Only a few plays, I suppose, worth seeing in that game.
It's all right. It's already 1:14, so just
we did it.
Trim down the
5-hour, 15-minute best of 3. This is easily the longest best of 3 that I have ever cast.
It might be the longest best of 3 in
League history.
Well, maybe not that because of severe technical delays that used to happen back in older tournaments around like season 1 and stuff.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Also, LPL exists, and sometimes they have severe technical delays.
That's also very true. But definitely one of the worst, or one of the longest ones that I guess we could say that we've ever really seen here. But we made it through.
We did it.
We survived. OGN Legion held on tight with us. So thank you guys so much for watching. Mad respect to you guys for living through our banter and playing Hangman with us.
That was really fun.
That was fun.
That was fun.
We showed them our socks. It was a good time.
All right.
But like all good things, this has to come to a close. So Monty and I are going to go get some very well-needed R&R while he comes back tomorrow with Doa. But from us here, the entire OGN broadcast crew, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action.